Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba, and I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis family. And welcome to another live stream with Bomani and Kala as we keep on connecting on what we've been talking about, Afrikstan, and also nation building, Black Power, and reconnecting Africa and the African Diaspora together for nationhood. So we have a lot of wonderful things to talk about, family. And as you can see our topic here, Pan-Africanism will never die. We only multiply towards African nationhood. So yes, family, over the years or over the period of time, you've heard or heard a lot of different people's stance on Pan-Africanism. So tonight we're going to get into it, and we know we have our brilliant scholar, brother Kala Genesis, and he's going to break it down and things like that. And also we're going to play some clips and a few things, and we're going to get into some analysis. But what I want to do right now is I want to share some of our information with you. And this is our wonderful schedule and flyer. Yes, brother Kala, can you see that right there live?
I can see it perfectly, brother.
Yes, so family, that is our wonderful Journey of a Lifetime schedule. And we have several countries on this list that we're going to take you on a wonderful journey with. And all these details you can find on our website at africaforafricans.org. And once you click on the main menu, just click on the link for the relative tours that you're interested in, and you'll see a whole lot of information. So the countries that we have on our schedule are Ghana, Senegal, the Gambia, Liberia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Rwanda. So that's a nice laid out schedule. Basically, we have tours every few months to different parts of Africa. And this is our 16th year doing these incredible journeys of a lifetime. And the main purpose of these journeys is to reconnect people to the ancestral land, for us to connect with our brothers and sisters on the continent and get into investments and nation building Black Power strategies so we can build a future for our children. So we have an end goal, family, and this is the introduction and the connection. So for those who don't know much about Africa and those who want to know more about Africa, the best thing to do is to open your minds and take a journey. And these journeys are full-fledged journeys based on roots, culture, business, investment, nightlife, shopping, networking, and there's a whole lot of social gathering. And the next part of what we have, family, is Africa investment. So I'm going to share with you our postcard, flyer, brochure with our Africa tours and investment, mainly focus Black Star Pan-African community. So there goes, family. Africa Tours investment project. So when you come to Ghana with us on a journey of a lifetime or on the journey of a lifetime, you'll be able to see the foundation of what we're building there in a town called Jahadzi. As we're building a foundation to where we can have a base of operation, to where we can be more connected to being more into living and doing business in Africa with a with a base or a headquarters to where we can literally just have the things that we need to be productive. And because family, one of the things is if you're going to be making your moves in Africa, you need to have your team, your foundation put together to where you're effective. And when we're talking about having all the things you need, we want to build this incredible self-sufficient community. So we've shown you lots of documentation over the last 3 years, and once we return to Ghana, we'll show you more, and we'll keep on engaging and connecting with you. But we're letting people know, family, if you're looking for lots, we have lots available, and you can build your home with least amount of hassle as we begin to just become more organized in this real estate development business and also land acquisition. So it's one of those things where for those who are looking to this, make they move to Africa for the first time, make sure that you connect with people who have your best interests. Make sure you connect with people who are clear about what you're looking to do. So that's us right there, family. We're putting ourselves in a situation where we can be a representation on the African continent, for you to just reconnect with your own brothers and sisters, and for us to get into some industrial development, nation building, and building the future for our children. So, Brother Kala, that is that wonderful community right there. And as time go along, you're gonna see more development going. Because the most important thing is to start and lay out your plan and keep working towards the end goal. So yes, my brother, as you can see, that is what we're up to. And family, so once again, that is our Africa Tourism Investment operation right there. One flyer focus on the tour schedule, and other one focus on our development project. And so family, we're going to get to it in full detail, and we're going to have our brother Kala basically, brother, we want you to basically just do a Pan-Africanism 101 and kind of break down the terminology and break down the information and break down what's Pan-Africanism and what's not Pan-Africanism, and compare it to what the people are talking about now today, the FBA movement and things like that. And you have your own definition of that. We want you to get into that also. And we want you to keep the gloves off, and and basically just don't hold back. So
yeah, the bottom line is I want some of these people to come at me. You want the real thing, you come at Kala. You play with these other people and everything like that. But you want the real thing, you come at Kala. I'm undefeated, as far as all this is concerned. Why? Because I believe in LARP. What's LARP? It's an acronym. LARP. What does that mean? It means whatever you do has to be LARP. That means L, logical. A, achievable. R, reasonable. And P, practical. When you have a LARP, you can't go wrong. So everything you go to do, whether it's Pan-Africanism, everything like that, you got to ask yourself, is this LARP? Now, in other words, basically, this goes against the traditional thing about Black people. And when I'm not here to bash Black people tonight, I'm here to uplift Black America, Black Africa tonight, But there's some things that we do wrong, right? Some things we do wrong. There's three conflicts in mankind, right? That define our universe. It's man versus nature, right? Man versus man, and the most important part is man versus himself. Man versus himself is doing the right thing, even when it's not popular. Okay, calling out, recognizing good from evil, right from wrong. Pacing yourself, disciplining yourself. The one thing, there's an old saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begin with the first step, but discipline is the bridge between an idea and an accomplishment. Brother Bomani has shown over the last 16 years discipline, right? Discipline in his craft, in his Pan-African, his tours and everything. That's why he's successful. He's disciplined. He's hard work. He works around the clock doing his business. That's discipline. That calls for discipline. Discipline is something that most of us don't want to do. We want the end product, right? And then we get frustrated when we don't get that end product. We get angry. We lash out other people. We blame other people for our things, whether it's a white man or, oh, that nigga's a coon, like that, everything but looking in the mirror and saying, the reason why my ideas don't work is because of me. Okay? So this is a new approach to Black nationalism, Black thing. When you are taking responsibility, when you find out what you want and you say, we're going to achieve this, that means that you're not going to wait on the white man. That means you're not going to wait on the masses of Black people, but you're going to gather yourself with the few and the willing to do this, right? And you're going to discipline yourself, right? And then we're going to reach inside of ourselves and accomplish our mission and stay fast. And the last part I want to say about that introduction is delayed gratification and also managing expectations. Okay? The Black man, for the most part, don't know how to delay gratification. What do I mean by that? Colin, what are you talking about? How are you talking about? Look at the Japanese. They're very disciplined. Everything we talk about, they're very disciplined. I learned this from studying martial arts, studying Asian. They're very disciplined. It takes a long time. You ask some people, what sport do you want to learn? Oh, I want to learn box. It seems easy. Well, you want to take it in China? Oh, it takes too long to learn and everything like that. But if you master this stuff, it's very more effective than boxing, you know? But it takes so long to learn. Discipline. Even with a good boxer, it takes discipline. You know, Mike Tyson, he took discipline. You got to discipline yourself. You got to learn the track. You got to learn everything. Studying for an exam, it takes you discipline. You got to study. Nothing's going to be handed to you. Everybody goes through trials and tribulations for an end game, for an end goal. For example, the Japanese, when they were humiliated in 1853 with Commodore Perry, sailed his steamships in there. They said, one day we're going to get revenge for this. It took them 80 years. But guess what? The Japanese squadrons, 4 squadrons of aircraft carrier, snuck into across the Pacific Ocean, into the striking range of Oahu. And they achieved victory. Tora, Tora, Tora. Climb Mount Nikitaka. They achieved victory. That means they said, look, we weren't ready. They had to learn everything. They had to go to the white man's world, be spit on, be spat on. The people had to work in factories, you know, dying in factories like Gunga Den in the Tokyo Harbor. Factory. They had to build their infrastructure. They had to do all this stuff. They had to make the transition from rural thing to city life and everything. But it was all for a big cause. Most of them never saw that day of Japanese triumph in Asia, where they basically took down the British. And they took down the Russian first, the British, and all these other people. Why? Because they disciplined themselves and they built a nation. They went from a rural feudal province to a world economic and industrial military power because they disciplined themselves. What I'm seeing right now in the Pan-African movement, right, and people call themselves Pan-African, I see lack of discipline. I see I want it now. I want it today. People don't, if you're not getting on the plane going to Africa today, no plan, no discipline, no structure, no end game, no long-term poll, just bashing people back and forth. But tonight I'm going to set the record straight about Pan-Africanism. And if I got to take the lead of this thing and say I got to be the voice of Pan, I'm going to do it. Because I'm seeing the movement being destroyed by people who call themselves Pan-Africanists.
Yes, the movement is being hijacked. Serious business. As a matter of fact, the key thing that we have on the table is Pan-Africanism dead?
Yeah, is it dead? It's not dead. It's just the fact that we've let people come on, but a lot of brothers I know. You know, we're gonna talk about that tonight. Brothers I love with all my heart, but they're going at it the wrong way. This is not an overnight thing. This is not something you put in the microwave and say, you know something, we're gonna be Pan-African. No, this is a long-term commitment. And first of all, before you have to do anything, you have to justify. Are you capable of doing this? See, I did my homework. And I realized throughout the history of Black America, this is one thing about building a nation. We're capable of doing it. Because I believe in my people. If you're on the thing and you're trying to sell Pan-African and you're always talking about how Black people ain't shit in America and we ain't doing that, how can you go to them and tell them about Pan-African is just a means. It's not the end game. It's a means to an end. Pan-Africanism, it has to lead to nationhood, or else people are going to reject it. In Africa, Pan-African is not popular because they don't see the need for it. It's like, well, we got all land. We're around Black people all day. What do we need Pan-Africanism for?
Good point.
You know? So to us in the West, Pan-African is a Western ideology. Those in the West, people who are slave descendants. And we haven't never, ever brought that bridge between explaining why it's necessary to people in Africa. Now, people in Africa will say, okay, it's necessary because we're next to each other and everything. But Pan-African in Africa is not defined by race. It's defined by region. You know, if you're a South African business person and you're white, you can go to Kenya. Like, look at MTN Communications. They're all in Uganda and all these other places. They're white-owned company, but they put Black South Africans in the face. They're benefiting from Pan-Africanism because they say, oh, it's all African, but it's not Black African. So we're going to talk about that tonight too. The Pan-African movement has to be about, end game has to be about building something tangible, something Black people could put their hands on and say, yes, I could build that. If Pan-African means an end game of a city-state or nation-state, infrastructure, land infrastructure, nationhood, then the people will get you. When we started the BIO, I attracted some of the most educated people in Black America. Because when they heard me talk and my old partner, holism, to be honest with you, they said, these are two intelligent brothers. And they were like, wow, I can get down with that. We weren't insulting their intelligence, telling them, oh yeah, America's falling, you got to get on the boat and go there. No, that's not what we're saying. We are saying, look at Israel. Look at Israel. They have a base of operation for the world Zionist movement, the state of Israel, which all Jews in Israel support. And we said the Pan-African movement has to be a state that constitutionally, by law, by constitution, sovereign law, takes into account the Pan-African ideology and religion almost. Now, what's the example? For example, in a Pan-Africanist state, right, we would consider Black people before we consider anybody else, just like Israel considers Jews before they consider anybody else. That's what it means by a Pan-African state. So in other words, basically, we do not believe in multiculturalism and multiracial societies. They failed. We believe in a Black African state, a Black state. Now, who are the most the vanguards of that? It's the Black African American community, because we're the ones with the most racial identity. In Africa, they don't have the racial identity. I just saw the other day where they're saying white Kenyans and you got this dumb idiot Nigerian talk about he calls Akata. Hey, Akata, look, a white person is an African. There's one brother said, no, if you're not phenotypically Black African, you're not African. He said, no, we have white Africans. You ever been to South Africa? If a white person brought in Nigeria, he's a Nigerian. All stuff like this. This is dangerous. You can go to India and be born, you'll never be an Indian. You go to China and be born there, you'll never be a Chinese. The Chinese and Koreans don't even accept half Chinese and half Koreans and half Japanese as one of them. But only in the Black race can somebody come to Africa and declare themselves African. Why? Because Africa is like the world's whore. She don't belong to nobody. Everybody's part of it, And this is what we hold Africa to. So in other words, basically, because there's no power in being Black and African, anybody feel like they could neglect it and take what they want and do like that. So we're saying we're going to change this dynamic. We're going to say that Africa belongs to Africans. So who do we mean by Africans? Black Africans. And also, we had a thing called the transatlantic slave trade. The European countries that you see right now that you love so much, Lisbon, Madrid, London, Liverpool, Amsterdam, all these cities were disease-ridden backwaters. How'd they get their wealth? They got their wealth bleeding the human resources of our ancestors. Right. That right there is unforgivable. Now, what they cleverly did over the years was this. They basically got to they educated the Africans, offered them free education. The average African doesn't know there's a connection between themselves and the Black people of the transatlantic slave. The transatlantic slave trade has been erased from memory in Africa. All Africans talk about colonialism. But if you look at colonialism actually built this modern Africa. That's not the problem. Now, what's the problem? The problem, like most scholars back in the day said, even white scholars said, the problem in Africa's backwardness was the transatlantic slave trade. It wasn't colonialism. It was a transatlantic slave trade. Now you have a lot of Negropeans and ethno-fascists in Africa right now, and these other people that are trying to stop Pan-Africanism, right? What they're trying to do is do the work of the white people by separating the land slaves. Say, oh, you guys got to get over slavery. This is what Africa dumbass talks about. Oh, slavery is far in the past. No, it's not. The slave trade is a reason for Africa. These people would rather have their people poor and backwards than ever confront the white man over the transatlantic slave trade.
I mean, brother, did Afro Dumbass really say that? As a matter of fact, we have.
He said that many times.
We want to play about him because he's the one that's running his mouth talking about Pan-Africanism dead. Yeah.
So the bottom line, and it's not because he wants to protect it. He wants to protect white people. He wants to protect the white man. And he will protect. And like I said, these people that we come out here and we do Pan-African, they don't understand what they're up against. I've been dealing with these type of Africans on the continent for 30 years. They don't want to hear anything about the Atlantic slave trade. They want to put all this behind them so they can get next to white people. so they could enjoy the life of, you had one guy, King Ola, on after dumbass show, someone blaming Black America for him not being able to date white women and all stuff like this. Dude, it's not us that's going to keep going. Go to Idaho with your white girlfriend in Montana and see what happens to you. It's not us. And so therefore, this is what we're talking about tonight. Pan-African is based on race and redemption. And you cannot have Pan-Africanism without African redemption. We like Marcus Garvey said, we'll wait 200 years to face our enemies with our posterity. Right now, one race of people rules over us. And this is a problem with FBA. FBA seems like they're winning right now. They seem like they're on top. I gotta give it to you. We're in the 11th round and whatnot. And we've been taking
brother, you got to break down these definitions. You're talking about FBA. You're talking about Pan-Africanism. You got to break down these definitions so everyone can understand.
Okay, foundational. They go after foundational buck broken ass. Foundational Black America. This is basically a movement that basically says, although they talk about slavery and everything like that, they don't want any connection to their African heritage. They want to separate and delineate from other Black people in the diaspora and everything like that. For whatever reason, I have no idea. And it's all about being closer to white people. It's all about being close to white people and tether themselves to white people. Now, the thing with the Pan-Africanist movement made their mistake is, right, they let FBA walk away with the bag. I'm a Pan-Africanist, but I embrace and I love my African-American heritage, right? My idea of an Afrikstan nation state in Africa is a continuation of the great things that my ancestors built in America. So basically, when you go a Pan-African, it doesn't mean you throw out your whole history and your achievement. You ride on that. You have 400 years of achievement. We had everything from the Prince Hall Masons, built institutions here in America. We produced the first Black millionaires, Paul Cuffey, Madam C.J. Walker. We had Black Wall Street. We did incredible things in the world. We gave the world. We have so many patents right there. This is why I get hurt when I hear my brother Dinus sort of being dismissive of Black America. Black America is responsible for the end of apartheid in South Africa. We created the African American institution, right? We educated all the heads of state post World War II. Kwame Nkrumah, Cecil Dennis, all these other people that came there, and then we wrote the Kenyan Constitution. We built the friggin' the Ethiopian Airlines. We did all that. We contribute so much to the continent of Africa and the Black world and the humanity. We're the only Black people with an almanac of achievement. We have our own encyclopedia. So you don't throw all that away. You build on that. You come with pride with that. Now, the problem is there's a lot of Black people who don't like their position in America. They're not basically succeeding in America. So they want to throw all America under the bus and run to Africa. That doesn't work. One thing Africans like is the fact that when Black African Americans come over there with their pride, their heritage, and say, look, and meet them, say eye to eye. Let's see what we can do together. You don't go over and start throwing shots and taking shots at your own people. Or you don't just start talking about America while you're overseas. Because people have this idea that people are just dying out in the streets every day and Black people are homeless, living in the ghetto, and all this kind of nonsense. And so therefore, you understand when you have Africans, right? Human nature will be like, oh man, you guys ain't got nowhere to go. They're going to treat you like that. And that's why we're having these pushback in Africa. Because people forgot who we are. Because the face of Pan-African has been a bunch of clowns lately going to the continent and making fools out of themselves. So this is what we're going to talk about tonight. And you got people like Michael, not you, Mike. Afro Dumbass, right? Who puts this out there like, oh, we're just like, look, nobody. There was a few Black people who was begging for a citizenship in Ghana. most people like Brother Bomani was like, look, we're already on the continent. Just leave us alone. Give us some things that we could do for ourselves. Nobody was asking Africa or anything. Just like we got to have this clown talk about, oh, we want to sue Ghana for damages. They come to find out this guy's a friggin' plant. He's an FBA, and he's basically trying to cause tensions between this. And Bob said, I say, nigga, look, I don't know you. The hell you acting like we're friends for? And then he's calling me all kinds of names in the last show. This guy Bay, whatever his name is. And I knew it. A lot of these people are just nothing but plants. They're trying to cause division between the Black America and Africa. You got so-called Pan-Africanists, right, talking smack about Black America, right? And it goes back and forth and everything. You got Black America talking shit about Africans. You know, tonight that's going to stop. I don't want to hear nothing about anymore about any sort of division. We have to come together. Bomani and I, basically, he's a Jamaican brother, lived in Brooklyn. I was born in the United States, raised in Queens. That's my brother right there. And when Bomani and I talk, there's no discussion about what lineage and everything. We're one. Maybe because we're from New York and that's our culture. You know, Black people are Black people. We'll stick together. So when people come here with this nonsense and everything, you leave that shit for the gutters. That shit belongs in the gutter in the streets. So yeah, a plan for division. And we take the bait. Yeah. Yes, we all one family. And if you don't, if people, you don't find that in other platforms, join the Black African Infrastructure Organization. I'm gonna put the link up in the chat. Join the Black African Infrastructure Organization. If you're Black, you're all right. If you're Black African, you're all right. Join what we call it. Join Bomani's. Join us. Everybody else is on some other nonsense. But like I said, I got my brother Bomani here, man. And like I said, he's my last hope. So we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about why Pan-Africanism is important, right? And we're going to redefine so people are clear tonight. After you listen to the show, we're going to be clear tonight what we mean by Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism don't mean that you friggin' forget who you are. I'm African American. I'm Black American. That's who I am. If I meet you and you're Nigerian and whatnot, then we can sit there and have a discussion like brothers, friends, or enemies, whatever. But I'm not going to apologize. Too many people think Pan-Africanism is apologizing for what you are. And it's highly disrespectful for people. I talked about this. For people to make mockery of my ancestors who went through the Holocaust, the Mafa. Oh, you guys don't know. Yo, basically, like I said, Africa is about race. I'm still African no matter how many years I've been off the continent. Only a fool will look at it and say, you know something, you guys, that's mediocrity. That shows you when people think like that, they have no concept of the world. They really do think that, oh, color and all that doesn't matter. And they've been taught by these stupid Negropeans that color and racism and also it's just something Black people in America obsess over. But look what happened in Italy. Look what happened in Dubai. They rounded up 300 Nigerians and say, get the hell out. We don't want you here. Look what's happening all over the world, you know, as far as the Chinese abusing, beating Africa. I've seen videos of them beating Africans. Africans act like they can't even defend themselves. Little ass Chinese knocking them upside the head and whatnot, chasing them down the street. Telling them you can't go in this store and everything. And Africans accept this. Look at South Africa, where they're killing African migrants. Black life means nothing. We program to hate each other. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to subject my people to that. We say my people, my African American people. I believe my people deserve the best. So any situation we go into Africa, it's going to be clear rules of engagement that we lay down. My people are not going to accept any piece of anything just to come over to Africa. No, it don't work like that. My people, I will defend your right to stay in America and be Americans. You put a lot of work into America. Most black people got good jobs, paying their bills, putting their kids through college. That's their responsibility, raising their families and everything. So I'm not gonna let people disparage our people like, oh, we're doing so bad, we're doing so bad. No, that's a lie. If I got to pull up the statistic, 2.5 million black men are in the top 10% earners in this country. 65% of African American males are in the middle class. Black American business have the largest, fastest growing number of small businesses entrepreneurs in the country right now. That's the track we was on, right? Do for self, build businesses and everything. That was happening during the Bomani when the recession happened and whatnot. Black America was like, hey, look, we got to build on business. With the apps and everything like that, you got kids doing all kinds of stuff, making themselves and everything. The number of black kids graduating high school is at all-time high. The number of black kids graduating from college is an all-time high. The number of black kids entering Ivy League schools is an all-time high. The number of black people entering new engineering schools being built on HBCUs is at all-time high. So I'm going to sing the praises of the success of my people. And so when you sing the praises of success of your people, right, the people say, you know something, your Pan-Africans aren't that bad. So when you basically keep talking about how black people are losing, they say Pan-Africans are nothing but a bunch of losers. Do you understand that? I'm right now embarrassed right now. Because people come to me like, man, yo, I don't know, man. You know, I know people, black people that make six figures, engineers, everything. I had an engineer in my house Saturday. I had a birthday party with my sister. Engineer, one guy, friend of my family friend, I was an engineer. Everybody sitting around the table, all black professionals. I'm sad that I can't even go to them and say, I'm a Pan-African. They know I do this stuff like this, but I can't even bring it to them. I'm so embarrassed what I see in the Pan-African world. So I'm going to get on the Pan-African community right now tonight. I see foolishness. People go to the continent. They acting a fool. They're not using wise judgment. They get themselves in trouble. And they're always on YouTube babbling about this and that and everything. It's embarrassing. And then you wonder, why, geez, man, why is everybody like Tariq? Why? Because Tariq is smart. He sits back for a long time. He's like that. He's a predator. Tariq's a predator. He knows a strategy, right? He knows, like I said, I was watching animals. I can't think of what. I think it was a crocodile, right? And it was a crocodile's real smart, right? He knows the gazelles come to the water at a certain time. It could be a week later, right? The crocodile will time. What time do they come? What time they stay? What time do they back? They turn their back so they relax. So he doesn't strike every time they go. He waits for them to make a mistake. You know, if somebody says, sooner we clear out, yeah, that's fine and dandy, we clear out battle, but that's not practical. That's not LARP. LARP is logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. That's 200, 300 years from now. We got to do what we have to do now. So what I'm saying about the crocodile, he waits. He knows that sooner or later, one of them is going to make a mistake. They're going to venture too far in. They're going to relax, and then boom. And thing says, this is where the crocodile's been waiting for, and that's what Tariq does. He knows the fact that if you allow a punk like Tariq to stand on Black America's shoulder, I look at Black America and everything, that don't belong to Tariq. Black America has never been xenophobic. We've never had nativism in Black America. Black America has always had a thing for Africa. That's what we call ourselves African Americans. We always had a thing for Africa. You know, look at when Black Panther came out. Look at Wakanda. Look at movies like Coming to America. We always never lost an affection for our African heritage. The number of African Americans who are getting their DNA tests and everything like that are traveling to the continent. See, this is scary to a lot of people. That's why the FBA movement exists. But at the same time, Black America is not going to let go of things. Most Black people in America are winning. Now, to the losers in Black America tend to be Pan-Africanists. I ain't got nothing here, so I ain't got nothing here. They can't get their shit together and everything. When Black people are getting here, gee, I'm making six figures. I got 2 houses. I rent this house. My son's off to college and everything. I got a son in the military here like that. I got shit to do. I like what you're saying, but like this. The Pan-Africans have to embrace Black America, the success, the winning part of Black America, the historical winning Black America. No one wants to go to a bunch of people who always put it out there that they're losing. And you allow Tariq to take all the rich history of Black America for some stupid FBA movement. That should be us. Yeah, we got 160 Black HBCUs. We educate people from all over the world. There's all kinds of people that go to HBCUs right now. Well, Tariq used to be Pan-African, but I don't think he was Pan-African. He just saw where the wind was blowing. When it became Pan-African, became about attacking Black America, right? And joining in with these Negropean immigrants. It's not Africans that are attacking us. These are Negropeans. I know how to tell the difference between a Negropean and a friggin' real Nigerian. I know the difference between a Negropean and a friggin' real Liberian. I know the difference between a Negropean and a real Jamaican, Brother Bomani, right? And unapologetically Negropean. Different night as day, you know? So most Black Americans are not Pan-African. I get that. We're trying to sell Black America to Pan-Africanism. But when Black America sees a lot of stuff they hear Africans say, and they see this back and forth, they're going to have to choose a side. Saying, oh, I don't want to be Pan-African. These people hate me. But I tell you right now is if Pan-Africanism was able to embrace, like if you look at the BAIO, we're able to get upper middle class, wealthy, and educated Black people. Because the things we talk about. We talk about building infant. Black America is a first world people. We come from the industrial. We built the industrialized world. We're not third world people. That's what separates us from a lot of people, you know? And people like you want people who live in the first world, right? Who got all the amenities of the first world just to freaking just leave and go to a whole world where you got third world, we got to start all over again. And nothing. Some people can do that. But the average Black American is like, you know something, you know? And what happens is this. Instead of Pan-African being like, you know something, this is what we can do in Africa. When Blacks Without Borders came out and whatnot, you know, that's in South Africa, right? There was a lot of Black people, middle-class Black, yeah, I can do that. Why? Because they was building, they had all the traditional stuff, Zulu stuff there, but they say, look, I can do my job over there. I could bring my business over there. I could open my factory over there. See the difference? You give me something that I could tangible that I could build myself. There's African Americans that live in Botswana right now doing software engineers. There's African Americans in Tanzania doing real work. In Kenya, you know. But that's what Pan-Africanism is. Also, how does that work? Because we go over there with the philosophy of Pan-Africanism and everything like that. And I got a lot of partners over there who's had a lot of success, where Black people were working together across line. It goes. He's a Sonike man from Gambia. He's not a Sonike. He's a Black British Negropean. You know, he's using the Sonike. That's what they do. And I'm gonna talk about that. The Sonike. It's called Sonike, not Solinke. It's a Sonike. And the bottom line, what they do is Solinke. You know, and I said that's what they do. They latch on to their native heritage, right? And they Europeanize it, you know? He brags about the Sonike, whatever it is, being #1 slave traders. We were on the side of the slave trade. We were enslaved. We were conquerors and everything. That's a Negropean.
This person said that right here?
He said that.
You know what? How about we just play a clip so we can analyze some stuff?
Yeah, so analyze what the Negropean is saying.
You got this
these guys
Afro dumbass making it seem like he's an intellect and he's intelligent and things like that.
He's a freaking moron. He's a fool. And the bottom line is these guys right here.
I mean, you got a village idiot that's thinking he's you know. Tell us about you know, what he's trying to proclaim to be by using the name Afro dumbass.
Yeah. Okay. Nostradamus. That was a philosopher of I think it was the 14th century. He was a philosopher. So he basically he warned people about future events, right? So his thing is the coming of Black America or whatnot. That's what his hysteria is, you know.
So what? He's a philosopher now.
Nostradamus predicted the
No,
future.
not Nostradamus. I'm talking about Afro dumbass.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Trying to be like,
He's the Afro dumbass report. He basically is forewarning. He's a prophet. He's a prophesier, or what's it? A prophet.
Well, let's play a little quick clip and see how he's disrespecting Pan-Africanism, disrespecting a movement that we'll put our heart, life, and soul into, and that we're progressing and that we're winning.
And there's nothing they can do to stop us.
And it will never die. It's a movement.
No, they can do all they want. They're weak. They're gonna get their head stomped in. Keep getting their head stomped in.
Because there's no way we're gonna give up our continent. No, we're gonna reconnect and make us stronger.
Or one way or the other. We're trying to do it the nice way right now.
So that's Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. All right, so brother, let me flip it over here and let me see what we can get from this video so we can analyze.
If you notice, from the prophet of the Pan-Africans themselves, Marcus Garvey. What do Marcus Garvey and Dr. Umar have in common? Take a look at the picture. What do Brandon and Marcus Garvey and Dr. Umar have in common? You add Juliet onto that. Are you getting a clear picture here? All these names that I have mentioned that kind of look like Marcus Garvey. And they say they're following in the footsteps of Marcus Garvey. People have sort of accused them all, of the same kind of thing Marcus Garvey was accused of.
So can you stop right there?
That's not what we are here for alone.
Stop right there. You notice why he tried to say, basically what he's saying is this. First of all, Brandon has never been accused of anything, right? There's no evidence, solid evidence against Blexit. I don't know what the situation is, right? And I don't know the situation about Dr. Umar, right? And it's accused, accused. You think about that word, accused. Marcus Garvey basically was evidently now Garvey was recently pardoned. I think it was by Donald Trump, was pardoned because the U.S. government, right, tried him in New York court, right, for a stock that he showed a picture of one ship, right, sold stock for another thing, same thing, but it wasn't Garvey that did it. That was people he was aligned with that did it, but they didn't arrest nobody else. They only arrested Garvey, and he wasn't even arrested really for the stock because that happened in Chicago. So they just basically made up something. You just got to go. Basically, he knew it was a sham. So basically, instead of him telling him Garvey was illegally, I think for 100 years we tried to get Garvey exonerated. So here, even after Garvey's been exonerated, everybody said yes, he was maliciously malign. Do you know Garvey was shot by a Negro that was paid by J. Edgar Hoover to shoot Garvey? Garvey was shot and wounded. People don't realize this history. They sent people in there to steal UNIA equipment, typewriters, everything like that. Garvey said the black man is the only person, right? Jews steal from each other, Irish steal from each other. The black man is the only people that will maliciously tear each other down, steal from each other, right? Without any regard. That's what this Negro's doing. What if friggin' Brandon has a really good plan for Gambia or whatever? What if Black Acres have a really good plan that can help the Gambians, connect with Gambians? What if Blexit had a thing, but he wants to tear it all down? Why? Because I don't care what his tribe is. He's a savage. That's why. He has no written history. He has nothing. And the bottom line is this: he's jealous of the black people of America, Black America, and what we're able to do. And he calls Africans stupid. He calls Africans dumb. So this guy doesn't have any friggin' any leg to stand on. So what is his purpose of being a Nostradamus, a storyteller, a future teller, and everything like that? It's to be on YouTube, right? Or maybe he might attract some women and whatnot, and try to get some fame and notoriety. But the bottom line is, if you're in this movement, right, to get women and everything, you are a friggin' thing. You say black is suspect. I don't know. I don't have any solid evidence. I'm not here to defend Juliet, whatever her name is. I don't know. But one thing I do not do is, just like Tariq, you'll never hear me talk personally about his museum and everything because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know all the. I could just know, but I could ask questions about stuff right there. But I would never say this guy basically is a criminal. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. So I'll give Tariq the benefit of the doubt, just so I'll give Brandon the benefit of the doubt, Dynasty the benefit of the doubt, and everybody else. That's called being civilized and being fair. But we don't have that in our culture, in our race. We want to tear each other down. We don't even think that, you know, something. You know why? Because we got the Europeans and the Chinese controlling Africa's infrastructure right now. Everything that comes in and comes out of Africa to a tune of $100 billion a year. That's why they're so grinding poverty. $100 billion a year worth of net outflow of our mother continent and everything like that. And people want to get up here and ask Kala Genesis, well, what do you care like that? Yeah, that's my mother continent. I'm not a coward that flees like these people living in Europe or living in the West and whatnot for decades and whatnot and don't think about their ancestral homeland. But bottom line, Black America has never afraid. We've always been involved in Africa for 400 years. We never stopped that. The reason why we don't fully embrace America is because we're always thinking about our mother continent, what happened to us. But we get mocked for that. That's not appreciated. All the stuff that happened to Black America, they burned our cities, burned our towns, did all this stuff like that, all this cruel stuff they did to us in America, redlined us, all this stuff like that. We still prevailed. We still succeeded. FBA is live and well. Yo, look, Pan-Africanism is not dead and doomed, bro. You may think so, bro. But FBA is live and well. I don't know what FBA is. I would like him to come on and explain what is FBA. Foundation of Black America. All FBA is like if the Pan-African community was smart. I know a lot of them are smart, but maybe they listen to this and you had the ball, the Pan-African movement, the BA approved. We had the ball in our court. And we fumbled it and gave it to these FBA clowns. You stand on your square. We said this building in Africa is the future. We saw examples of this in South Africa with the Blacks Without Borders series. But instead of people saying yes, why was Black Borders so popular? Because Africans realized we have Black people in America that got the intelligence far more than these Indians and whites in South Africa. That's why they go in there. You know? I don't have no bitterness or Afrodamus. He's just misinformed. You know, I'm not bitter towards this guy. You know, I don't know him. But I'm just here to set the record straight. I know he does.
Yeah, because I mean, he's running his mouth and disrespecting our movement and things and talking to the side of his, you know.
And if he really wants to, what he do is come on a panel like this and let me and Bomani talk. I could show you everything Bomani and I've been doing for the last decade or so.
Yeah, this guy's another version of that Negropean, man.
Yeah, so when you put stuff out there and make it seem like Black, that's another thing I'm getting sick and tired of, right? Every time we look at Black America, the people who are like Pookies and Razor represent 10% of Black America. Most people in Black America, honest people, business people, everything like that. They go Pookie and Ray Ray eyes us and everything. Oh, they're scamming it. We don't. What the hell? If I want to freaking scam, why would I go to poor Africa for? They don't even logically make any sense. If I want to give a scam one, America is a $20 trillion economy. I have a freaking I have a business in America. I don't need Africa for anything. Bomani got a successful business here. We're scamming, you know. We don't need Africa's money. Could it be that we're really sincere about what we're doing and you know it? When you put, we're scamming and like that. Yeah, I know Afro-Dummers don't care about no Gambia, you know? That's obvious. This is why I'm trying to tell people tonight, there's a new day dawning. The Kala Genesis is here. All these people, we have never did anything out of line. There's nothing that we talk about that people say, you know something, we could accommodate yet. We got a continent 12 million square miles. We have 200 million people in the diaspora. The Black America are the most advanced group of Black people, Canadians and people from the Caribbean. You know, run governments, know how things are done. And we have to build that global pipeline, the BAL, the Black Africa, the global pipeline. Join our social network. It's a social network, but one day it's going to be a real organization. Those of you on the continent that are interested in us, man, you know, yeah, Africa, yeah, you need to assault people. I don't know. He assaults people, he lies on them. Yeah, that's another thing about Africans, like Mike, whatnot. You can lie and disparage somebody's character. Look what was he doing on Brandon? Hey, can you play some of that video, brother?
Yes.
He said Africa did insult somebody. Tell me what this is. Go ahead, brother. Look at the pictures he put up, Brandon.
Give me a second, brother, and we get the rolling.
Lying ass fools and whatnot. I'm sick and tired of it, you know?
Let me finish playing this part, and I'll show a few pieces here and there.
You see, there's someone got the answer right. Yes, they all look fat. But Brandon is trying. He's exercising. So as you guys know,
so what is
Tariq
that? What is
the
that? He talked
leader
about Brandon's
of
weight. What was that?
FBA.
Guide, brother.
I was saying he made a remark about Brandon's weight. What was that? And he basically called Marcus Garvey fat, you know, and Blexit fat. You know? What was that? Yeah, he insults people. You know? And that's what it is. Africans they don't think that shit stinks. Yeah, when you don't have sewers all the time and you shit in the bush, you don't smell it, but we smell it. When you guys don't freaking have proper sanitation and whatnot where you live at, whatnot, you smell shit all the time, and shit just smells normal to you. That's why this guy, he talks shit. He talks so much shit out of his mouth, he smells like shit. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, absolutely. And then you got this. Look at this clown right here, the Rock. He needs to go put himself up on a rock.
As soon as ADOS came out, Tariq, he pretended to be a part of them. Then, he went his separate way, and he grew bigger because he has, a lot of followers. He had beef with them. He moved on. At one time, when he was a Pan-African, he was tight with Dr. Umar. He eventually had beef with Dr. Umar too, and he conquered him. You got to give it to the man. He's been conquering all of them. So now his next war, it seems like, is about Pan-Africanism. So Pan-African strikes back. Brandon, leader of the AOP, is a new Kenyan tribe, because he's Kenyan, right? So he is about this Pan-Africanism. He talks about, the museum money that Tariq, was able to generate. Look, it's one thing to talk about the man's money, the money he got, it's another thing to go out of your way to try to stalk him in real life, to protest him. And most of the things that Tariq points out in this video, you guys will see when I made my video about, this Pan-Africanism strikes back. It seems like Tariq went and watched my video and repeated the same things. But it's not that hard. If you are an observant person,
hold on, check us out.
To handle this. So, Brandon,
stop right there. Notice what he just said, right? This guy knows Tariq got a huge following. So he's subconsciously trying to join an alliance with Tariq. That's how people are, how dirty they are. He's trying to join an alliance with Tariq, right? To say, look, I know Tariq watched my video and everything. Tariq's not going to give you no shout out, you dumb nigga. You know what I'm saying? Tariq is not going to give you no shout out in a million years. Tariq doesn't do that, unless you basically come at him and do something, whatever like that. He's not going to give you no shout out. So forget about it, African dumbass. He's not going to give you a shout out. Stop sucking Tariq's nuts. So the bottom line is this. He said, "Oh, see, he looked like I do." So why? I'm going to ask you a question, African dumbass. Why is Brandon your problem? Brandon has nothing to do with the Gambia. He's doing his thing with the OAP in Kenya. He has investors. That's what people want to do and everything like that, And so basically, after dumbass don't say anything about asking about Tariq's thing. If you're going to basically talk about Brandon's project in Kenya, why not talk about Tariq's project in the museum? You know, I'm like this. If people are dumb enough to give him their money, when hey, that's them. I'm not sending them my money. I never bought a Hidden Color DVD. It's garbage. You know, somebody is a student of history and everything like that. I know history really well. I'm not gonna freaking give it's a pseudo crap. You know, but Tariq does what he does. Hey, look. There's a whole Black America spends $1.4 trillion a year. You know, that $1 million, $2 million, and they're not going to miss it. Trust me. You know, and we don't need another damn museum. We got all kinds of black museums all over America. We got the Smithsonian. We got black museums all over the freaking place. We don't need another damn museum. So people thought that was what they want to do, build a museum and everything like that. First of all, when you build a museum, you got to have artifacts. You know, a museum alone right there will cost like at least $10 million, right? That's on the low end. And then basically, you got to put artifacts in. Who's going to basically give Tariq an artifact worth putting in there, an exhibit? You got to have an exhibit. You know, so the bottom line, come on, I knew that, but people support Tariq because we, as Black America, right, we missed the ball. We basically didn't know how to articulate what Pan-Africanism is to the mass of the black people. So they turned to Tariq. You know, and I'm here to steer that back. You know, we had success in the BAO and bringing mainstream Black America to this movement. You know, not people sitting in their friggin' basements with nothing. I'm talking about people with jobs, careers, businesses, and education. Those are the type of Black America that needs to be in the Pan-African movement, not Boo Boo the Fool and a bunch of clowns on the fucking YouTube all day. And so all you're doing is giving cannon fire to Tariq and the Afro dumbasses of the world. It's a Pan-African. No, that's not Pan-African. That's why I don't do a YouTube channel myself. Well, now, you know, because I know the type of crowd. Most people in the BAO, you'll never see them on YouTube. They're out there doing work, traveling, doing work, building stuff. They're watching what Brother Bomani's doing. We send people to Brother Bomani. Got people positioned in every country in Africa. Black Americans can't lead. That's a fact. You know, when you make an ad hominem statement like Black Americans can't lead, that's a fact. Well, who are you talking about? What Black Americans are you talking about? Lead what? What can't we lead? We got 40,000 Black millionaires in America. What do you mean can't lead? We had Fortune 500 companies in America. We run city councils across America. What are you talking about? We can't lead. People make these statements. Oh, Black Americans can't lead. All these freaking Negropeans. Ask what the Negropean in the UK is doing. Nothing. They haven't made any progress in the UK. FBA ain't giving its money to Africa nor its talents or gifts. Well, I beg to differ that. That's what we're fighting for, because I'm having a thing like that. If the right Black people are the face of Pan-Africa, they will. If the right movement, if the right reception and the thing that we have on the ground is in place, they will. That's what we're trying to do with the BAO and Bomani's Africa Black Power Network and several other networks we're connected with. But it's not going to be overnight. Africa has to change, right? $100 billion a year net capital outflow goes to India, Lebanon, Europe, and everything else, and Africa's left poor. There are no African shipping lines in the world. Africa ships nothing to the world. We can't get our price for cocoa in Ghana because the Europeans decide what the price is and they decide when to come and get it. Okay, you don't like the price? Well, we'll bring the ship over in October. Well, the cocoa will be spoiled by then. Well, you better take that price we gave you. You see how it works? 60 years of independence, and we haven't developed anything yet. So when we come there, we're not friggin' putting our people down. We just have a different mindset. And a lot of people say, "Well, oh, Black America, you're so opinionated." We see stuff, and we're like, "Hey, look, you know, dude, go. Why don't you Google it yourself? Go Google yourself. Go Google the Fortune 500. There's plenty of Fortune 500 CEOs. People make stupid comments like that. You go Google it yourself. I guess Robert Smith is not Black American. These people always want to take this is the problem with the Pan-African movement. We've never taken our successful people and put them on display. Maybe 115. No, it's more than that. I thought you said there was none. Maybe 1 in 15 years. There's way more than that. Dude, man, St. James, please go someplace else. St. James. He must be from the Bahamas or he must be in the UK. St. James. What kind of fucking name is that? The bottom line is people, like I said, people come here and they basically like this. We're basically saying, so I can explain why you're rubbing some people the wrong way. Well, how am I rubbing people the wrong way? I'm only defending. Here's the whole thing. People are not used to people being Pan-African defending Black America. They just want to sit here and take shots at Black America and wonder why people like Tariq are freaking winning the hearts and minds of Black America. People come here, they use white supremacist talking points when Black people ain't doing that, Black people ain't doing nothing. We generate $1.5 trillion a year. There's 2.5 million Black men in the top 2% in America income. 65% of African American males in the middle class. Let me tell you what that means on a world scale. Less than 1% of the world's population earns more than 1%, owns more than $30,000 a year. Out of 9 billion people on the planet, only 1% of the world's population earn more than $30,000 a year. Here, most Black people in America make more than that. In my city alone, right here, in my neighborhood, I got 5 Black millionaires. I got businesses, everything. I got my office complex, my businesses. All the businesses there are Black African American, not Indians. Oh, excuse me, not Caribbeans, not freaking Africans, Black African Americans. Most of them don't even know this conversation happened. They're like, what? That's what they think about us? I got people in my family, networks and everything, all kinds of business people all over. I go every place and I see nothing but Black people winning. They're not on internet and everything. This is all internet babble. They go to the friggin', the internet and look for friggin', Black American. Those are the losers. The losers aren't around Black people who are successful. They don't know anything. I have success in my family and whatnot, you know? And I have plenty of Black people way more successful than me that I don't even feel comfortable around. All across, particularly here in the eastern United States. Oh, Black people ain't doing this. Black people ain't doing this. Most Black people don't know anything about Africa. So that's why when it comes down to it, Tariq knew that. He knew most Black people don't have no desire to go to the garden. But those of us who do, who see the potential in Africa, right? We lost the debate. We lost the hearts and minds of the masses of Black America. Because they see Africa now as a hostile place, as a hateful place. The people that hate us, that want to judge us, want to whatever like that. That's unfortunate. Because we gave people the permission to disrespect us. And that's why the FBA seem like they have an upper hand right now. No.
Upper hand, for real, for real. All right, brother, let me play some more of some clips from the Afro Dumbass report. Yeah. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Afro Dumbass, yeah. He's reporting on something. Hilarious.
AKA Pan-Africanism strikes back. If you're aware, he's been talking a lot of mess about Tariq. You know, because he said he's Pan-African. He's got his group, the AOP. Now Tariq said he's no longer Pan-African. In fact, he said he doesn't want to mingle with the Tedders. He said this is where their Wakanda is. They are not going to Africa to get Wakanda over there. Do you blame the guy? I mean, I'll be suspicious too. Just like I was telling you guys about the heaven thing last week. You see, you keep, trying to tell me about this thing. You're trying to shame me. to accept it. But you know, like, come on, why you gotta shame me? Let me take a chance. So that's what Tariq is saying. He was able to raise 1 million. You gotta give it to him. His people, the people that watch him, they donated to him. I talked about him making that money, but it's not from a place of, you know, hating on him. I think if you are Pan-African, Pan-African, you should completely leave the ADOS people alone, ADOS and FBA. Because the FBA, the ones that are true about it, they are staying far away from Pan-Africans. But Pan-Africans like Brandon don't want to accept that. Somehow they have these super, feminine, toxic feminine energy where you want to tell people what to do. Oh, because we are all black. No, you moved on to Kenya. You should leave the people that are here in America, the FBA people, let them do their thing.
Hey, Brian,
You can talk about them on the internet, but
what was that again? Now he made a point right there, right? He says what I was talking about. He says, look, Brandon should leave the FBA ADOS people alone, assuming that African Americans are believing FBA ADOS, right? Which is not true. You go out in the street, less than 3% of people know what the FBA ADOS is, right? But in these talking circles, that's toxic, right? Talking these toxic circles right here. It seems like FBA ADOS is widespread. Nobody knows who the hell that is. This guy rocked about FBA. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. I know people all the time who doesn't know anything about Pan-African. There's a lot of people who know nothing about Pan-Africanism who say, yeah, I'm planning my next trip to Tanzania. Matter of fact, I got a person, brother, that want to go to Tanzania. I'm going to tell her and her husband, want to go to Tanzania. I told him about my brother Bomani. It was hard to get all these people together. I'm going to put it together, though. The bottom line is this. You got people out there who are not even, most black people who go to the African continent are not Pan-Africanists. They just want to go to their motherland, the mother continent and everything like that, They're not on the FBA, ADOS, or the Pan-Africans. Now, what Afro Dumbass just did was he just basically gave Black America, the whole entire Black, 45, 46 million of us, over to ADOS FBA. That's a lie, and basically took Pan-African out of Black America. That's not the case. Now, what is true is that the majority of Black people in America, right, Black America, right, if someone says, something, Black people in America don't belong in Africa and everything, they'll say, okay, fine. We got no ties to Africa or whatever like that. Like, okay, well, it was nice thinking about it, but okay, if you don't want me there, I don't want to go. But then the Pan-Africanists basically have to sell this as, look, we understand you're American. We understand this is your country. You fought for it, you bled for it, and I support, and I say this all the time, I support your right to be an American. I support your right to live in America peacefully. And I support your right to whatever you want to get out of America, live in a nice neighborhood you want to, whatever. You don't have to do all this stuff like this. I can support to whatever you want to do in America. You have that right. You have my full backing. But do you support some of us who think that our ancestries, something is basically missing, a missing piece of the puzzle, like the Jews? We need a homeland. You got Jews that never went to Israel, but they support the state of Israel. You got Chinese who never been to China, but they support China. They support Hong Kong. They support China. We're the only group of people. I know I grew up with Italians, right? They used to tell me, yeah, we're going to Italy for the summer. They said, where are you going for summer? Yeah, oh, you're going down to North Carolina. I said, yeah, I'm going north. That's where my family's from. But I knew North Carolina wasn't where my family's from. That's what created a longing for me to have a homeland, to have a connection. And so therefore, that is just justice. Black people in America have to have why is this such a big deal? It seems like when there's Black people in America, everybody want to tell them, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Black people in America that want to go to Africa and build in Africa. That's been going on. My Uncle Ronnie lived in Ghana for decades, when I was a kid. He lived in Ghana. He married a Ghanaian woman, and he lived in Ghana for decades. But nowadays, he sounds like an ADOS FBA type of person. I don't know what's happened with that, but he sounds like an ADOS FBA person now, man. But, he's all about Black America now. But he lived in Ghana for years. So, but what I'm saying is, we've always had that love-hate relationship with our allies. It's always fascinating for Black America to connect. We built the Republic of Liberia. You know, and you got a lot of Liberians who assimilate into Black American culture, and Black Americans who understand about Sierra Leone, Liberia, and these other places and everything, and they making connections and marrying. My wife is Liberian, and we got people on the continent that go into the continent, marrying, dating, and investing and everything like that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's all part of Pan-Africanism. You know, Pan-Africanism. Why? Because we're unifying Black people on all types of levels. Sometimes it could be sports. I'm looking for people to they just have to open up starting a basketball league in Africa. I hope that we hope to get some ex-NBA players to go over there and help us with the youth over there and building basketball league. Couldn't that be something positive? You know, commercialize sports and everything in Africa. Man, find the next African superstar. All that's part of a Pan-African, just a connection. Floyd Mayweather just recently went to Nigeria after years saying, I ain't doing nothing in Africa. He changed his mind. Now he's over in Nigeria setting up boxing gyms. It's all about love. It's all about basically doing the right thing. You know, it has nothing to do with, oh, this grandiose thing. I want to say it's nothing all that serious. It's serious, but it's not that serious. So when people, now, if you say the FBA movement is about trying to stop Pan-Africanism, this is where Afro Dumbass makes a mistake. You know, it's never going to stop Africa. What the FBA, the legitimate side of FBA is holding on to your identity in America. I agree with that. I don't like people being dismissive of Black people in America. You know, we get dismissed by white people all the time. So why would somebody call themselves Pan-African? Oh, we ain't doing shit in America. Blah, 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 blah. No. You don't do that. If you do that, you fall. Your movement falls into the hands of people like Tariq. They'll be like, "Yo, you see what he said about us, man?" You know, and bro's like, "Yeah, man. You know, I got a job, man. Just got promoted, man. I got my own thing. Like, I'm doing really well. You know, I'm like this. Am I doing something wrong?" You got people sending their kids to college and whatnot for the first time in generations and whatnot. Kids graduating from college and whatnot, going out there getting these high-paying jobs and everything. Is there something wrong with that? No. If I'm all about Black people achieving a success, Pan-Africanism and what we're doing in Africa is all about what we call Black excellence and Black achievement. So the same achievement that we conquered in America, we want to bring to Africa. If we could build and add value to Africa, that's what we want to do. That's what Pan-African is. It ain't just going over there on vacation and talking a bunch of nonsense on YouTube. Is that we can add value, we add value. If we not, just go over there and shut up. But if you want to connect with the continent, go around, feel the people. I'll tell you another thing too. Right? If you go over to the continent and the average person tell me they spend like $7,000, that's $7,000 you're putting into the local economy. You know, you're contributing to Africa. That'd be your little part, man. I went to Ghana, man. I maxed out. I had a good time, man. I spent $10,000. That's $10,000 well spent. Put $10,000 in the economy. You get 10,000 people, yeah, you're making a difference. Some kid's gonna go have school fees paid. Some kids like this, he's gonna have this. Black America spends $85 billion a year on travel. Less than 0.5% of that goes to the African continent. Most people go to Colombia, Belize, Europe, Japan, all these countries. Black people travel the world now. We're going on cruise ships. We're the biggest people that go on cruise ships, book hotels, conventions, family gatherings, and everything like that. Black America spends billions of dollars a year on entertainment and travel. That's what we mostly are known for. White people have known that. We had the Green Book. We were making people rich at one time. And then they come up with integration. Oh, you don't need the Green Book no more. Why? Because we were making Black people, Black beachfront properties, Black hotels and bed and breakfasts and gas stations rich during segregation. Now we're saying, okay, if we could basically give the white people $1.4 trillion of our money, why can't we give some of that money to our African homeland? Why can't we discover our roots? But people like Afro Dumbass make it seem like somebody like Tariq is going to stop this. This is inevitable. So
Yeah, and what you talk about, brother? That's what we do. Africa for the Africans, straight Black Power network of business.
yeah, and like I said, the people that's doing this stuff and everything, the hard work and everything, we don't need all this distraction from these idiots online and whatnot. Pan-Africanism is dead. Says who? After what I just said and what Bomani saying and everything like that, when you see Bomani, does it seem dead to you? No. Do you know that majority of people who are making moves, the Pan aren't even on freaking YouTube? Where you going by? YouTube? You going by a couple of roast sessions for Tariq Nasheed? Pan-Africanism dead? Are you crazy?
Let me play one more of this clip, and then I'll add these folks in, and you can. I'm sure they're ready to.
Yeah. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun.
Sweet, perfect.
Protesting them, now that's taking it a little bit too far. So Tariq, he's had it. He's had it. He finally responded to Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. And I would analyze that video here for you today. But before we get into that, I want to play the reparation song, which, in protest that recognizes a terror. Anyone that calls you a terror, they must be one. So here we go.
So, we got to set the record straight on a lot of stuff.
And I want you guys to listen to this, right? Tell me if this is if Tariq finally killed Pan-Africanism at least in America. Because, if the Black people in America stop talking about Pan-Africanism, it's going to die. If all of them start talking about FBA and ADOS, Dusty Pan-Africanism is out the door if this FBA thing picks up steam. A lot of things I say, some people try to say, oh, Afrikaans, you don't know what you're talking about. But slowly you see. I told you guys, Tariq was going to slowly conquer all these people, all these Pan-Africans. Remember when he got those millions from the donations? Prior to that, he had a little beef with Dr. Umar. He made those, remember the puppets, used to call him Umoist and all that. So Umar congratulated Tariq on the internet for the money, right? But within a week, Tariq was roasting him because the way Omar was talking, he sounded bitter. And let's be frank, Tariq, he has been laying low, right? Omar and others, they've been begging for donations for years, but none of them have hit the number that Tariq did. So, can you really get mad at him? His audience, his people gave him that money. Just like my audience here, if you guys donate to me, why would anybody be upset at that? But Pan-Africanism Strikes Back believe that this money should have been taken to Africa or given to the Black people instead of just Tariq by himself. Here we go.
But a lot of these folks who got a vested interest in pushing Pan-Africanism on us, a lot of them are crying foul right now because we are looking at our lineage and we're getting codified based on our lineage. So that's why whenever we get on code, and you see a lot of these people, many of them are ops, some of them are agents, some of them are just jealous tethers. Now, y'all remember, if y'all seen footage, and I'm not going to give too much shine to this one fat fuckboy, but there's this one bitch nigga who's been doing some homoerotic videos about me for damn near a year. This big fat bitch nigga has a page, this Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, a big fat tittified nigga. Look.
So, Tariq is talking about, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. Some of you have seen him on some of the African channels. He comes up there, lecturing to the Africans, telling them how it's done, how literally how they are going to come over and colonize Africa. So, you Africans, I want you to pay attention closely. Listen to the leader of FBA, how he is, going to let this Pan-Africanism Strikes Back receive it. Because I've seen him on some of the African channels. He's literally there punking you guys. And you guys don't say anything. You just let any dusty come there, as long as they say they're Pan-Africans, they can just yell at you. Literally, he goes there, he yells at them like they're his kids. It's literally funny. But maybe you guys can take some lessons from Tariq. That's why I'm helping you out here. And maybe Pan-Africanism strikes back, also can learn some.
Yeah, see, what he did was he lied, He said Tariq is destroying these Pan-Africans, and he's talked about all the money he's raised and all stuff like this. And I've never really had a problem with Tariq raising money. If this idiot could raise $2 million, man, geez, what happened when Kala really gets out there and says, but I don't want money from people. He says, I want to raise money from people. I'm so glad to be in a position, brother, and you and I too. We don't have to take super chats and donations from anybody. Isn't that a great position to be in? We don't have to take nobody's freaking money. I can say what the hell I want to say. Tariq goes where the wind is blowing. He goes where the money's going. 1 minute he's an Aboriginal, indigenous thing. He sits outside literally when he sips his coffee in the morning. He sticks his finger out the window, right, and say which way the wind is blowing today. Wherever the money's coming in for today, this guy has no freaking soul. So how are you going to talk about he's going to destroy something where basically he has no freaking soul? He goes where the wind is blowing. He saw this ADOS FBA was popping. ADOS FBA came about as a reaction to the do-for-self Pan-African, the success of the Pan-African movement, and Yvette Carnell getting on there, and she was saying, she tried to get an audience, right? And everybody's saying, something, we're building with Africa, we're going to Africa. And she heard about the BAIO and all of us building it overseas. And basically she said, no, we don't need a nation of our own. We don't need a nationhood. I'm not African, I'm an American. And then some people are like, yeah, you're on rep. We're American. And also they'll say, okay, what about building black businesses? And at the time, we were talking about building trade between Black America and Africa. No, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything. And then we say, well, Black America spends frivolously $1.2 trillion a year. Black people ain't got no money. Blah, blah, blah. When the Black Panther came out, she was like, well, look, you're going to spend $25 on a movie ticket and popcorn and everything. That's a lot of money. And we're saying, Yvette, what are you talking about? I know you look like a friggin' a crackhead eating ramen noodles every night and whatnot, but there's this whole movement. This is a problem, right? There's people who don't know how to engage Black people without struggle and trauma. And the Pan-African movement that I started, right, was never about that. It was about, okay, we're all professional Black people and everything. We're Black and we're Generation Xers and everything like that. We have a sense of identity outside of the civil rights struggle movement. I'm going to say this again. I want people to realize this, right? The problem is too many Black movements are based on trauma and struggle to the point where Black people who are middle class, got money and everything like that, vote for Democrats, right, who don't give them shit. We got more Democrats because Republicans cut food stamps. Nigga, are you on food stamps? No. Are you on Section 8? No. Then what the hell you care?
I
never had Black America vote for their financial interests, right? We're all stuck in the poverty. So you got Black people driving, having Rolexes and money up their ass or whatever. About, yeah, man, where's the struggle? We're struggle. We made the struggle our identity. And then when African immigrants come over here, right, they basically like, okay, you guys are still in that struggle thing, but they get, and that's where the FBA came out, because African immigrants come over here, they get the bag, and they move on with their life. And we are like, well, how come we're not out here struggling and protest? I don't need to. I got what I want. I came from a third world shithole country, right? We didn't have toilet paper. We're using leaves to wipe our ass with. And we come to America, we got all this infrastructure and everything like that. I'm good. And that's where the anti thing, because that makes Black people look stupid. I mean, tell me, you've been here all these years and you're still complaining? No, so what I'm saying is the Black movement has to evolve from struggling and economics and everything to building, to nation building. That's what this is all about. This ain't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is about nation building, you know, building in Afrikstan, building territory throughout the world and our own infrastructure throughout the world. This is what this is about. Taking it to the next level, unifying based on race. You know, now people, how do we was doing this? We have Caribbeans, Nigerians, and everybody, basically slave descendants, non-slave descendants, working together, doing business together, traveling to Nigeria, traveling to Ghana, importing, exporting, going to South Africa. Then that all stopped when the movie Black Panther came out, when this ADOS FBA movement came on. People, all the, remember Buy Black app, remember all the Buy Black apps that was out? Buy Black, support Black business. Jay-Z and Diddy came out on. All that stopped where we got to stop everything for a reparations check, navigate freely, please. I know you're on your little hole in Ghana somewhere and whatnot, with your off the grid living, shitting in a hole somewhere, man. Shut up, Anyway, the bottom line is this, and that's another thing. Black people who do go to the continent, don't sit here and insult Black people who are in America, because you're going to lose that argument. I have my boy Wesley. He probably knows Wesley, Wesley, in Ghana. That brother is full-blown ADOS. He's full-blown ADOS FBA. How you basically going to be ADOS FBA living in Ghana? He sold this thing. He was like, Wesley, did you ever meet Wesley? That older dude, Wesley Bomani?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He was part of Fiancra.
That was so long time ago.
He had dreads. He had the dreads in his hair. Look weird brother that wet dreads in his hair at the time. But man, I tried to give him some warning. Man, he went over there, couldn't get the land he wanted, whatever. Like now he's he's bitter because he's trapped there. He's in Ghana right now, like that. But you don't basically you don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. You're over in the African continent.
Absolutely.
Stay humble because you never know. You never know we gotta get on that plane ticket and come back and look stupid, And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build sustainable communities on the continent where you don't have to do that. You can get your "I'm in Africa" on, I'm in Africa, na 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 na. You don't never say na 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 until you absolutely got your shit together, because you're gonna look like a fool. I'm from New York, man. Back in the days, the dude.
All right, so let me hold. And Kala, you are frozen.
Kala just talking himself to a freeze.
All right, so while Kala is frozen, which one of you brothers want to make your comments towards?
Yeah, I'll let him go first, man. I'll let him.
But I wanted to speak to Kala. Okay, fine. Let me just say it like this: the Afrodamus video, right? Afrodamus and Brandon had a relationship offline. People don't know that, so I think like Afrodamus is making these videos because I don't know, maybe there was a breakdown in the relationship. I'm not excusing the video, but I'm just saying, like, he's just doing it for like views, I guess. I don't think that he hates Brandon. Like, again, they had a offline relationship. They were cool before and something went wrong. So that's why he made that video. I can't hear you.
What we did was we played some of that video, and this is in reference to this topic here: Pan-Africanism will never die, because we have people like himself and other people are pushing the destruction of us, organizing ourselves on a global level where, we're a union and we're strong.
So how do you think Afrodamus is actually pushed for the destruction of like what you guys are doing? How do you think it's doing that? I mean,
all right, first of all, slow down. I played the video, and let me repeat myself to you. When he's pushing for the destruction of our movement, and he's making fun about it like it's a joke, and talking about our ancestors, Marcus Garvey, and so on. And I don't even have to even say into more, So I don't take it personal. I'm just defending what we do and I'm also explaining to people that we're going to build what we need to build, regardless of whoever want to do their own individual movements, staying in America or staying in Africa, who are isolating themselves. We're looking for the best people in the world where we can connect with Black people, and that's the way we operate. No white people, no this, no that. We need to.
Yeah, I'm a Pan-Africanist as well, but maybe not in the same manner as some people, you know.
Yeah, we all have different versions of people who call themselves Pan-Africanism. We have people who say they're Pan-Africanists and they love white people.
No, everybody's. Say it again. With white people, say it again.
We have people who claim that they're Pan-Africanists and they love white people. You know, which makes no sense.
So, but the thing is,
so
that's what I said. You remember, I just mentioned. I said, depend on the definition. I don't understand how Pan-Africanism
deals with the unification of
means to be a racist Black person. You know, I don't get it. Like,
no, it has nothing to do with racism. That's why you will never understand what we talk about sometimes, and it's unfortunate.
That's what I'm saying. Like the definition to me, pan something when white people don't. It doesn't necessarily mean you are hateful of someone else or things like that.
Listen, first of all, you're the one that used the word hateful. I'm not hateful of nobody. But
when you say the word like loving, like liking other people, other race of people.
Further slow down. What we do is we focus on putting our own resources together and looking out for ourselves, because that's what we're left to in the world.
Yeah, we can do competition. Yeah, I get it. We compete with white people.
Right? Brother, slow down. Let me. I'm gonna educate you, because I'm tired of people running their mouth about us saying things about white people. One thing about me, I don't run my mouth off about this people, this race. What I talk about is organizing my brothers and sisters together so we can progress together. We're not focusing on trying to love everybody else and all that stuff. Doesn't mean that we hate anyone. And I noticed every time you have your conversation with Kala the last time, you kept on talking about, and we don't push those things.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Bomani.
You don't have to ask me that. Let me finish. When we're talking about building a group economics operation where we can make sure that our children and our community have opportunities, and when we travel and do business in Africa, we make sure that we go to Black-owned hotels and we support Black-owned business, and we push those narratives. That's
good. I believe that's true.
Africans. Now we don't push. Now, if we may make certain comments about people into the interracial relationship, but we don't waste our time worrying about what other people do and things like that. We don't worry about wasting our time trying to love everybody else and things like that. So that's all we focus on. So you like to add in extra things that does not belong in the equation.
Bomani, but to be fair, man, come on, you have to be fair. Well, you're the one that brought up white people.
We have to be fair about what? What we need to be fair.
You have to be fair because when I say I'm a Pan-Africanist as well, but then you say, oh wow, okay, but some people are Pan-African, but then they love white people. I mean, why can't so you sound like you're the one really worried about white people then, because I can say I'm Pan-Africanist and you say you're Pan-Africanist and we want to work together to push to do something for ourselves. It doesn't mean
Pan-Africanists, but they focus on loving their enemies. So I put that in the equation because that becomes a destructive behavior.
Who are the enemy?
When you claim to be something else, I'm not going to answer you little back and forth questions. I just explained to you.
Okay. Let me get with Kala now. Bomani, Bomani, I agree with you, man. I'm with you, man. I don't even have issue because I actually agree with you, Bomani, because you don't actually come online to be doing all these.
We're here to push a narrative to where people claim to be many things and what they do. Example. I have people who claim to be Pan-Africans, and when they do Africa tours and go to Africa, all they do is spend their money with white hotels, Lebanese restaurant, Chinese restaurant, and things like that. Now,
but maybe their definition is different. That's why the definition of Pan-Africanism is different.
This is hardcore Pan-Africanism. This is not no weak, sissified Pan-Africanism. This is not no.
That's the real thing.
But we have to first define what Pan-Africanism is. That's first. Before we.
That fool called himself a Pan-African. So it's like a bunch of little. That's what we're saying to people. All this little weak stuff, we're not done with it. So our definitions are strong. Our definitions is a definition to where we're putting our resources together and we're holding it tight. We're not every minute offsetting and spending all of our money claiming to be Pan-Africanists, and all we do is just engage with other things. That is what I'm saying, because I'm trying to make a division between what the real people are doing and other people claim they're doing. But Brother Kala, you can.
Yeah, Check this out. I don't know how my internet went out on me when I
You're all good.
I'm on my cell phone now. You know, I don't know what happened. I was on a roll and my internet went out, man. Yeah, Mike did that. You know. Anyway, you know, the bottom it just went out, man. I was like, damn. Well, I actually when I was in Liberia, that was the best internet I ever had in my life, man. It was the strongest shit I ever had. Liberia got strong internet. You never have no problem. I never had no problem with the internet, the Wi-Fi over there. You know, I was like, damn. Anyway, the problem is that people on YouTube, right? You got a lot of Pan-African enthusiasts. Then you got real Pan-African like Bomani, and you got Pan-African enthusiasts.
And you got Pan-Africanism like Mike, right?
Yeah. And the bottom line is what we understand is this, right? This idea of Pan-African is just a means to an end. Our end game is nationhood and freedom. 500 years. Hold up. Listen, Mike. 500 years. Another race has been saying everything we could do. They say jump, we say jump. I don't look. Bottom line is maybe because I grew up in America, right?
It may have to do with power, you know.
Mike, let me finish.
Yeah.
So you can answer. Yo, when I grew up, right? I was PS 86 Jamaica Queens, right? I was top student in my 3rd grade class. 2nd grade class, Miss Wendland, white lady, man, took me to our house. Or took her best students to her house or whatnot. I was always brilliant, 3rd grade and everything, right? Straight A's, everything like that. Miss Draggy, she'll tell you, sit your ass down. That was a tough white lady. Anyway, 4th grade, I moved upstate New York, right? Never had problems in school. I went to upstate New York, right? Predominantly white school, right? White school. The only other black kid in the class was this kid that couldn't speak English. I don't know if he was African. I don't know if he was Haitian. I think it was Haitian. This guy, Jerry. And I learned about how foreign black people, you know, back then, because white kids would try to get him to beat me up and whatnot. He's always chased me around the playground trying to beat me up because he was big. You know, he couldn't speak English. So, yeah, they was always making 2 black kids fight, you know. Anyway, when I moved upstate New York, right, I still excelled, right? All white people. I realized that I'm black, and the bottom line is when I was in 3rd grade, I was the most patriotic kid in the world, right? Patriotic kid in the world. If kids got up and did not raise for the American flag real quick and whatnot, I would say you didn't get up fast enough for the national anthem. That changed when I moved upstate to a white school. When I got called nigger. When I got abused by white students and everything like that, you know, and dismissed by white teachers. And then when I was talking about America, I was told I wasn't American. That I should go back to Africa. That I'm not an American. That I'm a dirty African. So therefore, by the time I was 14 years old, I was anti-American. America is my enemy. America reveals so. I love this country. It gave me everything. Gave me a nice house, everything. But the white peoples here said, you can't be American like I am. You're always going to be a nigger to me. No matter what you did, I did everything right. I went to the schools. I played Little League. I did everything right. Had good parents. Had good Christian parents. But they would not accept.
That's why you hate all white people.
No, nobody said hate all white people.
So that's what I mean. What Mike does. What do you mean?
First of all, I got white friends. I got white friends.
Okay, cool.
But the bottom line is, I understand that my place in this world. You see, what you want to do is dismiss everything.
Kala, you talked last time you spoke. You said you would never have nothing to do with white people. You would never.
I said I don't want to sleep with white women. I said I don't want to sleep with white women. You asked me about white women. I said I that doesn't do anything for me.
You say more than that, Kala.
I said, look, the bottom. Hold on. With this movement right here, this is nothing to do with white. Now, let me give you an example. In my agency, I got white people working with me. My partners are white.
All right. Also, we have somebody else that was also on. Mike, you and the next person. Go ahead and share what you have to share based on the topic, and then Mike, go ahead after that, so we can make sure that we hear both of you clearly.
Okay, thanks. So I guess in this stream, I'm just confused then. What is Pan-Africanism? Because I guess you just covered it, that if someone cares about Africa or advertises Africa, they're not necessarily Pan-African. So what would be a Pan-African? I'm so confused.
I'll tell you.
All right, perfect.
Okay, Pan-Africanism is just a means to an end. when we say Pan-Africanism, right, we're saying that, okay, what I define as Pan-African. I don't know what everybody else. When you say Pan-African, you hear from the horse's mouth. This is what Kala defines. Pan-Africanism means taking the best, the cream of the crop of Black America, the cream of the crop of Africa, right, and building a future together. And I don't really define Pan-Africanism as a grassroots movement. I mean, we want the best of the best. If you can't see the fact that Nigeria, Ghana need to be working together on a high level, which they don't. The best brains in South Africa and Nigeria.
How do you know they don't?
Because they're not. Because I look at the situation. There's nothing going on. You will see the result.
There's nothing going on.
You see the
what's ECOWAS all about?
Poverty in South Africa. You see all the riots in South Africa. They're killing migrant workers in South Africa. No, it's not working. I'm not gonna sit here and play games with you like it is. I see
because Africa has issues.
So don't get on my panel and sit here and lie.
Well, Kala, see, your definition doesn't even correlate with the things you say, you know.
Well, the bottom
because you just defined Pan-Africanism as you took my definition and I gave you last time.
Mike, would you shut up for a second? I have an organization, BAL. I have members in Africa. I have more African members than I do African American members, all over the continent working together in my social network.
You come to shove Pan-Africanism down every Black person's throat that you must be Pan-Africanist. You must be Pan-African.
Hold on.
You never. No, Kala, I've been following for years. I've never. Can I say something? You talk.
Let's understand something.
I don't get chance to even say anything.
Hold up. That's Bomani never said that. He ain't asking for.
I didn't say Bomani. I said you.
I never said that.
Now listen, and okay, and if you truly believe in the definition you just gave just now, then there's no reason why you be going after Afridamus. You just leave him alone.
Afridamus is a moron because basically
what you don't like about him is the fact that he doesn't. He's not on board with Pan-Africanism. That's your problem with him.
Who are Pan-African because he wants to see. He don't care about parents. He just wants to see.
Well, Kala, can I at least talk, man? I don't even get a chance to say nothing. It's like you don't do all the talking. I mean, come on.
Okay,
at least get my own. You know.
So go ahead and talk. But
yeah. So over the years, and that's the issue people have with you is you just come and anyone that's not on board with Pan-Africanism, you got problem with them. You just go almost everybody, and that's the issue. Why?
Give me a name.
And listen. I just give one example. Afridamus is one example. Your primary issue, and anybody, even AM can attest. Like when you talk, like you guys go, you literally talk down on anyone that's not on board with the Pan-Africanism.
Check this out.
Now let me. Well, you say you allow me to talk, man. I don't even.
Meezy, who you hate, is a Pan-African. Is he a Pan-Africanist?
Well, you say you let me talk, but I don't even get across.
No, he's not. So you know you're lying.
Damn.
I don't.
Okay, let me lie, and then when I'm done lying, then you. Okay, but anyway, let me say this. See, Afridamus, right? I can share his frustration. Like when he talks, the reason why I follow him, I tend to relate to things he says is I can share his frustration. It's almost like they look at a lot of you guys that are doing Pan-Africanism, right? It's just like you guys are creating chaos, unnecessary chaos. Like I just give you my definition of Pan-Africanism. Okay. Wait. Let me.
Create chaos.
Okay. There are millions of Pan-Africanists in the Caribbean. There are millions of Pan-Africanists in African continents. When they want to do their Pan-Africanism, they look for like-minded people that are also Pan-Africanists in their own same definition, within the same definition, and they do whatever they want to do with them.
Okay.
What you guys are doing on the internet is
let me ask
you're using this. Wait.
Mike,
can I get across, man? Oh my God,
earlier,
you can't talk when you do the
Mike, I said earlier that most people who are on the Pan-African.
But here's the deal: when you guys come shoving your, and I think maybe it's just the culture in America. Like we have to turn everything to movements, and we have to start pushing that movement. Then hey, you must join on board. If you're not on board in that movement, we're enemies now. We're at war, and that's why there's always drama. If you look at the internet, if you look at the ethnic group. I can say massively in attack against a bunch of other ethnic groups, it's Black Americans, man. It's a culture there. When somebody doesn't align with you, you have to go to war with the person. You guys are always at war with each other. You guys are at war with the Caribbeans, at war with the Africans, at war with. I mean, come on.
Now,
and over what? This is the way they think. They don't think like me. They don't believe what I believe. They don't, and that's why I told you I like Bomani because Bomani believe in what he does, and he just does it. And we look at it and we say, okay, this
Yeah,
guy
because you
does,
can't criticize
and that's his
somebody for doing
Jamaican
real
spirit.
things.
That's how
Somebody
Jamaicans
No,
do things. That's how.
well, all
He's
right.
not
So
Bomani. Before Bomani went to Ghana, he didn't say, "Hey, you must come be a Pan-Africanist, or I'll make videos and be talking shit, talking against you and things like that." The man saw
But neither
Ghana.
do I.
He saw Pan-Africanism. He said, "Oh, you know what? I want to be my people." Just like he told me, I want to do black business, do this and do that, and he's doing it without going to war with
African
anybody else,
let African Millions respond, bro.
yeah,
without
so
attacking anybody.
Mike, can I say something? Thanks. So I wanted to say, like, the people that you're talking about online, like the ADOS FBA, who cares about them? Like Tariq Nasheed, who cares about those people? They're not going to Africa. They don't even need to be talked about, right? The Afrodamus thing, Afrodamus is just trying to get views. I know maybe you have a cool relationship with him, but I don't, so I don't care. Afrodamus should not be taken seriously because why is he, you know, why is he talking about Brandon when, again, what is Afrodamus doing for Gambia? Absolutely, Afrodamus doesn't even care about black people. So I don't even care what anything that Afrodamus has to say. What I agree with you, Mike, is that I think Kala sometimes does come out and he like, because when Kala speaks about Liberia, he tends to like be more on I guess the Americo-Liberian side, and that actually does tick a lot of Liberians off because it's
I
like,
know that, but like I said, let me say something,
no,
African Millions,
but
right?
it's like, okay, this is the annoying part about some Africans that they have with, not, it's not even Pan-Africans, but it's just Black Americans that speak on Africa sometimes, is that they'll just speak on things and it's like, you didn't experience the wars, like you didn't experience the famine. You're going there when the country is already good, and then it's like you're criticizing so much about what everyone's doing. Like it's kind of annoying.
I
So I
got
think that's
African Millions.
the,
Like I said, I agree with that 100%, right?
yeah.
Like you never hear me say like this.
You
I
talk with
understand.
supremacy, Kala. That's what people are with you.
Hold on. Like I said, I know sometimes I could come across like that, right? Oh yeah, this and thing, right? But but when we have guys like Amara the other night, right? And I'm clearly telling him that Sierra Leone right now is going through a famine, and Freetown they got no food and everything. He's bragging about his kingdom and my kingdom and all stuff like that. I said, look. He said, well, they're importing stuff and everything. There's 4 million people. I said, well, if you got 4
Well,
million
if
people in
David's
Freetown,
bragging by his
hold on,
kingdom, let him be. Let him be.
hold
Why do you have to
on,
go to war with him over that?
All I said, like, look. You understand something? What my job is, Mike. But I'm the Kala Genesis, chief host of the Voice of the Kala Nation radio show. I'm a geopolitical pundit and a culture critic, right? If you know me for a long time,
And that's what I
I
say. You guys are
criticize.
creating
You know who my
chaos.
most. Hey, look, I put my foot up Negro's ass more than Ethel Foster in the chat, right?
Why do you have to do
Nigga, I
that,
think
though?
22 years old. I put my foot up Negro's ass more than I do Africans. I'm like this. My foot goes up many asses when I don't care
Like
if
I
it's
said,
black,
that's
white,
the
everything like
bad
that.
side of your
So,
culture.
but
That's
what
why
I'm
you guys
saying,
not problem with
hold on,
everybody.
look. If I say something about Africa, and like I'm the hardest critic on Black America, right? I'm the hardest critic, on Black America. I just said just a minute ago how Black America have this addiction to, and you're right about that, struggle. I said how African immigrants come over here, get the bag, they don't say nothing. Like, I don't care. I'm not facing racism, so I don't care. I'm cool with white people. I get that. Black America focused too much on racism, white people, and everything like that. We're not doing that. Our Pan-African movement is not an anti-white movement. It's not an anti-American movement. It's saying that this is a piece of the puzzle that's missing in our culture and our history. It's geopolitics. We have to be a global people. The ties and everything like that we lost, we got to
Why do
start
we
building
all
new
have
ones.
to be?
You know? And so the bottom line, so you guys take it the wrong way. Then when people go to Africa and they say something about, this, Africans take it, oh, you should be saying this. But when Africans come here, they're free to criticize our misfortunes in our hoods and everything. But we go to
All
Africa,
Africans come here and do
how was
that, right?
everything in Africa? Well, the power kept going
Okay,
out and
yeah,
everything like that.
that's true. I'm not gonna lie, that is true.
All
Some
That's true.
Africans are
When
sensitive
you go to
about that.
Africa,
they
you're
come
supposed to
to
say,
Kala
"Oh,
Genesis.
everything
So
was
no,
great
hey,
and
and you
everything
telling
like
me
that."
Africans come
And there
here,
was
they call
some
Kala
Negro in
Genesis and
Israel
start
saying,
criticizing them.
"Nah, man, the power was out half the time we was there, man." But and
No,
then
no,
I go,
no.
"Oh, you're
Like,
trying to."
let's say for African American, oh, I even hate this term, but a Black American, Yeah,
African
African
Americans.
American.
African.
Yeah.
Yo, it's African
Okay,
Americans.
thanks.
Hold on,
African
hold on. Let me ask you a
American.
question. Let me ask you a question before we go on.
Kala,
Why?
let her
Why
talk,
you have
man.
a
I
problem
mean,
with that term,
you're the
African
only one doing
American?
all the talking. Come on, man.
We've been called. African American means the people, the ethnic group, the people that's been here for 400 years, the African people that's been here for 400 years. That's our identity. We're not black Americans painted black. Don't. When you
But
say
that's on
black
you.
American,
But it
that's
doesn't
different.
mean everybody else get the same, you know.
Now, you're Mike. You're a Nigerian American. You're not African. You're Nigerian. You're not even American. You're Nigerian.
You know I'm a U.S.
Uh-oh.
citizen, right? Kala, you know I'm a U.S.
That's what
citizen, right?
African Americans are. Unique people. You're African. With
Kala,
Africans in
Kala,
America. You're American.
I'm an
You're
American
not an
citizen,
American,
right?
Mike. You're a
Did
Nigerian.
you pay for
Kala, can you define what an American is?
Oh Lord, you don't know what an American is, dude.
A
You're not an
citizen of
American,
America is
bro.
an
You're a
American.
Nigerian.
I'm a Nigerian and I'm also an
Do you have
American.
ancestors that
did,
fought in this
did you buy your
before this
citizenship on the
country?
black market?
Yeah, American citizenship.
Did you
No,
buy
you can't get American citizenship on the black market. The U.S. government issue you the American system, the Constitution, decide who's a citizen, and when
No,
they decide
You are
I
who
heard
the
U.S.
about
citizen
citizen. You're
is,
not an American.
they would declare you as a citizen,
You're a
I'm not
and you
trying
citizen.
to
get
You're
be
a
not an
U.S.
American.
passport. You are a citizen. You are called a
I'm not
citizen.
trying to be funny. I heard a group of Nigerians had a thing going where they're helping get you like citizenship by just doing some tricky stuff in the system. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
I don't know anyone that can beat the U.S. system and become a citizen. You have to go through a process. It's
So
either you're born here, when you're born here, you're an automatic citizen, or you go through naturalization. Half of my siblings were born here. Like two of my siblings were born in America. They're citizens.
Yeah,
So I,
they're still not
I was
technically
naturalized.
Americans. They're U.S.
Actually, I
citizens.
became a
They're not
citizen
Americans.
before I even came here because my dad was already
Yeah,
became a
Mike.
citizen,
So are you African
and then
American?
No, he's not African
well,
American.
Mike,
No,
I'm an American. I'm a Nigerian.
proud American. Welcome to
I'm
America.
African.
no,
I'm a citizen of the United States.
Oh
Just
God.
Kala,
African
I'm an
American
equal
Nigerian.
citizen as you, so I don't care how you feel about it. It's a fact. I'm equal under the law as you, so you can sit here and call me whatever you want. I know myself as an American. I'm an American, and I'm also a Nigerian.
Yo,
I'm a
hold on,
Nigerian
Mike.
citizen.
Mike, do you
I'm
think?
an American
Hold on, Mike.
citizen.
Hold on, Mike. If you can hold AM, you have anything else to share, and then let me had this other person, but I want to give you a chance to speak because everybody else has been
Yeah, I
talking.
interrupted you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say that you are right about that. Like, let's say an African American who's Pan African, whatever, goes to a certain African country, and we've seen this before. Like, they've uploaded a video about, oh, the power's going off, blah 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 blah. Then there's gonna be. I think a lot of Africans are sensitive about like outside criticism. Africans aren't really used to that, but then yeah, Africans aren't used to that. So I will admit that's true. The whole African American and African thing, I don't really. I just think that Africans should not call themselves African Americans for obvious reasons. Um, but when we're talking about Pan Africanism, if anyone has the answer, I just have a question. Um, how come it seems that Pan Africans are not like concerned about helping the Congo when it's like we're all literally contributing to Congo's downfall because
Well,
all
I
of
can answer
us
that real
own
quick.
cell phones, all of us own laptops, so like no one's really talking about Congo.
Okay, I talk about Congo. Here's the problem with Congo, right? It's far. It's far. And Angola, most African Americans come from the Congo, the mouth of the Congo River, in Angola. That's where most African Americans that came here to the Carolinas and Georgia and Florida came from the Congo. And then later on, they came from West Africa, Nigeria, the Brighter Band. The oldest African American, my ancestors, the oldest African Americans that came here in the 1600s came from the Congo. That's my lineage trace back. My ancestors come from the Congo, and they lived in the Dismal Swamp area and whatnot. There were black maroon communities in the Dismal Swamp area. Some were slaves, some were free blacks, escapees, and all stuff like that, marauders, criminals, and some of everything, bandits and everything that lived outside the slave system in America. I'm very proud of myself. I'm from the Congo. And the problem with the Congo is this, right? Language is a barrier, just like Angola, Portuguese, everything. The bottom line, every time I see black people, I'm going to Africa, they always friggin' go into Ghana. Maybe because of Kwame Nkrumah, and stuff like this. They never go to any other African country besides Ghana, and places that look trendy and ritzy. They don't want to challenge, You don't want to challenge. You have to go to places where your ancestors or people that's opportunity. That right now in West, do we understand that what's going on in Cameroon? There's genocide going on in Cameroon with Amazonia. They want to succeed and become the state of Amazonia, English-speaking part of Cameroon. Cameroon was part of Germany. Cameroon was actually a German name, and basically German Cameroon. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, the French it was given to the French and the British, split it in half and everything, and they've been in conflict ever since. So I have people that I'm connected with in the Amazonian free movement, but a lot of Black people in America, they don't want any conflict. They want to go to places where it's safe and it seems developed and it seems like it's going on and everything like that. But like I said, my whole thing is part of Pan-Africanism is taking the good with the bad. You might be in a situation where it might not end well, but you got to be prepared for that too.
So, Kala, let me ask you one quick question. So, every Black American travel to Africa, are they regarded as Pan-Africanist?
No, I mean, look, the Pan-Africans are only a few people. The Black people in America will keep doing what they're doing. Now, the people that got that spark, like a spark blows off in your head, like Eugene Jackson, right? Let me tell you something. Pan-African is a means to an end. Let me explain to you, Mike.
Do you know why I ask you that question?
Mike, can you give me like 3 minutes, right? And I'll clear something.
No, I just want to let you know. I'll let you go. I want to let you know why I ask you the question. That's why before you go, because I know you go to a whole different route.
I promise you'll be next morning, right? I remember a couple of years ago, right? There was this African American guy, investment banker, from Philadelphia and Wall Street, whatever like that, right? And I was communicating with him, right? And basically, he heard about Aliko Dangote. He heard about Blacks Without Borders, South Africa. He said, "Man, I'm tired of grinding Wall Street. I'm going to Africa and getting rich with that." And then suddenly, overnight, he became a Pan-Africanist. He's a capitalist and everything. He wants to get rich. He's like, "I want to be a Pan-Africanist." I said, "Dude, bro, slow down, bro." Now, Pan-Africanism is just his means to get to the end game. If you could convince
end game? What's the end game?
Everybody, hold up, to go to his bank and his stuff like that, he can get rich. So it was a means to an end. Some people use Pan-African just a means to an end. Now, our goal in Bomani, is Pan-African. Our end goal is nationhood and building Africa. Some people are Pan-Africanists.
Wait, you said nationhood. What is nationhood? But you're saying things that we don't understand. We're trying to understand you, Kala.
Mike.
Kala and Mike, what I'm gonna do, you guys, if you can hold.
Kala is just stretching his old talking point.
No. Mike's not listening to
we can't get conversation going because you're stretching things, man.
Now,
we have another guest on that needs to speak.
Right,
next person, introduce yourself, speak. Welcome to our show, our conversation on Pan-Africanism will never die. I'm trying to make sure I pronounce the name right. Doc. Go ahead and speak up and introduce yourself and welcome to the call.
He's typing in the chat room, but he's not saying anything.
Yeah, we can't hear him. Nevertheless,
I guess when he figures out how to use it, he'll come on.
Kala, let me quickly say this before you continue. Kala, do you know the reason why I ask you that question? You know that most of these people that are fighting online, most of them they're saying, "Oh, Pan-Africanism this, he does this, FBA this." When I ask each of them to define Pan-Africanism, do you know? Wait, Kala, you don't. God damn, man, come on, wait. They will give you 20 different definitions. Now, the reason why I ask you that, do you think any Black American go to Africa is a Pan-Africanist? And according to wait, let me learn. According to your explanation, he said no. And you give an example of someone that went there and after going there, then they became Pan-Africanists. So that's clear to me that your answer is no, that just because someone traveled there doesn't mean it's a Pan-Africanist. Right, but you know that all these FBA ADOS people, most of them, they believe that any Black American they want to go visit Africa is the Pan-Africanist.
No.
That's what they say. So that's why I keep telling you guys that there's really no clear definition. That's why there's so much chaos.
That's why we do. Me and Bomani and I do these shows, so you get a clear definition. I don't care what you hear on the other shows. When you come to this show, you get the clear definition of what it is. No, just because you go to Africa, invest in Africa, whatever like that, whatever you're gonna do, it don't make you a real Pan-Africanist.
So what I learned tonight is there's really no definition of Pan-Africanism. Everybody's just everybody do whatever they do and they call themselves Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, it's all people, all umbrella. But unfortunately, the term has been taken out of context. It means the worst part of Pan, it means that you hate yourself as a Black American or African American, and you just want to just delineate from Black America. I just want to go to Africa and live forever and forget about Black. Dude, man, that's a fool.
And that's why I keep saying, whatever you believe, whatever you want to do, find like-minded person and do it with that person. There's no point of trying to shove it down someone else's throat. Because
and YouTube is different, because the bottom line is this: a lot of people don't have any real contact with each other off of YouTube platforms. They get off YouTube platforms, they don't talk to each other, they don't build with each other and everything. They don't go out in their local community and build with people, you know, like I do and stuff like that. They're not on the phone.
Yeah, most of them brothers online YouTube trolls. They're just trolls.
All they do is trolling YouTube. They should be. I'm like, how do you on YouTube all day? Don't you have a job? Don't you have a business? Don't you have something to do? You know, I got shit to do. That's why you don't see me on YouTube all the time.
But what I was saying about Afrikaners, I definitely disagree with the way Afrikaners talked about Brando. I mean, I thought that was I never knew him to talk that way.
Africa Millennial just
but
said, right?
Yeah, she said they had
she did a mic drop.
She said they had an off camera personal thing.
She said she did a mic drop. She said this guy is trying to get class. Why he trying to reach out to Tariq? You know,
I don't think so. Afrikaners is a high, is a high critic of Tariq.
I know you got some street smarts. You can't see Afrikaners is trying to reach out to Tariq. You can't see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna play.
It's not. It's just making. No.
We can listen.
Some skills from here, you know, how to approach Tariq next time. But he's had a long time, like a whole year making videos. Tariq is right about that.
Crunchy hairline, jolly fuckboy. Very jealous of me doing these videos. This dude does like hundreds of videos whining about how much money I have. Just a big fat jealous tether. Tariq got all this money.
He made him a tether now. So Brandon is now an immigrant. So that's why I said, if you're called a tether, don't be upset. It depends on, you know, who you pissed off. It all depends on who you pissed off. Then you get to be a tether. So don't take it to heart. You see, that's why when people, you notice they don't call me tether. All these weird names, they don't call me those, because I just laugh it off, because I know if I say something they like, the tether title would leave. When I say something they don't like, then I'll become a tether again. So Brandon became a tether. So it's not about where you were born, because Brandon is 100% what they call FBA, but he's a tether.
Hey, Tariq, why did Tariq make all this money? How did Tariq get all this money? He's a big cat moist nigga. And y'all know I never really address him because he's already acting like my bitch, and you don't have to address a bitch. But I just have to address him now because he came to that Power 106, one of those protests. His big fat jolly ass went up there to argue with a woman, and the brothers up there punked his fat ass trying to fish for a lawsuit. He put up
and everybody makes sure you.
Just a big fat nigga would get.
It's a coincidence. Did you guys remember how I made the video when I called him the sumo wrestler, and that name kind of stuck?
Yeah, I thought he don't insult nobody.
Somehow Tariq is saying the same thing. So, you know,
Yeah, I'm gonna show some more as he, should be very disrespectful.
Well, it looks like what he's doing to me is just showing us what's going on between him.
No, he said he called
Tariq. That's what he's doing.
A sumo wrestler.
No, he said Tariq called him that.
No, Mike, try to listen, brother, please.
Okay.
The guy,
well, like I said, I definitely disagree with him calling Brandon name. I'm
showing you the guy clearly is insulting not only the brother, but just insulting our whole movement. You know what I mean? And so, you know,
like actual insult or just disagreeing with the movement.
So we don't have nothing nice to really say about him. He may say,
I'm not against whatever you guys say about him.
I'm sorry that he's your buddy, but
no, I don't know him personally. He's not my buddy personally. I just follow his show. And I think what he does is he just brings issues up and address it and just kind of give analysis. That's what I see him do. And he try to be as honest as possible about what he's analyzing, you know. So I just don't see a reason why I don't see his show as something.
Movement. And he's mocking our Pan-African movement. You know, and
But if you guys are confident about what you're doing, man, there's no reason why
Yeah,
you
that's why
gotta
we-
be
that's why
offended
we-
about
very
someone mocking it.
disrespectful. Let me continue this, family, so we can continue to see the disrespectful drama.
Carrots and continue to work out. Because I mean, that sumo wrestler look, people are observing it real fast. But that's not the point. You know, he shouldn't be picking on the man the way the man looks. But you know, we cannot ignore also why all Pan-Africans, not all at all, but the ones that fight hard for it, they all seem to have the same kind of body shape. I mean, just an observation. Just an observation. If I'm wrong, put it in the chat. So, guys, do you guys think Brandon went too far with his Tariq internet thing, or he is well within his right to go and protest Tariq? Put it in the chat. And if you believe that this right here, this is the final nail in the coffin of Pan-Africanism, is dead, gone, and over. You know, Black people are no longer buying the Wakandan dream because Tariq is working hard to try to kill it for whatever reason. And Brandon protesting him, I don't think that's helping either. But let's let him continue.
Me, I fight you. And this nigga went up there with some hoochie daddy shorts on with his big fat.
So enough said, man. Enough said right there.
Well, hold on, I got to know. Say he said Tyreek is the one that's trying to kill it. Now, however, we have to understand something. Pan-Africanism is not an organization. So how can someone kill it? It's an ideology. So that's why it's never dead. It was never. I mean, the Europeans or whoever couldn't bring it. It's an ideology. It's just a mindset. It's a belief, and unfortunately, everybody give their own definition of what it is.
Well,
but we all know.
I'm clear. I'm clear right now. Like that. That's why I stepped back from a lot of these platforms and everything. We're talking about Bomani for the last month. I feel that the definition of Pan-African, I have to go with the strongest man I know. That's Bomani, and we have to bring it because it's gotten out of hand what Pan-African is. You go some shows, it means you hate Black America. You think Black America is the worst thing in the world. We got.
It's because you guys keep calling yourself Pan-Africanists, right? And just call yourself yourself. What people do is this, and that's what frustrates.
Mike, let me tell you
We're
something.
trying to unify our world of Black African people so we could be a strong force, so we can compete against the rest of the world.
Just and that makes sense. That makes sense, right?
And while we're trying to do that, we got haters and distractors consistently over the generations. Look what I'll always tell people. Look what they did to Marcus Garvey.
Bomani, let me.
One of the greatest philosophers and organizers of our lifetime, of a generation.
Bomani, let me tell you where the frustration comes from especially people like me, right? You just said it. You just say, okay, it's about trying to get people like people of the African descent, right, to do something great and for better end game, right? Now,
Africa,
some people, but now listen, some people,
for everybody.
Okay, whatever. But now some people will come online, right? They'll be talking about something that has nothing to do with that. And they'll be saying, oh, we Pan-Africanists. Oh, this is what we're doing. This has nothing to do with that. And now they'll be saying, they'll be making their own.
If they're not in the BAIO, if they're not in the Africa.
But I'm not saying you. I didn't say you. I didn't say y'all. I'm just saying some people, they'll go on the internet saying, oh, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Oh, look at what happened here. This and that and that and that and that. And say, oh, is we Pan-Africanists? We're beefing with these other people. What do you mean we're Pan-Africanists? We are not an organization. Pan-Africanism is not an organization. If you have any personal idea or personal feelings towards a group or a person or something, just say me as an individual, I'm going against this group or I'm having this belief about this thing. But don't say you're doing it as a Pan-Africanist and saying this is way this because that has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. Your drama with somebody else has nothing to do with the way Bomani just described Pan-Africanism, right? People trying to build something for the Black race, right? Now your drama with somebody else has nothing to do with building something for the Black race. So don't go.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Mike, that's a good point. Mike, that's a.
You understand what I'm saying, Kala? You see where my frustration comes from?
I get that, but let me ask you a question. To be fair, let me ask you a question, right? You know that guy that got arrested like 2 weeks ago, that gay guy that what's his name? I forgot his name. You know, Brandon knew him. This guy, I forgot. Somebody was dead in his house, whatever like that. He was an activist of the the Hammer group, whatever. Like, I don't know what the hell it is. He's openly gay. 10 years ago, I told him, I said, you better take that RBG flag down. He took the RBG flag down, called himself Pan-African, but he was really trying to promote the LGBT agenda.
Thank you. Now you see where I'm coming from, Kala. Thank you for saying
that's what I'm talking about. So therefore, like I said, I create the BAIO to be careful about who I'm with. I don't fuck with everybody that calls himself a Pan-African. You know, most times people reveal themselves to me after a while. You know, a lot of people are
but I will advise you though, if you talking for BAIO, just say you're talking for BAIO. You can't say
that's what
you're
I do.
talking
I
for
talk
Pan-Africanism.
BAIO. I do not talk for, and also even in the BAIO, I say Kala Genesis's views do not necessarily reflect the BAIO. That's how we are. If I say the BAIO, I say in our bylaws that I don't necessarily reflect the views of the entire organization, because we're a diverse organization inside of a Pan-Africanist group. We have some are conservative, some are Christian, some are Muslim, some are atheists. We have some of everybody. That's what we created. Yeah, so we have an umbrella for everybody, you know. And so the bottom line is, I don't speak for the entire BAO. I speak for the core principle, which is land, infrastructure, nationhood, building a Pan-African state eventually on the continent, we call it Afrikstan, and also building Pan-African communities by which Black people of African descent can work together and build together and educate ourselves together and pull ourselves up like other races do it. That's what my definition of Pan-Africanism is.
Kala. I'm not gonna lie, right? It's really funny, and it is. Mike might not agree with me, but I'm pretty sure some people do. Is that the reason why? Well, some of the reason why Pan Africans get a lot of hate. I'll just be honest. Pan Africans are an easy target.
Be real.
They make themselves easy target
It's just
because they go around saying I'm a Pan-Africanist and be engaging people on issues that has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism.
I know.
So now
that's why, like,
I'm sorry about
I
that.
get like
we're
people
not like that.
defending Pan-Africanism and
Mike
like,
and Kala, I'm sorry about
but
that.
like at the end of the day, it's like Pan-Africans. People will always make fun of Pan-Africans. I don't know why.
Go ahead and
I guess it's the more Hotep ones that they'll brand as everyone. Yeah.
Now I was trying to get you to just repeat what you're saying, because both of them was talking, because as soon as you start talking, Mike is jumping in, but I just want to honestly hear what you have to say and speak your mind. That's what we're here to.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was like, the reason why Pan-Africans are getting a lot of hate is because on the internet, it's like the easiest target to make fun of Pan-Africans, and yeah, like the Hotep Pan-Africans, right? Because they're obviously different Pan-African. So the Hotep Pan-Africans are the ones that people use as a scapegoat to make fun of everybody. So I'm not saying like don't defend Pan-Africans shouldn't defend themselves, but at the same time, like you like just know that some people are purposely making fun of Pan-Africans, like because it gets the views, or I don't know, but it's just easy to pick on Pan-African.
Easy target. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
People make, people have been abusing myself, because you put your life out there and you have this mission trying to make it to Africa, trying to connect our people together and everything, and it's and then also you have people who just commend you for your efforts and your work. But yes, when you're trying to get views on YouTube and then that becomes a popular subject and they seen us, yes, so I don't knock the house. Some of them, you make your videos and the rest of them I just ignore. But I do understand that we're easy target, and I do understand that a lot of people have talked this big talk about about Black Power, nation building, how we're supposed to make these moves and do this in Africa, and then there hasn't been a whole lot of production. So those things.
The burden is on us.
Oh, go ahead, Brother Kala.
It takes out. I mean, interrupting my good brother. I'm saying the burden is on us. The burden of proof is on us. Like before, it's like this. There's an old saying: a lie travels around the world 5 times before the truth can get out of bed and he put his slippers on. So in other words, the Pan-African truth, Bomani, myself, the BAO, we're like that's the truth. We're trying to get out of bed, and these other people flying around the world with this. And like, goddamn, because before we can even put our platform out, people now you got most black people hating Pan-Africans. What the hell happened?
Yeah, and that's why once we build what we need to build, they're gonna all feel ashamed of themselves. But for now, they're gonna keep on coming at us, and that's why you see Nigga Pian. Look at Nigga Pian. He had a field day, man. He was loving it. He was like, "Yes, somebody finally gave me something about Bomani."
Yeah, he thought he was winning, man. But look what we
and then we ran
him.
his ass off YouTube. He had the videos. You don't know what to say.
Yo, we crushed him. We did 2 5-hour videos.
Pick on blacks in the arcade. That's all he do. He's like one of those punks in school. And could never fight a man. He just pick on the girls.
And we came after this dude and we crushed Negro Pian. You know, you don't see
nevertheless,
him no more.
let me finish here with as AM was talking, brother. Hopefully, you kind of
go ahead, bro. I said what I had to say. Go ahead.
But if you want, my sister, if you want to add to it, then Mike we can just unmute Mike and he can just get back in.
Oh yeah. So yeah, basically I was saying is they're doing it to get views, and you know how like recently this African sector has really picked up, because let's say 10 years ago or maybe even 5 years ago nobody cared, but because this African sector is picking up, there's new people coming into the sector every day, so that is one of the reasons why they're doing that. I guess I'm more critical of it, and I have come after somebody in Pan-African, but I aired my grievances with that person. That person's actually really cool. But yeah, like these Pan-African or anti-Pan-Africans, like staunch anti-Pan-Africans, are never going to Africa. Like there's some in the comment section right now. They're like, we don't do this, we don't approve of this, but they're always here watching. So it's just funny to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy that we can provide a source of entertainment for people. And I tell people all the time, just keep on watching us. People making fun of us because we are getting land clear. They probably wonder, like, why don't they just buy things all build and develop? Because they don't understand certain vision. And just like we talk about, we're playing the video and Afridamus is making fun of, Marcus Garvey and things like that. And we take that real, but we don't honestly take him serious. We're picking on him as people like to talk stuff. We tell them that you're not the only one that got stuff up the sleeve. But nevertheless, let me if you have something to say, let me know, and we can Mike, because
let Mike talk. Let Mike talk. I hope I answered Mike's question about Pan-Africans. Like I said, there was a live travels around the world 5 times before the troop could put his hand. We right here, the BAO, Black African Infrastructure Global Pipeline. Download the app. Black African Infrastructure, BAIO Global Pipeline on your app store. Download the app. Get to what real Pan-African is. It's about building things tangible. We're not about philosophical. Pan-African is a means to an end. Our end is nationhood. Some people's Pan-African means getting rich in Africa. Get a whole bunch of Africans getting rich and doing mining and everything. Hey, we could rock with them too. Our goal is building infrastructure. Without infrastructure, we're the only race of people that don't have our own Black African infrastructure. Can we all agree on that in the panel? We don't control shit. I saw Bomani article. They said all African airlines are operating in a loss.
So, Kala, you're going to build a airline. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like this. The bottom line is this. For the most part, when you got to travel to Africa, you got to travel through Europe. Europe controls all the friggin' the air freight that comes to in and out of Africa. Mike,
so there are no airline.
The problem like this, Mike, is this. Part of being a Pan-African is swallow your friggin' Nigerian pride. Socrates said, a wise, the first thing of wisdom is realizing you don't know shit. And the bottom line,
whenever I'm trying to make sense with you, you always make assumptions.
Like this,
I don't know how you brought Nigeria into this,
and I'm not sure. You think I'm coming to Nigeria?
Why did you bring Nigeria into this? Did I even mention Nigeria at all?
The airport loses power. The bottom line is this. What I'm trying to say is this. Nigeria has billions of dollars.
You're talking all over the place. Like,
no. I'm saying like this.
You always assume you know what someone is thinking or what someone is trying to say or what someone is saying. And you accuse, you make all these blank accusations.
What I'm saying is this.
You telling me
Anytime we
about
talk about
Nigerian
building
pride? I never talked
infrastructure,
about.
building
I never
things
spoke
right.
as a Nigerian. All I'm doing is asking questions.
Let me ask you a question.
It was
Mike, let me ask
about
you a question.
Pan-Africanism. Now you
Mike,
telling me
let me
about my
ask you a question.
Nigerian
Mike, let
pride.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right?
Now you're gonna ask me a question. You won't let
Now,
me answer it though. I know that for sure.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Nigeria, Lagos, was floating a sovereign wealth on a missile bond a few years ago, right?
I
Nobody
didn't
knew
hear
why.
you. Say it again.
Lagos, Nigeria, Governor Fashola, somebody I admire, right, was basically floating a sovereign wealth bond for infrastructure and everything. They couldn't really
Floating.
find
You said I didn't hear the word.
a sovereign wealth fund. You know what that is?
Oh, it's sovereign.
Okay, let me explain to you what it is. A sovereign wealth fund is when a city or entity, a
It's sovereign world fund.
sovereign wealth, right? What they do is they float something up in the air like thing, and then international investors will buy the bond up, right? Raise the capital. Now the city or municipality is responsible for paying that bond back when it matures. And what they do is they build infrastructure. Now, a lot of times how they pay back? Through taxation. Now, unfortunately, a lot of countries in Africa do not believe in taxes. You don't believe in taxing the people. Tolls, taxes,
They don't.
tariffs,
Really.
all this stuff like that is how they service the bond,
They
right?
don't, or maybe
And then
there's nothing to tax.
Hold on, let me say this. Then after they paid it off after a certain amount of years, whatever like that, right? They could sell the bond, whatever like that, and then they get a good credit rating. You know, they get a good credit rating where they could actually float more bonds. That's how countries develop. You know, but the burden is on the taxpayer and the local people. Like Lagos has 25 million people. It should be a world-class city right now. But the organization of the city and everything like that. And I love Governor Fashola. I think he was the best African politician in history. You know, but the bottom line, the Nigerian mindset. You know, and so
Nigerian mindset. Really?
Huh?
How do you know the Nigerian mindset?
Oh, come on, Mike. Come on.
I mean, I'm just asking you a question, man. I don't know why you get offended when someone asks you a question.
Let's not go. Let's agree that Black America has its
I
problems.
say, how do you know the Nigerian
has
mindset? It's a question. How do you know? Just give me an
Mike,
answer.
come on, man. Mike, come on, man. Come on. Let's not waste time with this. Let's not turn it into a Nigerian bashing thing. Just say, yo, look, let's accept some responsibility. Like I said in the beginning of the show, I said the hardest thing about the Black race is we don't like responsibility. We don't like discipline, and we don't like accepting responsibility.
And you say that based on what?
Oh boy. African millennial, you could talk.
You understand? You're just talking, but your points are not based on anything. You just pretty much.
Sorry, what were you guys
Mike,
saying?
I said all the problems we see in Africa. I said we got to accept some responsibility. Mike said, "How do you know that?" You know, okay.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Now you put word in my mouth. See, that kind of just, you know.
Hold on, Mike. Do you agree that everybody in Africa and Black America too, always Black America, you ask them about the crime in the community and whatnot, you know?
You say everybody in Africa, right?
We don't have enough money for the programs and everything. No, how about you guys just do one thing? Turn into criminals in your community and stop supporting the criminal element in your community and cooperate with the police.
So in Africa, we're not turning into criminals. Is that what you're saying?
I'll say when Black people in America have problems and whatnot, you know, I'll say, why is it so hard for Nigerians and many Africans to say that about their own people? Why is that?
To say what?
Because Africans would rather
I'm not sure what he's saying.
Africans would rather blame everything on the government, not collectively. They'll just blame everything on the government so that they don't have to say anything about themselves.
Yeah. I'm not really clear what Kala was really asking.
She answered it right there.
I've heard that many times, sister. I've heard that many times from people.
What I heard him say, I mean, if I'm not sure, said that when we catch criminals, we don't turn them into the police in Africa. Is that what you said, Kala?
No, we're talking about the one about
I said that in America.
Everybody blames everything on the government and their leaders.
Well, you give an example of criminals and things like
check this out. You got to admit that one song Tariq did, the government.
Because actually in Nigeria, when we catch criminals, not only do we turn them into the government, sometimes we give them mob justice.
Yeah, that's funny, Mike. That's funny.
I don't know. In Nigeria, well, when we, like you said, we catch criminals, we either give them mob justice or we don't let criminals live around us in the community and just.
Man, you put them in office, man. That's what the problem is. At least we don't put criminals over here in office.
We put criminals in office.
This guy Tinubu was a crook. He should be in jail right now.
Based on what?
And, come on. He was in jail. Fashola arrested him.
Fashola arrested him. Are you sure about that?
Yes. The guy's a criminal. And look at, first of all, he says he's 69. Did that dude
Kala, I
look
know
69
any
to you?
Nigerian watching right now will be
Hold
laughing
on,
at you.
hold on.
Fashola
Is he that
arrested
job you
Tinubu.
might waiting for? Like, does that dude look 69 to you?
Well, you said Fashola arrested Tinubu.
Hold on.
You know,
Yeah,
you just.
I don't know if he arrested him, but he charged him with corruption. He was because he had the government before Fashola took over.
No, he didn't charge him. Well, anyway, I don't want to get it. You're talking all over the place.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Tinubu is 69 years old? He said he's 69 years old. That dude look every bit of 90.
Man.
You know I'm telling the truth, man. The dude's a liar and a crook.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, I will assume you've lived in Nigeria for a long time, right?
Yeah. Mike, I don't have to live on the moon to know there's a moon up there. You know that, right?
Well, I mean, a lot of things about Nigeria is accurate, but some of it is just, I mean, it's laughable. I mean, a lot of it you're on point, but a lot of it is laughable. It's kind of like this is what I can describe it, Kala Genesis. It's like a guy somewhere sitting in Africa, right? And he just come on and start to tell you about America, like, oh, you know, in America, this and that and that and that, and based on, he's gonna sound ridiculous, man. He's gonna be on point on some things, but somehow to an American that actually live in America, he's going to sound somehow ridiculous because there's no way you can actually know a society if you haven't actually lived there. If you just basing your knowledge on, if you're basing your point on just things you heard or things you see on TV and things like that. Just like some Africans or some people, you know, outside of the United States, when they think of Black American, you just think of the entertainers and the rap song and the gangster movies and things they see on news and things like that. But and when they sit there and start having conversation with the Black American, the Black American are like, you know, you haven't lived in America. Listen, you're gonna be like, you haven't lived in America, right? And he's gonna tell you, well, I don't have to go to the moon to know there's a moon. You know, so I'm just trying to give you an idea how you sound when you talk a lot of times. Like,
Mike, I'm
not against you talking about Nigeria. I'm for it. Trust me, I'm for it. But I'm just.
Check this out. Let me ask you a question, right? Here's the thing. In Nigeria, you have a government. You know, you have a government. The British are sitting back laughing. Oh, we gave these people a government and everything. We gave them independence and everything. And look, we got 20 million Nigerians living overseas and whatnot, you know?
20 million. How did you come up with that number, Kala Genesis?
That's what he said. Nigeria has the largest numbers of expats or.
Well, you give a number. You said 20 million. But how did you come up with 20 million?
There's 20 million Nigerians living over out of Nigeria.
Oh, you counted all the Nigerians. There were 20 million. Okay. Okay, continue.
I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard.
So you don't know if it's true, but go ahead, man.
I got one on the chat with a line right here. But Mike,
man, you're really funny, man.
Let me tell you something, brother. The whole thing is this: you don't understand something, man. I'm your keeper, right? If a British person, I argue with people all the time, right? White people, they say anything about Nigeria, I got your back. I say, don't talk about them, you know?
Nigeria is
Minister Farrakhan got on Mike Wallace, right? And said, no, don't you dare touch, because I don't think you remember this, right? The United States was about to invade Nigeria in 95, 94, 95, you know, during the Ken Song.
United States wanted to invade Nigeria in 94?
Yeah, 94, 95, during the Clinton administration. They were preparing to invade Nigeria. Thank God for a couple of years later, the Monica Lewinsky scandal and all stuff like that. Nigeria was on their list because it was a military government with Abacha and stuff like this. And Abacha basically broke with the IMF and everything. See, I know a lot about your history, bro. You know, and the Clinton administration, like right now, I'm nervous about Joe Biden in Africa, right? Because we see moves with AFRICOM in Africa right now, you know, because a Republican president couldn't get away with this. But now you got AFRICOM making this move in Africa. You got all these bases being built on the continent and stuff like that. And every single thing, we're right back to the 1960s where they can go into Africa, spy on governments and everything like that, you know. And so the whole thing is we Black people in America. That's why they want to discredit us Black Pan-Africanists. Because we're looking
Who's discrediting?
Put our vote behind our Pan-Africanism. Guess what? We could change the world. But right now, they're trying to make Black America hate Africa so they can have Africa all to itself again. Trust me, if Black America.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's the actual, you know, that, you know, people want. I mean, one of the biggest fear of the U.S. government and a lot of this NATO and all these Europeans is the unity of Africa, and then maybe the the diasporans and things like that being so into the continent, and because there's so much that could it can cost the United States and cost all these Western countries. They know that, of course. They're there for their interest.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Boko Haram just came out of nowhere? Now, Mr. Untouchable, good friend.
Yeah, they are.
Nigeria. Look at what they do with Boko. They basically Boko Haram ragtag.
Yeah, the insurgency, obviously, they're Western powers behind them. Yeah, we all know that. It's not a secret. We know that.
So this idea Nigeria can't be invaded. What are you, insane? You got Delta. You got people in the Delta seizing oil fields and whatnot. Rebels in the Delta region. Hey, people like these people don't know geopolitics. That's why I said there's one Pan-Africanist myself that actually knows geopolitics. That's why Bomani has me on. I'm not just here because I sound.
Yeah, you say a lot of things that are on point, but what I'm saying is, when you begin to talk to them, they begin to say one or a few things that are just ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Like, hey, maybe you should just keep it less, and well, it's okay. So you have a freedom of speech. You can say whatever. It's not. I'm not. But you're right, man. Like, hey, we have issues in Africa, man. A lot of problems that need to be solved.
There's not no attack on Africans or Africa. Or we're better. Like you said, Black America. You think Black lives.
But Kala, I will tell you this, though. I will tell you this: the problem of most of the problem in Africa is actually in the hands, the fault of the Africans, and it's in their hands to solve it. It's not really. It's not completely like the fault of these other nations. These other nations, they have their interests, and they figure ways to. Trying to get it, but things that they get away with on the continent.
Let me ask you a question, Mike.
No, well, let me make my point. The things that they get away with on the continent, it's not that it's not things they do on their own. They use it's really the Africans that actually the people actually helping them to get away with it. So to me, if we have to blame someone for the problems, I will blame the Africans themselves.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that, right? That analogy right there, right? We know that the French put that king in there, that criminal cannibal, as president. He crowned himself king of Central African Republic. That went all over the continent. They put puppets and everything. That's the way it is in Africa. I know for a fact that African militaries are not like other militaries where you protect your borders and your interests and everything. The only thing African militaries protect is European investments and interests and everything. The people.
All of them?
Huh?
All of them?
Most.
Okay.
Well, now Paul Kagame is a different story. He's getting flack because he's actually protecting his borders. How dare you protect your borders from marauding Congolese coming in there to kill, rape, and burn? How dare you put troops on the border and say shoot to kill if you cross this border with arms and whatnot? How dare you do that? It's like his country could not even set up to defend themselves. South Africa, people could flood into South Africa and everything with weapons and arms and everything. They got millions of people just flooding across the border and whatnot, and it's like the idea of the republic or the nation state is a thing. We talk about tonight, we're talking about nationhood. Nationhood means borders. It means a state. There's two things. There's a nation and a state.
When you say nationhood, that's where I'm not too sure what you mean by that. So are you saying we have to form a nation, one country? Is that what I mean?
No,
is that what you mean by nation?
Hold on, Mike, you understand something, brother? There's a difference between a country and a nation. A nation is a people, one people under.
Oh, okay. Now I see what you mean.
You know what I'm saying? That's a nation. When we talk about nation, then we talk about a black nation. That means Bomani, Jamaican descent. I'm African American, whatnot. We're fucking part of a nation, black nation. That's what we're talking about. That's strength. That's not weakness.
Well, to have a nation, do you have to have a government?
Well, eventually, nations have to have governments to run themselves. Yes, we need governments. We need new governments on the African continent. The continent is big and vast and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? There has
so when you mention nationhood, you're saying like being a black nationhood. That's what you mean, like the black Americans, the black Caribbeans.
Mike, let me say this, right? In America, you have a white America, that's a white nation, and you have black America, the black nation. And people confuse the world America. We've never been all Americans. There's a black America and there's a white America. And that's the truth.
Really?
Yes, and you have to realize that reality. If you come to America, you're part of either one of them. You're part of Black America. That's why I don't like this ADOS FBA. Because we're saying, foundation, that's the stupidest thing. We've always been a sanctuary for black people.
So you mean just on the basis of skin or on the basis of economic. I mean, everything else. I mean,
no, it's a nation. That means you're part of the community. We have whether you go to churches, schools, live in the communities and everything like that,
Ooh.
social clubs and everything. You know how many African students go to black HBCUs and whatnot and join the fraternities and everything like that? My friend Naya is a Liberian, a Liberian one. His daughter's going to Spelman. He's a Spelman right now, you know.
Well, Nigerians go to school all over the place, man. We're all over the world and all over Nigeria.
And my boy, Great African, his sons are in Howard. They're part of the black experience in America. He's Liberian, but he's part of this thing called Black America.
Well, to be honest, I mean, if I look at in America, when I look at the black, I don't see, honestly, besides just skin color, I can't say
man, you see the bottom
Black America here.
That's a freaking problem, brother. You know what I'm saying? You think it's just skin color. No, it's about.
I don't see anything beyond that, honestly.
I bet you any amount of money, you never really study your own history. That's why you don't understand how this happened.
No, I understand the history. I'm saying the present. See, I'm not someone that dwell on history. I look at what I see on ground in the present time, because time change. I mean, society's evolved. So I'm not someone that will be sitting around and telling you.
Society does not evolve past that, bro.
Well, we're no longer in slavery, obviously. So
the British are still British, the Germans still Germans, the Russians still Russian. Whatnot. The only African thinks the society is going to evolve and whatnot, you know. And he ends up not building.
Well, are you saying
your whole thing is I don't have to build infrastructure because the world is going to evolve past race and everything, and the world's Chinese agents are building.
When I say society evolve, I mean the rule of law evolves.
You're relying on the.
Okay, are we still doing Jim Crow? You don't think? Well, Kala, you get my point though. Like society, when I say society evolve, I don't mean like people. I mean, I'm not saying human beings as far as our genes and things like that. I'm talking about society evolves, meaning the rules it changes.
Yeah, it's not gonna, dude. That's not gonna change, man.
Even mentality also changed.
Black America fought, integrated in America, got rid of all the racist laws, so you can come here and immigrate here and build here and everything. That's part of the
okay, now let's touch on that real quick. So you think the reason why I'm here is because?
Yes, exactly, bro.
No, that's not. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Mike. I don't know where you get this from and whatnot. That there's some.
I'm glad you met.
That was not the case, because the bottom line is this: they first started. Hold up, they first started civil rights with Chinese people. You probably don't.
Dude, I don't want to hear history, dude. Listen. I mentioned society evolved. Kala Genesis. I'm glad you mentioned that America wanted to invade Nigeria in the 90s. And I'm glad you mentioned that during Sani Abacha's regime. And one of the reasons they had issues with Sani Abacha's regime was because the US government were trying to create this mass imports of Nigerian professionals into America, right?
No.
Wait. They wanted to begin this whole mass. Wait. Let me. No. Wait.
They don't need Nigerian professionals.
No. Not just professionals.
I've never met a.
Come on, Kala. Can I talk, man? I don't know.
Professional in my life.
But Kala, can I please talk? Can I talk, please? What I'm trying to say is, the United States has always needed minds, like human resources. When I say human resources, oh my God, man, this guy, man.
They don't
listen.
Minds.
No. From the beginning,
America needs labor.
Allah, from the creation of this country, they've always immigration has been from the beginning. Even you yourself, you're a descendant of immigrant. Yeah, you may have migrated as a slave.
I'm not an immigrant. I'm not a semi-immigrant.
Come on.
I'm not an immigrant.
Oh, are you indigenous Indian? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not an immigrant. I didn't immigrate.
No, everybody. No, you. Okay. For example, okay. My kids were born here. Are they immigrants? Are they immigrants? And again, now go ahead and answer the question.
Now, hold up. Your kids are born here, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing, right? They can choose to be an American.
No, ask you a simple question by your own term. Don't ask what they can do.
Let me tell you something, Mike.
Are they immigrants?
Mike, hold up, Mike. Let me say something.
Just give me a simple answer, man. Kala, it's a simple. You don't need to take me through an alley of
Mike,
stories and things.
Let me ask you a question. Right?
It's a yes or no question. Are my kids immigrants?
Mike, I'm gonna get to that, right? Let me ask you a question.
Are my kids immigrants? Just give me an answer, man. You don't need to get to. You don't need to explain. It's a simple question, Kala.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Let me answer it this way, right? Now, as a Pan-Africanist, right? I'll be the first.
I don't know.
I would not be.
I don't know what you mean by Pan-Africanist.
Hold up. as a Pan-African, I'm saying like this.
Because you've given about 12 different definitions of Pan-Africanism tonight. So I don't know. Define it first before you tell me.
Mike, hold on. Mike, would you let me answer? Man, you'll say you're so scared I'm going to say something that will hurt your feelings. The bottom line, Mike, I'm saying this. I'm saying that your kids, right? And I wish them luck. I wish they become fine American children and be happy and prosperous in this country.
So are they immigrants? That's the question I asked you. I didn't ask you what you wish them.
They're born here.
Yeah, are they immigrants?
They have the immigrant background. They're not African Americans, but they have immigrant background.
That's the same thing I'm telling you. You have an immigrant background too.
No, I don't have an immigrant background, bro. My ancestors.
Where did your ancestors come from, Kala?
My ancestors came from Africa, but they were not.
Immigrants. They're immigrants.
No, man. My ancestors helped build this country. We're not immigrants. Man.
Well, yeah, they came as that's not what I asked. I didn't ask whether they built or they didn't build. Everybody in America came from somewhere.
Yeah. The bottom line is this, man.
We were stolen Africans.
We're stolen
Africans.
Whether through stealing or voluntarily, you were migrated over here. Well, we can technically say, listen. We can technically say when I was trying to make about the 90s when US wanted to invade Nigeria, of course, when the US embassy wanted to create this policy of just extracting a bunch of Nigerians into the United States, and they were aiming for a lot of our professionals over there. And the Nigerian government at that time, Sani Abacha, wanted to ban immigration, Nigerians migrating to the United States. And that's when the US government went after him. Because the United States government are so desperate for mines. They're desperate for human resources. They need a population of people that they can bring here and increase the number of professionals like the engineers. The engineers.
Mike, let me say
the STEM. Nigeria is a country. Let me learn. Nigeria is a country known for mathematics. We are known for.
You're only talking about a few thousand Nigerians.
But listen to me. But the point I'm trying to make ultimately is that don't tell me that. Wait. No, Kala, please. Kala, don't try to suppress my points. The point I'm trying to tell you is this: if the U.S. government was so interested in Nigerians coming here and they have to go over there, even trying to overthrow my government in order to get us over here. So, to me, reason why I'm here is not because you fought for me. It's because your government needs me here. So that's the point I'm trying to make to you. When your government is out there in Nigeria hunting for Nigerians to come over here because they need us to help them increase the number of engineers and professionals so they can compete with China, and I end up here and we are doing exactly what they want. We're going to school. We're going to school, becoming engineers and doctors and things like that. And they're taxing us. They're taxing us heavily. And we earn little income. Don't tell me I'm here because of you. I'm here because your government brought me here.
Mike, let me say something, bro. That is so freaking overstated, right?
No, it's the fact, dude.
Here in Virginia, right, with the largest shipbuilding in the shipyard in the world, right?
So you agree with my point? Don't tell me the reason why I'm here is because you want to fight you want to do some protest for me to come here. I don't like hearing that bullshit from ADOS, okay?
Mike, 99% of all engineers in this country, in the shipyard, that build ships, the nuclear submarines, everything like that, are black or white in this area.
And by the way, I didn't say only Nigeria is the only place where they went. They went to India. They went to certain countries. India, even Ghana. They go to countries where they know they can extract people that they know that will come here and increase the number of professionals, especially certain fields like the engineering area, which is very tough. If you go to most universities in America today, I can guarantee you, most of the people you're going to find in the engineering departments are non-American, including whites, even white children, even white. Those courses are extremely difficult.
I'm around engineers every day. I've never seen no.
Dude.
What are you talking about?
Kala,
there's this propaganda.
I'm not here to argue who has more engineer, who doesn't have. But the point, listen, I'm not getting into who's more successful. That's not the point I'm making.
What's successful?
Kala, the point I'm trying to make is, Kala, I'm here to go into who's better, who's not. That's not the point. But the point I'm trying to make to you,
Mike.
No, Kala, I'm not here to tell you we are good, we are all this. I'm not. No, Kala, stick to my point. Stick to my talking point.
If you guys disappeared tomorrow, right, from America,
stick to my argument. I don't care. But what I'm trying to tell you is the reason United States government are interested in Nigerians coming here is because they know that
hold on. Mike, there's 300,000 Nigerians here illegally in America.
Who cares? It's not only Nigeria that they go to. It's not only Nigeria that they go to. It's not only Nigeria that the United States government, they're out there in the world. United States depend heavily on immigrants, dude. Because America does not have the culture that can produce. Listen. Do you know that baby boomer generation was a disaster?
Oh, why is so many Nigerians being deported?
What do you mean? From where?
America.
So many Nigerians being deported from America. No, that's a lie. No. If a Nigerian come here, no. Deported for what? For committing crime, right? If a Nigerian come here,
overstay your visa. You don't have to commit crimes. If you overstay,
you're deported. If you're talking about somebody that come here to visit, that's different. You're talking about visiting visa. I mean, come on, man. It's like you take a visiting visa, you go to Nigeria. Any country will deport you, man.
Nigerians will overstay the visa.
It's anybody, man. That's illegal. You can't go to another country and with a visiting visa to go visit for a few. They give you 3 months.
You said these people by the United States government.
No, I'm talking about the people the U.S. government actually gave visa in Nigeria to come and be resident in America. That's a different visa. That's what most immigrants are. I'm talking about the legal immigration. Most of us are. Listen, most of us.
Let me ask you a secret how your government works, right?
Maybe you don't understand how immigration works.
How the visa works, right?
You trying to tell me how the visa works?
Mike, the Queen of England got all that gold in friggin' her vaults and everything. All that gold with her white gloves and whatnot. Oh, look at all my gold I got. Where does that gold come from?
I don't give a shit, man.
Oh, yo, Mike,
what's my business? What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me, Kala? Okay, she stole it. Okay, cool. She stole it. Then what?
Where does all that gold that the French and all these other people got stacked in their reserves come from?
Well, they stole it. They stole it from all over the world. They're from Africa, from Asia, from everywhere. Okay, they loot. That's the news.
It comes from where? Africa.
Right? It's not only Africa. They went all over the world. And listen, the Europeans got powerful.
You know how they're able to get it from you? Because they give y'all visas. And when they give you visas, they tell you, go and take all the oil and everything y'all want. When they give us some visas.
The reason why they're getting stuff in is because they gave me visa to come here. That's why. You're not making sense, Kala. What are you talking about, man?
They give you visas so they can rob your wealth.
You're not making any sense. Explain what you're just saying just now.
Mike, it's getting late, man. It's getting late.
No, you're not making sense, Kala. You said the reason why they're stealing goods because they gave me visa to come over here to come make some money. You're not making any sense, Kala. But you do agree that the reason why I'm here is because the U.S. government are interested in me being here. It's not because he did some matching and some Jim Crow civil rights and all that stuff.
Mike, you paid your visa for Puerto
Rico. Kala, no one did anything for anybody, dude. Every man for himself. No one did nothing for anybody. Let's stop all these. I did this for you.
All right, brother Mike, you've said enough. Appreciate it. Let me chime into this. The reason why you have that opportunity from Nigeria, and the reason why I have this opportunity to come to America is because our brothers and sisters in America paved the opportunity for us to have that opportunity. So
which opportunity?
I'm gonna just mute you real quick, respectfully, because I get tired of the disrespect on the situation. You're coming to a country where no black people were allowed to do anything. So obviously you couldn't have, where were the Nigerians during that time, and where were the Jamaicans during that time, or anyone else during that time? During the era of Marcus Garvey. Like literally, brother, those opportunities weren't available for any of us.
Which opportunities are you talking about? That's why I keep asking you. Well, you're not telling me. You guys use words, but you don't define what the word is.
Example: opportunities for any career. Like myself, I was able to go to the U.S. Navy, and I was able to build me a career in aircraft maintenance. Those careers weren't available for us.
Career is not an opportunity.
Those careers weren't available for any of us as black people. And you're black, whether you're
because they didn't need you at that time. First of all, during the so-called discrimination, they used to recruit black.
Mike, I'm gonna just remove you from the chat because all you want to do is overtalk people, and you want to push your narrative about the government brought you here, and just like all other ungrateful black people who whether they live here or come from somewhere else, you got to respect the fact that the black people that came before you died and opened barriers and created opportunities. It's what it is, as simple as that. And I'm not going to go into a whole bunch of education situation. If you're just that damn stupid, you need to get off the chat. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bomani, check this out. This is what I'm talking about.
We don't need to be going back and forth. It seems like
this is why
it seems like you just. It seems like all you want to do is literally just go back and forth with us on arguments.
Check this out. This is what I'm talking about.
Mike, brother, hold on, Kala. Mike saying that it's like a disrespect to our great ancestors, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and even as one of our best from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. Literally everything is based on what foundation of your generation clear barriers. The opportunities my son have and my family have, those are not opportunities that came out of woodwork. Those are opportunities that that would be a disgrace to my mother and my father working in New York for 30 years. That they clear that barrier and clear the opportunity for myself, all our freedom fighters and things like that. So I'm not gonna argue, Mike. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna let you back in because all you do is you're loud and you're yelling, you're just aggressive with the conversation and things like that. And we're not getting progressive with anything like that with that level of disrespect. We're gonna always prove our point that our energy from the African diaspora is very vital and important to reconnect with Africa. Because see what Mike said? Mike said, his government, the American government brought him over here. So he has no intentions to connect him with nothing going on with anything as far as us building anything. And that's what it seems to be sometimes. I mean, and we all do it. I have people from Jamaica that comes here and do the same thing. Everybody just trying to get theirs in general. But I'm saying that people have to respect the energy of Pan-Africanism. And that's why we have that title, that Pan-Africanism will never die. The concept, the theory, the movement, the energy itself, and that energy is us as a people. Literally, just like myself in Ghana. We're not just there in Ghana, like, we're just there in Ghana. We're just gonna forget about what's going on. You're showing homage or participating and literally getting involved in things and making a difference. You're not just ignoring the fact or just not discrediting the other Black people who came before you or paved the way or clear things up. Like in order for someone like myself to be in a country like Ghana, someone like Kwame Nkrumah paved the way. And just like in order for other governments to be still there today, you have revolutionaries like that laid a foundation. So that's what I don't like. One thing I won't do, I won't continue to have no conversation with anyone if they're gonna disrespect the ancestors. That's why I went into beef with your punk ass ex-friend Holup system, because Holup was talking all this superficial stupidness and disrespecting our ancestors or people that came before us or people in the movement. Like a lot of times you have people in a movement and they're gonna fail, but their failure is the foundation for you to build your success. It's a generational thing, and it's like, and that's why that's very important. But brother Kala, say what you have to say, and we're gonna close. And I don't want to go on for another few hours going back and forth. But I'm gonna let Mustafa in. All right. Mufasa in, and you can talk also.
Okay, let me say this. Here's the problem, right? You nailed it on the head, right? There's this notion, I'm disappointed in my brother Dynas today, right? This disrespect of Black America, our ancestors, what they achieved, everything like that to appease people that ain't Pan-Africans, they ain't like that. They're just haters. They come here, troll Black Pan-African chat rooms, everything, calls, structure, everything like that, and we feel we got to tell you. These people have no idea. I know who's an African Pan-Africanist. They're not going to engage in like what Mike just said. They're going to be respectful and everything like that. That's the first thing about respect. You don't respect my Africanness, my Blackness, and everything. You ain't a Pan-Africanist. If you don't understand that my ancestors came here as slaves and everything like that, and it wasn't my fault that my ancestors were brought here, and you're gonna hold it against me because I wasn't born in Africa and whatnot, I have nothing to say about my ancestral homeland. Damn you, And so basically, you said like this. He said, the government needs us. These Black people don't want to give any respect. That's how disrespectful it is. They don't give no respect to Black America.
Yeah, I don't see what does it really hurt you to just admit that? That's nothing. Like that's
just their pride.
Yeah, but for me, like I'm not even one of those people who make it like you owe us everything because we fought for you to come over here, but to not acknowledge it is another level. You know what I mean? That's just acknowledge it. I'm not saying everything you have in life is because of Black Americans, like some of these ADOS people try to make.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's going too far, but you do got to acknowledge it. That I feel like that's just basic respect and being realistic, like no emotions. Like that's just the reality.
Exactly. Exactly. And my point what I was trying to make today was there's this notion in the Pan-African, and we straightened out tonight that to be a Pan-Africanist, you got to throw Black America, your history and everything
our ancestors. You're supposed to stand on that shit, you know? You stand on what your ancestors. Mine said, the people that came before him paved the way. He come from New York City. One time the black people couldn't even get in the MTA. Now we got black people on the board of the MTA running the transit authority. And they paved the way for other people. So we ain't gonna throw it, oh, that don't mean shit. It's called being a keeper. You collect your wins.
No, bruh, everybody, going back ever since, what's that damn dude's name? The scammer dude that used to be on Dinah's show, shitting on black Americans. Exactly.
Shit on black America
all of y'all was agreeing with. I felt like I was the only one going against him every time.
Yeah,
everybody was agreeing with this dude and everything, and now
y'all got into it.
It's just continued. Yeah, like every time I came on, it was to go against him, but everybody was agreeing with him. And it's just been this fest where everybody's just shitting on black Americans.
Pan-African platform.
That's what I'm saying. But and my thing is, I have no issue with people being tough on whoever. But when you start targeting just us constantly, you're targeting us.
You're doing the work of the white man. These are nothing but
that's what I'm saying.
Agents of white supremacy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, damn, I'm like, look, if we're gonna go hard on everybody equally. I have no issue with that. But don't target
Mike,
us.
he don't want no criticism. He don't want no criticism. Now, we were talking about black people in America, and he'd be, oh, yeah, y'all need to do this. I've been dealing with Mike for a long time. But when it comes down to Nigeria, I proved that, you know? That's how weak he is.
I don't know why he was saying that. Because I actually liked Mike's contributions before. Like, I don't know why today. I don't know why he's on this tribalism. He probably been listening to all that ADOS and all that nonsense. Because I felt like a tribal angle today. I never really usually got that from him. So,
and also all the time, Mufasa, you've been listening to me for years. You were my first listeners back in 2009, man. You know, I've always brought black people together. You know, we talk about these issues and everything. I never.
I mean, you go equal against everybody. See, you're not singling out. I do got to give you that. That's a fact.
So what's Mike talking about? Why is he talking about Nigeria? You say one thing about Nigeria. Nigeria is my ancestral homeland. I'm part Nigerian. Yeah, I'm concerned about that.
Right.
You know, we're not supposed to say nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say something about Nigeria, but I'll say something about everything else. I was just pointing out. I just didn't like when he was saying. I wish he was here, but I guess he's gone now. But I was just like,
I'm trying to get Mike to come back in. And I want to apologize to Mike. We just had to continue because we also need to speak and make our points. But let me let you back in so you can chat with the brothers.
Yeah. Because I just don't agree.
Mufasa, I'm sorry. I have to apologize to you. I have to apologize to you and the other any African American felt offended. But that's the deal. Kala went on talking about Nigeria, talking shit about how England wrapped us out. We are this dumb, and you went and talk all that. And that's the reason why I went that route, because you have to understand, like, the way you talk. I didn't mean to go that route. I knew it was going to hurt his feelings, but he kept on and on talking. From the beginning of the show, I kept saying, dude, the way you talk about countries, you don't know how you roll people and things like that. Like the way he's describing how the Queen of England, how they just wrapped out we in Africa. You talk a lot of shit like that. And that's why when Africans sometimes respond to you, you don't know why they respond to you, because you don't see how you talk to people sometimes. You went on about Nigeria. So when I talk that way, I knew it was going to hurt your feeling, you know? So sometimes you have to watch how you speak to people before you start criticizing the way they talk to you back, you know? So it's the energy sometimes you throw at people that make them talk to you the way they talk, you know? So Kala does it a lot where you start talking about Africa, you start talking down on countries, talking down on them in a way where they just these useless people and things like that, you know? So you have to understand that, you know?
No. But Kala does the same thing to Black Americans too. But now, if we want to talk about Africa and you get defensive, you see what I'm saying?
No, it's not about getting defensive. If you want to talk, here's the deal. Like you spoke about, what's his name? Lou Major, whatever.
Yeah,
I totally disagree. Even there was a time I was trying to tell Danny's like, no, you can't let the guy talk. In the beginning, even Danny's, when he first started show, when I first came on the show, when he was always like just poking on Nigeria and things like that and places, I always said, dude, I think we as Black people, we should be careful when we want to talk about other groups, because he's gonna, the way you talk about your people, like we Nigerian, when we talk about Nigeria, we go in on it. You understand? If I got to talk about Nigeria with my fellow Nigerian, we talk shit about Nigeria like that, you know. But it doesn't mean that the way I talk about Nigeria is the way I start talking about Jamaica. I'll sit down with Jamaicans and begin to talk about their country the same way I talk about my country. You understand? So
Yeah, but
in the
it's
beginning,
like a
so
unwritten
because
rule, though.
you're gonna rub people the wrong way. That's one thing. And
No,
me, of course, I'm thick skinned.
No, but this is the
But
thing, though. If we amongst each other as Pan-Africanists, I feel like as long as you know what you're talking about, you're not speaking from a place of ignorance and tribalism. What's wrong with criticizing other people if you know what you're talking about? You made statements about African Americans before, but you lived in Houston. You were talking about different stuff. You were around people, so I didn't have an issue with it. I just don't like when you turn it into a tribalism thing. Oh, African Americans this, and I don't like that part.
no, okay, explain. Okay, what I said tonight, please explain. I was tribalism. What I said actually, it will come off offensive, definitely, but it's actually a fact that the reason why we are here, there's two sides. Yeah, we know that things happen and things like that. I get it, but I can make the argument that the U.S. government actually interested in Nigerians being here because they need to use us for their own advancement of their own country. It's a fact, but I know if I say to a black American, it will be uncomfortable. That's why I usually won't go there. You know,
no, but you're leaving out. Go ahead.
It's a fact. Before you got this opportunity, a lot of other black people who was born here literally didn't have that opportunity, broke the barrier, and the opportunity was created for them. But also, once that opportunity was created for them, it was created for other black people around in other parts of the world, like myself from Nigeria. So that's how you got that opportunity. And also the government want to undermine our people here, so they'll give other people opportunities over our people that were born here and been here for generations. It's a wicked, evil stuff that's going on, and that's why we're pushing this whole Pan-African network so we can build something for ourselves.
That's why we say.
But then, when I ask you a question, that what is the opportunity? I'm not saying this to insult anything.
For you to be an engineer, for you to get
on. But you can't call it out. You can't.
Stab, shot, shoot, hang, burn. For you to be able to just have free movement, for you to have that citizenship, just the same as you got your naturalization. I got mine also. Those things weren't available to any Jamaicans, any Nigerians, unless
are you saying this is something we should be celebrating? I mean, you guys, are you saying this is something we should be celebrating?
You don't have to celebrate.
Yes, brother, it's something that
no, it's not something we should be celebrating. I just told you that the Nigerians suffer brain drain.
Yes, brain drain.
Exactly. So when people are telling me,
like Marcus Garvey came here and worked with our people that were born here, because he couldn't really find that energy in Jamaica, and he was able to connect with people here and was able to build a stronger movement. Marcus Garvey showed the greatest aspiration of Pan-Africanism, and also wanted to take that connection to work with his own brothers and sisters in Africa. So it's the same energy that we're building, just on another level. And part of that energy is also, we have to just be respectful and show love to all the situation. But even if I'm not saying go around and celebrate and shoot rockets and stuff like that, but definitely not talk down, make it seem like, oh, I'm a smart Nigerian and the government.
But I didn't see you correct Kala at all, because for a while I allow Kala to go on and on and on. But what I don't like is your double standard, Bomani.
Also, brother, it's a part of the brain drain. The brain drain is taking the best of Africa's mind for the last several hundred years to weaken the continent and strengthen the empire. So you have some of the best of black people in many places right here. And that's why Pan-Africanism is so important. But people like yourself is so caught on that, or the government gave me this opportunity, and the black people, if they try a little harder, they could be like me in engineering school. We have plenty of black people in engineering school and everything. But yes, also
so you said the way I said it was offensive. So the way Kala was speaking to me when he was saying his own Nigerians,
like it was not about
so that wasn't disrespectful, right? So this is how we're going to do Pan-Africanism, playing double standard, right? And that's why I came on the show telling you. It'll be difficult for us to come together as we want to. It'll be difficult because we just don't. Our mentality is just different, dude. All these things are things we have to address first, because our mentality is different. Because you can't say you want to do Pan-Africanism when we're playing double standard in a conversation. We can't do that.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, we went through Jim Crow. We could clearly point to you that these opportunities were not there. All these Nigerians.
Which opportunity are you talking about? Which opportunity?
Going to Harvard. You couldn't go to Harvard, right? W.B. Du Bois was the first one to go to Harvard.
That's not Pan-African, desiring to go to Harvard. Pan-Africanism is building your own damn university.
That was an opportunity that is available now that was not available before, right?
It's all over the world. That's global. Listen.
Yeah, Mike and
We're
Navigate.
not talking about global, bro.
Mike and
America.
Navigate. I have to mute you. Let Mufasa speak. Family. It's like you guys are. We're trying to make a point. Like Mike, every time you say which opportunities, we're telling you several different opportunities, several different things. And Mufasa was explaining that, and then you cut him off again. So my brother, reiterate.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're not talking about all over the world. We're talking about here in America. You're here in America. Everybody wants to come here to America. So you have to respect the history. It's not nothing emotional. We're telling you a fact. There were Jim Crow laws. We had to struggle to get those Jim Crow laws lifted. Now that they're lifted, you're here. It's not nothing emotional about it. That's just a fact. To not acknowledge that is to not acknowledge a fact. Now you're comparing that to what Kala said. I'm trying to figure out what exactly did Kala say that compares to that. I don't see what he said that compares to that.
Again, that's what I believe. In this life, you do your best trying to build your life however you can. And people don't allow people to do anything unless they will benefit from whatever you're doing themselves. That's what I believe. When I say that United States was soft, they needed brains because there was you guys mentioned the Jim Crow era all that time, the olden days. United States focused heavily on European brains. Back then, Europe was kind of like a backward society. It wasn't an advanced country today. It was Europe, most part of Europe, Italy, Germany. Those countries were third world countries back then. It got to a point, I guess, after World War II, when Europe got rebuilt. Europe became a socialist country and economically advanced country, industrialized country. And European immigrants stopped coming to America. Now, United States needed other places to go to start digging for more the immigrants. That's when they first went to China. They went to Asia. They went to China and all these places, and they realized they made a mistake because later on the Chinese immigrant that came to America, when they acquired the brain, they didn't stay, they left, and America suffered a heavy brain drain during that time when a lot of the Chinese that came here and left. And it got to the 90s, 80s, they had to figure out where else to go find these immigrants, and they had no choice. They started looking at these countries like India. Even look at South America. America needs to be a superpower to maintain their status. You have to produce an amount of professionals on a yearly basis. So their desire to have these brains is what led them to go into some of these countries. If they're aiming to take the Nigerians and bring them here to have them become these productive people and tap into their brain. And they're here, and we know that the country, United States, is benefiting from our hard work. When I come here to America and I bust my ass, work very hard. Wait, listen. This is where I get offended. Listen. This is where I get offended. But when I work hard, go to school, work very hard.
We do the same thing. So what? What are you doing?
Somebody is telling me that somebody gave it to me. It's very offensive too. You guys know that, right?
Mike, check this out. Let me tell you.
No one's saying anyone gave it to you, brother. Mike, I'm gonna Kyle, let me just make one point, then you make your point, but because we have to add somebody else and we have to release Mike. Mike, no one's saying that anyone just gave anything to you. You earned the opportunity and the right because other people paved the way. It's just that simple. You earned it and you deserve it. And these are things that few of us in the different countries we come from have that opportunity to compete. And we just have to flip it around to where whatever we learn from these so-called developed countries, we take it back to where we come from and build that that Black Pan-African world.
Well, you guys also let me make one important point as well.
Mike, let me answer your question, right? Check this out.
Kyle, let him finish. Let
me make this also important point. You guys should not forget that the reason why American economy is thriving is because Kala made the point earlier. They're robbing the continent of Africa, right? Kala himself is the one that brought it up, poke it in my face. How they are robbing my continent. And you guys know if we the Africans shut our continent down, United States economy will collapse. So you also have to look at me being robbed on a daily basis on the continent, right? We also got to look at that. Kala himself the one that brought it up. You're poking me, telling me how my homeland is being robbed, right? And then after poking me how my homeland is being robbed, and then you're now telling me that I'm here and also someone is giving it to
No,
me.
you're taking
So
it that way. We didn't
come
say it
on,
like
man.
that, Mike.
So when you're talking like that, you understand you're pissing somebody off too.
Mike, let me tell you something, Mike. Let me say this, right? I got into the insurance business 15 years ago. Now I'm on a top MGA level insurance in the state of Virginia, right? Now my sister got me into insurance, right? She got me insurance. She did this thing. I know what she was doing. All I knew was I was like every weekend she'd go to New York and was able to vacation with my parents every week. I said, "What the hell you do?" So I do insurance. All she was doing. I said, "You make that much money?" I said, "Shit, I want to do that." So I got my studied, got my license, everything like that. But get this: when I got insurance, right, I met a lot of older people, black and white, but particularly black, older black men that's been in insurance. Like since, like he said, they told me back in the 1950s, right? You a black man, you could be an insurance agent. He said, I work for this United Insurance, whatever like that. They call you nigga every day. They said nigga this, nigga that. But you had to go around there like that. But they wanted the black market there. Black we have money, so they forced to bring us in as insurance to go in the black community. He said, yeah. So we did this now. Lincoln Heritage Insurance, right, and North Carolina Mutual, black-owned insurance companies, right, in this area, in the state, in this area. Well, Lincoln Heritage is one of the biggest insurance companies because it's black-owned, you know. And all these older guys, one night, so my father was in insurance. I did this one night. I listened to these old guys, and I thank them for paving the way for me to come to be in a successful insurance. I don't just say I did it on my own. I like that. I knew there was black people that came before me that paved the way, you know, because of laws, how we couldn't get our license if we had this on our record or stuff like that. Now we basically got insurance. I'm bringing one of my brothers in right now. This guy's been working his whole life, 50 years old. I'm training him to be an agent. So I'm going to transform your life. He's gonna be crazy.
Well, let me ask you guys this. This may sound kind of
exactly, Kala. And hold that point. And also, Mike, we have
enough to understand that's being civilized.
Also, Mike, we have someone else that we have, and Kala. Thanks for making that point. And that's it. That's the way it works, man. Just like we're gonna pave the future for our children to come, and they're gonna be able to compete and be a world power, and not be just the situation we're in where we just all scattered and divided and conquered, where and it's like we're still in the same situation where we left after just being in the world of this being colonized and this dragged to different levels of this slavery. But what I want to do,
but Bomani, let me say one last thing before I go. I know we got to bring someone else, but we have to understand one thing. A lot of us black immigrants, when we come to this country, right, especially many of us that came in the 90s, we went through so much freaking hell, dude. And in the midst of it, we're working our ass off. We're from suffering racism from whites on one end, suffering racism from Hispanic on the other end, and getting bullied by black American on the other end. And through all that, we work hard to build ourselves to get to where we are, right? So you have to understand how it kind of annoys us when somebody now look at us and say, you won't be where you are without me. When I can remember a black American that put a gun on me, when I back in those days, I can remember a black American when I got jumped. And then when a black American now tell me that me having my success, we Nigerian, I'm telling you, we went through hell in the 80s and 90s. Now for them to now be telling me that our success in America is, it's like you guys need to understand how annoying it becomes, dude.
I guess we need to get somewhere with this conversation.
They didn't treat us nice, and we work hard under that stress to build our life. And then you want us to give you credit for our success? Come on, man. That's disrespectful, man.
Yeah, brother, hold on for a second. Let me finish with you, Mike, and then we have to go with and add these other people in. But no one's trying to take your credit for your success or anything like that. All of us as the people been through the hell of whether you're dealing with your own folks here, but think about the people who came before you that were fucking stolen from Africa and brought here. Did you have it worse? I've been through my struggles as coming from Jamaica and being here, and you're trying to learn the culture of being around your own people and things like that. And it's what it is. Just like when you were trying to go to Africa, all the things that we have to go through. It's a universal situation, and we have to just stop just looking at our own struggles and stuff. Because Mike, trust me, you came over here on a jet plane, I'm sure, and came and was able to just enjoy that life and came over here. And even though you may have to struggle and study and everything, but you weren't stolen, brought over here on slave ships and being working on plantations with a generation of your families growing up as slaves, and I'm being indoctrinated into the world. So it's a little trick. I'm not saying for you just to say, hey, I wouldn't be anywhere without you. I'm not. You're taking it like too much on the extreme. You know what I mean? But it's like I don't know if we'll ever agree to the sport and everything, but I'm just trying to get us to get to the point where we can connect and work together and figure this thing out together as a people. And that's why we're pushing this narrative. Like, I don't have to leave here and go do anything in Africa or anywhere else. I can just live and enjoy my career. But that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is get us involved into how we can make our continent, Africa, the best continent in the world, and make, and use our source from here in the diaspora. You're here studying. I came here to study also. A lot of us came here to study. Use what we have learned and make it work in our continent. But I think we spend more time fighting and debating about what we don't agree, about these little petty things. And that's what I don't want to focus on. But I do want to hear from some other people. But definitely appreciate you, Mike. And always welcome to come on. And I apologize having to meet you a few times, but we need to just let other people talk. So let me let you go. All right, Black Anna, can you speak? I was about to add another person in.
Hello, Bomani. Thank you for having me on the show. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, speak freely, and I'll mute myself.
Nice meeting you for the first time in the telephone conversation. I've been watching your channel for quite some time. Thank you for defending our FBA honor. I am an FBA.
Absolutely.
From the Midwest. And, I agree with, I don't have my glasses on, Genesis, where he was saying that, we just feel like the new Black people that come to the country just really don't get the suffering and how we were treated, what it took for us to get here to where we are today, to where when you guys go to Africa, because I haven't been yet, but I'm going, where we're just seen as rich when we show up, like all the hell that we endured for 18 generations before we got to where we are today, to where now we've become like the envy of the world. You know what I mean? Just all the sacrifice. It really makes me sad to hear all the arguing and debating though between the new Blacks and us foundational Blacks, because we need each other. I just wish that there was more understanding between us as a people, because when I look at the Pan-African, us as foundational Blacks and the African Blacks and the new Blacks, the new American African Blacks, I just see us as the same, on the same coin, but two separate sides who've been oppressed by the same enemy. You know what I mean? They've been oppressed and pillaged in their own land by colonizers, and we were ripped from the land and captive and tormented on this side. But we're really the same people with the same open enemy. And I just wish that if we could ever get that focus, you know what I'm saying? That we are being oppressed by the same enemy that's keeping us fighting, keeping us divided, keeping us distracted, and learn how to get an understanding and lean on one another. That's really what needs to happen, because neither one of us can make it alone. We're gonna have to learn to get an understanding.
I think the sister's breaking up.
I like Dinah's. Oh no, you can't hear me. Can you hear me?
You're back. You're clear.
Go ahead and repeat what you said for the last 30 seconds. If you just repeat yourself again, so we can hear you clearly. You're breaking up.
Well, I just wish that we could, Africans, new Africans in America, and Africans from in the original continent, and Black Africans, we could get more understanding about one another instead of all the debating, because we need one another. That's my view. We need one another. We have the same open enemy attacking us from two different sides. That's the way
Absolutely.
I see it.
And that's the importance of Pan-Africanism, because that Pan-Africanism bring all these groups together, or even if it's not Pan-Africanism, whatever people want to call it, trying to get us to work together and do business together ultimately is what I'm.
Yeah, and they're gonna make every effort to keep. Yeah, and they're gonna make every effort to keep us from uniting. So if we could just get our eyes on who the real enemy is and not attack one another.
Excuse me, what was you going to say about brother Dinus Samir?
Well, I feel like Dinus is being under attack, and I'm not saying that. It sounds like you guys are just. I think Dinus is hurt, okay, and all of us are hurt by the fact that white supremacy has has knocked us down again, which they have done many times, and reduced us down to barbarianism. You know, we every time we dust ourselves off and pick ourselves up and pull ourselves back up, there's a new strategy against us to knock us back down again. And so, yes, our people are not on their best behavior. Some of us are out here behaving poorly, and our community is in disarray. But to me, we have been systematically broken down into this condition. It's not that we want that. It's not because we don't have talented and gifted Black people. We all know that. Our enemy knows that, and they do everything to keep us from walking in our gifts. And so I just, you know, I do pray for our community. I got, like I said, I got family here on everywhere throughout this country, and some of them are lost. And you know, we just got to do what we need to do to set ourselves up to pull back together again. And this time we have to do it stronger than we've ever done before. And to me, that includes us and the Native land Africans all pulling together as one. And that's my point. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate your input, sister. Appreciate
you,
your MJ. Kala, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, exactly. To the point, you know, I understand Brother Dynas's disappointment and stuff like that, but we have to understand our people in America, right? You got all these Black people now for the first time. Your dust is cleared. Black people are making some sort of strides in America, right? And we don't want to come across as Pan-African, like telling Black people after all the struggle and everything that, oh, this doesn't belong to you and everything like that. When we see immigrants coming over here and everything, and no one's telling them to go back and everything, but African Americans got to feel guilty if they have success or be dismissive of Black people's success. Like a comment was made today on the show about Black universities. Oh, they're built by white zaddy and everything. But what about the faculty? What about all the great educators we produced? The educator took us from being illiterate, right, to by the turn of the century, right, we had a 99% illiteracy rate. 0 to 90%. That's the fastest number of people being educated in the history of mankind. We went from 0 illiteracy rate to 99.9%. We were educating older people going to school. People in the 80s were going to school for the first time. So this idea that Black people, we built schools, we built communities, we built colleges, we sustained ourselves. We had our own everything in America. We even had our own baseball league. So
I don't even think we need to argue those types of points. We know we have the gifts.
We have to argue it because people are discrediting us now.
Well, I know. Okay, so what I'm saying is we need to take those talents out of this country, back to the land.
I agree with that.
Start building up.
But here's the thing, sister, let me say
the
this.
Africans. Yes.
Here's the thing. When we formed the BIO, tell us, right? When I first formed the BIO, when I was at the Kala Nation Blog Talk Radio, right? I met Mufasa right there. He used to call himself A&N back in the days, right? And he was inspired to go to Africa one day and do agriculture. When I was talking about everyday STEM, science, and everything, that was the first show on Black Conscious Radio that was talking about the sciences, learning business, international trade, and all the stuff like that. I said, look, we have a lot of talent. Let's bring that talent to Africa. You know, that's the sort of I want to create a new face of Pan-Africanism. People doing business, people doing international trade, people doing all these things I see the Asians and everybody else doing in the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood and everything. But the whole thing is this. If you got Pan-Africans who are going around talking about Black people ain't shit and look how the immigrants are succeeding and being dismissive of Black accomplishment and what we can do in America, make it seem like Black people in America are done. That's not Pan-Africanism. That's being a freaking race trader.
Yeah, you serious, brother? Kala said that is a race trader. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
And that's what I've been fighting for all these years. I said, look, I was on the 4th grade, right? I had to, I had to take white kids, right? White, blonde hair, blue eyed kids, right? To the inner city, Queens, New York, right? Back with me, right? To show them my family in New York. I said, no, I don't come from the fucking slums and all stuff like that. They saw my uncles and everything like that, hardworking men and stuff like that, had families and everything, getting ready to go to church for Sunday and everything, and just dignified kids, cousins off to college and everything. They're like, oh man, that's a different picture. Because people have this idea that Black America ain't shit. So sometimes you got to show them, you know? And I hate the fact that people have this idea that, oh, Black people in America, we just like all this ghetto shit. That shit imposed upon us. Our enemies want to make it seem like Black American shit. We don't care about families. We don't care about education. That's nothing to be further from the truth. You know, you go
Well,
any
no,
Black person.
there's a lot of people like that, Kala, but I feel like the issue is that we're being like, people are just like the racist media at this point. They're leaving out all the people who aren't on that. People that get up every day, go to corporations, military, working at, all these different jobs, business owners. We don't talk about that. We keep putting up Young Thug and all these people with these indictments. I'm like, what the hell does that got to do with me?
That's white supremacy.
No, but this is black.
being done
This
by
is
so-called
Pan-Africanists doing this now. At this point,
Black
and
people
black
doing
people, black people and other some people call themselves Pan-Africanists, are now throwing us under the bus like this for the entertainment of immigrants who are jealous of us anyway. And now it's just getting to the point where it's just I'm not saying all immigrants, but like the ones who want to participate in it. Right.
Well,
do I have to try to get a word in edgewise?
Yeah,
no,
speak your mind,
do your
brother.
thing,
Speak
brother.
your mind.
No.
Don't hold it back. It's all good, man. Speak your mind.
All right.
I mean, where I'm at, we got so many blacks that reject Africa, don't want to be. You say something about Africa, the face twisted up. They don't want to hear about Africa. I had to start asking some of my family members, do y'all believe that blacks were slaves and that we came from? I had to just start asking people because they was making me so upset with their rejection. I'm talking about my educated, working, productive black family members who don't have any interest in Africa. So I'm just saying, so they probably taking the people who's showing interest in Africa, because we got a lot of educated blacks who refuse to turn away from the system. You know what I'm saying? They're totally sold on the American system.
And that's why we're going to create a new
Africa. Our educated teachers, our talented people.
But that's most black people, period. Like, it's easier to just go along with the system. That's what they do here. That's what they do overseas. Same
what
thing.
you do with sister? Show them that movie Blacks Without Borders. Came out 2006. Black millionaires.
No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pack my shit and I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna align myself.
Sister, but before you go, go on YouTube.
No. I'm saying I'm not gonna try to convince people of anything, because I believe that the people who don't already have it in their spirit can become more problems than
at least they won't give you problems for being interest in Africa.
Because I'll be thousands of miles away. I don't have the strength to debate with people. I just rather align myself with like-minded people and just build with that, because
but let me just warn you, when you get over there, it's gonna be the same type of mentality. So it's just really no escape from this in terms of
it's better over here. It's better over here.
Bro, you don't.
I'm just telling you the truth, bro. When you I'm saying when I'm telling her in terms of you going over there and trying to preach Africa to people, it's gonna be worse over there. Like, that was when I spent all that time in Nigeria. One of the things that hurt me the most was, like, when we're out here in the Western world, I'm constantly defending Africa. I'm defending that Nigeria. I'm defending this. And when you go over there, especially in Nigeria, they shit on it all day, and it was like hard for me to take. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna deal for that too. Yeah, I mean, but I can understand in certain things too, no excuses, but the point is it's just easier for people to align with the white power structure. That's just the way it is. So,
we're tethered to white.
Don't expect to get away from it. Yeah, I'm just here. Don't expect to get away from it. You're gonna go there, it's gonna be the same thing. Everybody is looking at you like an American. I'm not trying to tell you it's bad. I mean, I think it's a good thing. I just think I feel like my energy for wanting to go back is more do for self, right? I don't feel like I'm running away from anything, because you don't really get away from anything. Your problems just change. It's a different type of problem,
and it's waiting for you over there.
Yeah.
Appreciate you sharing up, Mufasa. Navigate freely. Now share your experience in Ghana, because just like our brother shared his experience in Nigeria.
And well, Ghana is really fantastic.
You're saying that Africa is better.
Well, Ghana, I haven't been to Nigeria. I've been in Ghana for 3 years now. And here in Ghana, you can have thousands of black people all together, enjoying themselves, with no police around and no one acts stupid and spoil the fun. Nowhere in the USA, you got 50 black folks together, you know, and they drinking and having a good time, somebody gonna mess it up. And you know, and if you get even more than that, they're gonna have police around because they know it's gonna
Who
be
the hell
something.
you hang around, bro?
Well, I've lived in the USA for over 60 years.
I got people. I had
All
a party
over the
Saturday
United
in my
States.
house.
And
We
don't
had a
interrupt me,
good
please.
time.
I did not interrupt you. Let me say what I got to say, and then you can say what you got to say. That's rude, you know. I wasn't rude to you. If you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works,
Oh, we
everything.
understand that, but
Would you please? Would you please?
Go
Would
ahead,
you
man. But you're
please?
missing the point.
Would you please let me speak? Thank you. Now I got to repeat myself just because of you. You know, if you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you know will only confuse you. This conversation reminds me of the conversation I had with the brother, one of my friends in Florida. You know, he said, "Thank God, we became slaves in the USA. Otherwise, we would have learned and heard about Jesus." That really flipped me out.
Man, I don't know why you bring that.
Let me finish talking, please. Let me finish talking, please.
You're bringing that coon energy here,
why don't you put your mic on like I did and let me say what I got to say? You've been speaking all night. Please.
Well, I'm the guest host of the show, man.
Well, that don't mean you got to be rude.
No, I'm not being rude, man, but I'm trying to.
You're being crude. No, you're not being rude.
You're being crude. For the last 3 hours.
Well, yeah. Well, all I need is 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Can I have that, please? I even said please. And like I got, what I would like to say is, here, in the USA, I think we over exert, our achievements here. We have achieved plenty, and black people in the USA are a critical piece of the puzzle, to Pan-Africanism, a critical piece, but we were and we still are systematically altered, socially engineered like cats and dogs. We're dumbed down not to function properly with each other. And if we don't understand how sophisticated the system is, we're just going to divide and conquer is one of the biggest weapons they have in their arsenal.
Amen.
And it's one of the biggest weapons. And right now, only thing we can do in the USA as Black Americans is what we are allowed to do. The system don't care if you make money. The system just care about how you spend that money. All the rich Black people, they don't want the rich Black people, developing a independent economic infrastructure in the Black community that will empower us. No, they want them to buy mansions and fast cars and give the money right back to them. And that's exactly what we do. We, as far as Black Americans is concerned, we don't control nothing in the USA, but we are critical. I am a African, a descendant of slaves in the USA. Now, Bomani is an African descendant of slaves too, but he's not an African descendant of slaves in the USA.
Same thing.
Well, no, it's not the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's they slaves, but it's not the same thing. In the USA, we went through the Jim Crow. We went through the civil rights struggle. But the
thing is, though, Bomani came to America.
Let me finish saying what I gotta say. I'm not discouraging and putting Bomani down by saying that he's an African descendant of slaves in America, because that's exactly what it is. My point I'm trying to make is that the system, divide and conquer. They use that. They will take African descendants of slaves in America and put them in certain positions in the USA. Because and those and many of them, will not identify with African descendants of slaves in the USA. They won't identify with us. And the last thing they want us to do is progress. That's why the system has opened up the border. So we got people pouring in the USA right now, just taking what our ancestors, African descendants of slaves in the USA, slave, fought, and died for. They get the vote, they get free money, they get everything that we fought and died for, because they owe us and they don't want to give it to us. But we're cheering them on. Right now, we got Black Americans in the USA that happily, lead the lynch mob. We're so socially engineered that we work against ourselves.
That is so true.
So when it comes down to the motherland, Africa is ground zero. That's the prize. It's not the USA. Now we get we're the $1 trillion in our hands every year as Black Americans. That's how much we get paid for running the system of racism, white supremacy for them. But they control how we spend it. That's one of the reasons I came to Africa, so I can break some of that control. I came here for some more freedom, not more comfort.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you spend a lot of money in Ghana?
Well, I spend all I get. I'm not rich. And the cost of living in Ghana is lower because of global economics and global politics.
Well, I'm saying
I keep up with global politics and global economics too.
And he's basically putting money in Ghanaians' hands. That's a key thing, because
it's strategic. It's strategic, because we don't build up Africa, because right now the USA, the blacks in the USA is totally under attack. Right now they have hired hundreds of IRS agents and armed them, with weapons. Matter of fact, the whole USA is under attack right now.
That's exactly right. And you know what? I'm going to get off of here. I am trying to align myself 100% with Blacks who think like you, navigate freedom, and are logistically settled like you. I'm not thinking about nothing over here no more. But anyway, fellas, thanks so much for talking with me.
You, brother.
Y'all have a great night. Nice meeting you, Bomani.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, you take care of yourself. And then there was 4.
Yeah, I just wanted to really quick. I don't want to make it like I love Nigeria. It was a lot of fun. I was just trying to tell her it's not like it's that bad or nothing. I love it. I'm trying to get back. I was just saying that you run into a lot of lost Negroes, no matter where you are on the planet. I don't know if it's different in Ghana. I was in Ghana for a few weeks. I didn't really sense anything different. I don't know if your experiences have been different, but people's mindset is not
people everywhere.
Right. That's
people
what I was trying to say. That was
in Ghana, it probably feel like the cost of living is going up and the economy is falling apart. But inflation is up higher than any one of seen countries. So who knows what the future look like and things like that. So navigate freely. You're there. How does the Ghana economy look?
Well, for the Ghanaians, it's not looking very well, because the CD, when I got here, the CD was 5-1, with the U.S. fiat dollar. Now, it's double. The CD is 10-1 to the U.S. fiat dollar. But according to global economics, half the world already has switched over to the gold standard, and the ZIM system, of transferring money through these world banks, is being eliminated. It's a lot going on right now. So I'm looking forward to next year. I'm looking forward, to the global economic situation to be better for everybody, and geopolitics as well. I'm always optimistic, but right now it looks bad. It looks bad in the USA, and and I'd rather be here in Ghana, because if they don't get trucks to bring food to those grocery stores, in the USA, you guys, ain't gonna have nothing to eat. Here in Ghana, it's difficult to poison Ghanaians because they grow what they eat what they grow, and they like it. And they don't have to go to the grocery store. They got markets that that they bring their goods straight out of the field. And right now, I'm off the grid. With power because I got solar panels. I'm off the grid with water. All I got to do is get off the grid with food. I just got to get my garden going up, and then when the world goes to hell in a handbasket, I can still sustain myself. Here in Ghana is, you can build a sustainable community because you can grow food all year round. Although, here in Africa, there are no superpowers. If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours. And what the West has been done, they have foment, division in African countries like Sudan and other places, you know, and get us to fighting with each other, and then they create refugees, and then they bring them to the USA and give them opportunity, you know, to move forward, and they give them more opportunity than they give Black Americans to thrive, and then when it's time, you know, to go back to their country, you know, they got a plug in, you know, they got a plug in, you know, right there. This person been westernly educated and westernly indoctrinated, and they love Jesus just like white Jesus, just like we do, and we can make them the president, get them to be the president of their country now, you know, because we got them under mind control. Mind control is a real science.
Somebody creeping in the dark. Kala Genesis, you're up next.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was coming inside. I was out back. Yeah, man. Like
a few
I said,
things that you wanted to respond to back from what
he wasn't listening, but thank you for
listening,
coming back.
I listened to what you were saying.
He was out back.
No, dude, I had my phone on me, bro.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, thank you for letting me say what I had to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good. You got input. You're on the ground. I'll give you that credit and everything. But the whole thing is, like I was saying tonight, right? Like the lady was saying, you cannot freaking deal with people who don't want to hear nothing. A lot of Black people in America don't want to hear nothing about Africa, right? And then when we in the Pan-African community have to build these communities and show a better way of life, showing us doing international trade with each other. And I talked about Blacks Without Borders. I said, show your family that. You know, that was 2006. There's more Black people in South Africa doing major moves. Then their perspective will change. You know, they won't join, but when they won't look at you like you're crazy. Right now, the Pan-African movement is falling to people like Tariq Nasheed because they think that, oh, you go to Africa, you're going to do this. And people going on Africa, they're on YouTube, they're doing all kind of nefarious stuff and everything. See, these people are going, just like there's a lot of brothers who go to Colombia and Dominican Republic. You got people out there now bashing, call them passport, what do they call them? Passport pookies, you know? They're bashing. So anytime you think outside the box, right? Whether you go to Africa, you go to Dominican Republic or anything like that, someone's going to say something about it, because Black people in America are not allowed to do anything for themselves, you know, and you're not allowed to take credit for when we do have something that somebody's accomplished, right? It's been like this in slavery. Oh, he's not one of you. He's an exceptional Negro. He's an inventor. So we can't even identify with people who come from our ranks that are successful, say, and be inspired, say, oh, that's not you, you know, because just because you're Black don't mean. Now at the same time, when somebody commits murder, rape, or do something, all Black people feel like that's one of us. When somebody's great, we don't friggin' feel entitled to admonish and be like, oh, relish in that greatness, right? We're only allowed to be basically relishing when people are doing bad. And that's what the culture in Black America is. White people stand on, a white guy can go quit school in 11th grade. That white skin knows that when you look at him, he gets more respect than a Black man with 2 master's degrees. Why? Because there's power in whiteness. Like I said Saturday, there's power in whiteness. There's no power in Blackness. I
quote the master teachers all the time.
There's no power in Blackness, right? Because you know why? Because we give it up. Instead of saying, you know something, I'm going to stand on Marcus Garvey. I'm going to stand on Reginald Lewis, the first Black billionaire. I'm going to stand by that square. I can't identify with him. You know, oh, yeah, we discredit our success. And what happens is a lot of Black immigrants, they come over here. They don't want that same energy. You know, they're like, yeah, I worked hard. I want credit for ourselves. And a lot of them resist the fact that, you know, that because we make the worst of us our identity. You know, we make the worst Black people our identity, and we don't say, you know, no, wait a minute, you're not talking about, not all of us are Young Thug. You know, what about all the Black musicians and artists that are doing beautiful things, you know, painting, so much going on in Black America. You know, Black kids, young Black kids becoming millionaires, designing apps and everything in America. You know, we don't say that. So therefore, when we go to Africa, right, you know, if people think you're nothing but a failure in America, they're going to think you're going to do the same thing in Africa. That's why people, oh, Pan-African is stupid. If they knew Black America's potential, they'd be like, okay, because how can they know that when we don't even acknowledge our potential? You know, that's what I want to say about that.
Simply accumulating a bunch of money, you know, does not equate to success.
What is it?
What is it? In my book, just simply accumulating money,
it's not accumulating money. It's not. I don't believe in that. That's defeatism. You know, it ain't about accumulating. It's about building something. Somebody that money could build things.
Building something. Controlling something.
Create something. You know,
power.
Hold on.
About power.
Let me ask you a question. Robert Smith gave $40 million to the Black students to pay their Black males to pay at Morehouse. Was that good or bad?
It all depends on what they're being taught at the university.
It doesn't matter. These guys got college degrees and they're gonna go out in the world and build stuff. You know, so is that good or bad? They got to start in life.
Well, Martin Luther King got thousands of Black people, you know, to leave their homes and walk and march, risking
I didn't ask
their
about
lives.
Was
that good or bad?
Look. It
had nothing to do with money.
That's a nice pivot. But I asked you
that's
about
power.
Robert Smith.
It's called power.
Robert Smith gave $40 million to the graduates of Morehouse College 2 years ago. You know, was that good or bad?
Well, the Bible says power answereth all. But money answereth all. It says money answereth all, but money is not the answer to all.
The bottom line is this: the way you're talking, you're saying the Chinese and everybody else we should go to the World Bank. They should.
That's not what I'm saying. You putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I didn't say wealth is not important.
It seem like those who are successful. And
that's not what I'm saying.
You know?
No. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying you seem to be saying that the only one avenue to success is how much money you get. Any fool can get the money. A drug pusher, he can have $1 million in his pocket, but he's selling death.
How you going to compare Robert Smith, a businessman, to a drug dealer?
Well, I don't know Robert Smith. I don't even know him. I don't know what kind of business he was in.
Okay, that's sad, man. You're speaking on this panel.
That's sad, but I know plenty of black masters. I don't know him. Just because he made some money don't mean I gotta know him. It's plenty of people that made money and gave the money away.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Eugene Jackson sold all his businesses in America and put $30 million and built in South Africa, put thousands of South Africans, blacks out to work. Was that good or bad?
That sounds really good to me. I like that one.
That's why. Why? Because he had the means to do it.
Yes, because he had the means to do it. And and I don't know how he got those means. But my point is, just because you got money, don't mean you're successful.
Nobody ever said that.
But that's what it sounds like to you. You always go to the money. You always go to the money and forget about the power.
The graduation, right?
What about the power?
He said, I'm gonna give $40 million. I'm gonna pay off your student loans and everything like that to a whole graduating class in Morehouse. Never been done.
I remember that. Paying off their student loans.
Bill Cosby gave $80 million to black colleges over the years.
Well, it's a lot of people. Even Donald Trump. A lot of millions of dollars to black colleges over a number of years, when he was president of the United States.
What I'm saying is when black people do something, right? Do something like that, right? Instead of us being grateful, saying, yes, I want to outdo him, man. I want to become inspiring our young people. If we're at our age where we don't care about nothing and whatnot, let's not discourage the younger people who say, man, I don't want to give up on life. I want to become a billionaire. I want to be able to do something in my community and everything.
Well, I don't feel like I don't get all excited because, a celebrity that's been working for the system, in the black boule, take some of that.
So how's Cosby a black boule? How's he a black boule?
Take the money and bail out some of the people that was exploited, by the system, But what would impress me if Bill Cosby took that $80 million and built a black-owned Walmart-sized, facility in the black community and hired black people for it and open up banks, and develop a black an economic infrastructure for black people. As soon as Bill Cosby tried to do something like that, he tried to take over. He tried to take over television stations. They threw his butt in jail. They locked him up.
They locked him up. $80 million of black colleges. So that don't mean anything.
I didn't say it didn't mean anything. It means what it means. You know, but you know what? What's most? We can function. We can function on the plantation. We can function on the plantation.
Everybody's on the plantation. If you're living in America, right? He made his money in America. He didn't make his money in Africa. He didn't make his money in Europe. He made his money in America. He was pro Black America. This, that, and the other thing. He made his money in America. Now, if somebody like Dangote, right? Have Dangote gave $40 million to Nigerian students and everything? No.
What is your point? You know, just because somebody got money and they give money to.
My point is,
what is your point? My point is Pan-Africanism is Africans doing for themselves, generating their own wealth, and controlling their own resources. Because in the USA, we do not. Black people do not control their own education.
You're preaching to the choir. I started saying we need to build our own thing.
But the thing is, we need control. We need power. We don't just need to tossing money around. Is pretty cool. The pastor, he get money every Sunday.
But you can't talk about that. Talk about you living off the grid on free land and whatnot. Just saying that ain't how the world works.
I didn't say I'm living off the grid and free land. I said I'm off the grid, you know, for power, because, you know, I had to buy that, you know, I had to pay to do that. You know, I have to have some resources to do that. I got solar panels, so I don't have to. What I mean about off the grid is I don't have a bill every month.
But I'm saying the younger people coming up and saying, look, I want a future. I want to build something and everything like that. I want to build in Africa. Shouldn't we have Black people that basically, shouldn't we be able to attract the sort of Black people say, you know, I like what you guys are doing in Africa, right? I want to be a part of it. You got an African-American guy just built like a $50 million apartment complex in Ghana.
Yeah, well, that's in Ghana, $50 million apartment complex, and you know, who is his clientele? You know, he's gonna rent it out to people that can afford it. You know, but that ain't got no problem with business. I ain't got no problem with people Black people come to Africa and doing business. I want to see it more. I want to see more of that. I want to see. That's the smartest place for a Black American to do to spend their money is in Africa.
You have your lane. This other person got their lane.
Well, yeah, that's true. They got their lane and they're gonna do what they want to do. I'm just giving you my opinion.
Lane, you know.
My opinion is that the smartest thing you can do is spend your money in Africa.
This is why out of all the movements there's so much divisiveness in the Pan-African movement. Somebody said, you know, so I want to go to Africa. Well, you got an African-American group that went to Uganda with $300 million for a
yeah, but you're always full of presuppositions. You full of presuppositions. You always put words in people's mouth, make pre-assumptions that's not true.
Well, you know, so do you want people to
you don't listen
or not?
You don't listen to what a person say. You just make presuppositions and put that in their mouth, you know, when I didn't say none of that stuff. You know, you won't listen to what I say.
I'm listening.
Judge me for what I say, not for what you want to put in my mouth, what you're going to assume.
Well, appreciate both of you brothers. Brian, I was just about to click you in the conversation. We had a guest. Brian, click back into the link and add you in so you can talk. When we have new people coming, we just have to just hold off so we can at least get them introduce themselves and talk and say something. But until they come back and let's finish saying what you're saying. Navigate.
Well, I'm saying, you know, that success, you know, is more than just money. So I think, you know, being successful is to be able to control your own medicine, you know, where you don't have to go to the Europeans, you know, for your medicine, you know, and your vaccines and all, and your shots and your care, you know, you can develop that for yourselves. It might not be as sophisticated as the Europeans, but, you know, it's just as effective, if not more. And I think, you know, being successful is controlling your food. You know, I think, you know, being successful is controlling the education of your children. I think being successful, you know, it's controlling whether you risk your life and go to war or not. I think being successful is creating your own laws. I think being successful is putting together your own social dynamics, male-female social dynamics. You know, where they don't control your sex and, you know, and convince your daughters, you know, at preteen to go kill the life in their womb.
Well, that's exactly you're singing to the choir, brother.
So success is not just money, but money is important. We got to have resources. If you don't have the resources, if you don't have the resources to do anything, you're not going to do anything. It's like a man getting out of jail.
So
when he get out of jail, when he get out of jail, he said, "I am free." You know, but if you ain't got no money, you cannot exercise your freedom.
You said money is not important. How are you going to have anything?
I didn't say money is not important. I said money. I said resources is important. So you're not listening.
No.
You know, because if you get out of jail, then you cannot. You don't have no resources. You cannot exercise your.
You started by saying success is not always measured in how much money you have.
That's true. It's not.
I beg to differ, bro.
Well, okay. Well, you can do that.
We're not gonna free our people being poor.
Well, you can have social dynamics, you know, between males and females without money. It's how you think.
You got all the goals and Ghana's goals sitting in European vaults and whatnot.
But how much cash do you need? How much money do you need to turn it around? You know, right now, you know, what Africa needs is weapons of mass destruction. You know, to protect what is theirs.
Africa doesn't even need that. You know. No African country can defend itself. You can't even defend itself against Boko Haram. How are you gonna talk about the West? Come on.
Well, you know, because that's who's fomenting the issues. Either the West is propping up the Nigerian government, you know, or and Boko Haram is the good guys, or they fomenting the Boko Haram to agitate the Nigerians. You know, the CIA is in the middle of that somewhere, like in almost every skirmish on the continent. You know, the CIA is paying people, egging them on, and you know, especially, you know, giving them resources.
How do you egg them on? What money?
Right? Well, you know, I suggest that you read the book called
Money's not really important.
The Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John. I suggest you do some research. You got all the books. Do you have the book called the Confession of an Economic Hitman in your library? Well, read it. Then you already know. Well, you should know then. Why are you saying what you're saying if you read?
Let me ask you a question. The CIA tried to take Castro out 27 times. They got sanctions.
That's what they said.
He didn't prevail.
How you know that's not misinformation?
So don't fit your narrative as misinformation.
Yeah, the Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Because the CIA can take out anybody they want. They took out Gaddafi.
That's a fictional.
They took out Gaddafi. Gaddafi had more money and everything.
This guy
and Castro is closer. Castro is 90 miles away from the USA border. Why can't the CIA take him out? It should have been easy.
You make my point. CIA is not invincible.
No, the CIA didn't want to take him out.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Man, it's been a long night, man. I think I had
the white man is Thanos.
The white man's Thanos and whatnot, you know.
There's a lot of misinformation. Everything you think you know, if you don't understand the system, it's only going to confuse.
You're going to preach to us, right?
Well, I'm going to let you know that the CIA can get to. They got the JFK. They got the Gaddafi. They get to anybody around the world that they want.
But brother, so
how did the Cuban dictator, so-called get away from?
Okay, but this
why did they have a base in Cuba called Guantanamo Bay? If it was so much animosity.
What's the point of us organizing? What's the point of us doing anything if the white man is invincible and no matter what he can come?
Nobody said he was invincible.
You're saying he's invincible.
No, he's just invincible.
You think he's so invincible that if he doesn't get his man,
don't put that in my mouth.
Okay,
I did not say. I just said the white man is not invincible.
You're implying it because you're saying if he doesn't
need weapons of mass destruction so they can protect themselves. All weapons of mass destruction is not kinetic. All weapons of mass destruction is not kinetic.
Okay, but you're saying if they don't get their man, like they didn't get Castro, he's so invincible that you're saying he must have not wanted him, even though they clearly tried to kill him. We got the Bay of Pigs. We got document evidence of them trying to kill him. But you're saying they didn't want him.
According to them. According
to people that was there that were part of Operation.
According to them. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying misinformation, it's called the Hegelian dialectic. A problem reaction.
White man is Thanos.
That's one of their weapons. That's one of their greatest weapons that black people, most of them can't even seem to wrap their head around the Hegelian dialectic. They create the problem.
and then get you to jump all up and down, acting crazy, saying, "Oh, we have a big problem," and then they come in with the solution that they want.
All
It's
I'm saying
called
is that if we're gonna make it like,
control.
no matter what they do, they're always in control. I don't believe that.
So why do you
don't
think Guantanamo Bay been in Cuba for a long time, an American base right there in Cuba? If there was so much animosity towards Castro, why did Castro let that base in there?
Guantanamo Bay was a U.S. base before Castro Revolution. That's where they all went to. They had, Castro never had control over that.
It's in Cuba.
It's a separate part of you. It's far from Havana. It's far from anything. It's Guantanamo Bay. It's just an island.
Cuba is an island.
It's not part of the Cuban freaking infrastructure.
Oh, okay. That's a good one.
It's the truth, man,
but
bro.
did you know that the premier? Did you know that the prime minister of Canada is Castro's son? You didn't know that Trudeau was Castro's son.
Bro, you're just rambling. What does that have to do with the CIA? What we said about the
what
CIA?
I'm saying is that you can't believe everything that the CIA tell you or the federal government tell you. You gotta use your brain and you gotta think. You gotta connect the dots.
The CIA never tried to take out Castro.
Well, if the CIA tried to take out Castro, they would have been able to take him out. The U.S. government, the U.S. government,
basically,
they're perfect.
You read the economic, the Confession of an Economic Hitman.
But it wasn't
okay. That's not a historical document. That's just some shit they.
That is a historical document. That's how they. That's how they.
But let me explain. They put it out there for people like you. They want you to think that they're infallible and invincible, and you give up.
I don't think they're infallible and invincible.
Yeah, okay, but you
sound defeated, man.
That's how you sound. Because
I don't sound defeated.
The only reason Castro
I'm just trying to say we need to have the weapons we need. We just can't just go along with their program. You just need it when you just believe everything they say. You believe everything they say.
If we gotta go to war, man,
that means you're in the box. You're in the box that they want you to be in. I'm out of the box. I'm out of the box. You in the box. If they tell you one thing, you go along and run with it.
And
I'm out of the damn box.
The white man saw Thanos. Don't think he can get you to over there in Ghana too?
Yes. I can't hide. Ghana is not a superpower. But since I'm at a certain age, the world is a global world. Everything. I'm talking to you from Ghana right now. So whatever, I can still be functional in the USA. Because of the technology today. But Ghana is, can get wiped out, by the superpower in a half a day. That's one of the reasons why most Black Americans don't want to leave the USA, because they think they safe there. They think when them nuclear bombs fall, the USA ain't gonna be dropping them on. Ain't nobody gonna drop them on the USA, and they don't want to go to a weak country because they see the USA going around the world, killing people and taking their stuff. So they want to stay in the USA and feel safe on the plantation. So I felt like it's time for me to go. And I'm not gonna live my life in fear. I'm in Ghana. And there's other superpowers out here in this world too now. And the world is a dangerous place. And when the nukes start falling, Ghana is so insignificant that it's a good chance that one won't fall on us.
All right. Well, appreciate everyone's input and energy. And Kala, if you have any final words or if you want to close, it is 4 hours long.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everybody for tuning in. Always tune into this channel. If you want to have debates and everything like that, arguments, this is a place to do it. And like I said, I've been working with no shade to my other partners in the Pan-African struggle, but I just really need to be at a place where we're talking about what does Pan-Africa mean to us? Our end game is nations. Some people Pan-Africa means getting rich in Africa and chilling in Africa and building Africa like that. Our end game is nationhood and building Africa, building this Black African infrastructure. Right now the Black world doesn't have any supply chains. Black America consumes everything from cars to everything. So you're a net consumer of steel, aluminum, electronics, everything, right? But the way we're situated in America, we're net consumers of everything. So we have to change that dynamic, right? our brain power, our human potential, human capital, that has to be used to build the mother continent of Africa. That's the goal of Pan-Africanism. All this other stuff we talk about. And also, I want to close with this. Pan-Africanism does not mean you insult or be dismissive of Black America and America, our accomplishments, and everything like that. You be respectful to people, and then people will basically not expected to join, but they'll at least say, those Pan-Africans, they're productive. Right now the Pan-Africanism don't seem productive. It seems like it's negative. It seems like it's animus. It's none of that. I've known Bomani for many years. This is the most productive brother I ever met in my life.
Well, appreciate you, Kala, and that's why I got this video up right here. These I don't know what to call these two. I don't know what you call these two, but making a mockery of Pan-Africanism, and that's why we've been able to just get into this discussion and let people know that, hey, family, like, this is the future of what we need to get done. It's like you can break it up into whatever different chapters or groups you want to break yourself up into, but it's like we got to play this thing on a world scale. And then, Africa has to be that, the forefront of, of everything. You have your continent there, your home base, you have your land, you have everything that you need. And then the diaspora, AKA get money, bring all the skills and the brain drain back operation. Because that's what you're looking to do. You're reversing the brain drain. Because some of the best minds have been stolen from the African continent over the last 700 years. But what I want to do, brother, I want to play a little bit of this before you go.
But let me say this first, Tulip. I'll have that book list by Saturday. I got most of the books collected that I'm talking about. I'll have that for Saturday. This was, I told you a week. I haven't got a chance to look around and look at my list of all the books that I could tell you about. But Saturday, I'll have them all.
Well, perfect. And the reason I'm showing this video is like I'm just saying, basically, family, people are making a mockery of Pan-Africanism. People are, making videos, talking all that stuff. And it's funny right now while they're doing all this talking. But I'm telling people that, what they're going to say when we start progressing to where we're putting more of our money and energy together, because we're doing it. It's just only a matter of time before things just progress to another level. But these folks here are trying to be, this guy is a comedian, man. This guy is really trying to be a YouTube star. You say, Kala, you say he's from Gambia?
Yeah, he's from the Gambia.
Afro dumbass?
Yep, Afro dumbass from the Gambia.
All right, cool. All right, so what else he does other than think that he's a pseudo scholar or or a
low IQ scholar?
What else he does with his life? Because I don't follow these people. I just saw the video and I was like, okay, this guy really trying to get some come up and trying to mock Pan-Africanism.
Thank you for that $5 super chat. That's gonna go a long way. I could buy some rice today.
Yeah, they know if they play these kind of games up, because other people out there, they fund people to keep us just divided and conquered, and people like himself, they fall for the trap. But anyway, man, let me play this thing here, family, and let you just see this disrespect from this guy right here, and he just think this is just funny.
Legs oiled up, looking like a stunt double for Lizzo. He's a fat
mechanism. If you disagree, put that in the chat.
With Tariq.
Alec.
Yes.
Tariq.
That titty bitch.
The people
get your weight up in notch.
Africanism strike back. Pan-Africanism. Thank you for calling in. Okay, Epidemics. I want to know where the money from Tariq is. Tariq, I'm here right now. Come up on the panel, Tariq. I want to know about the museum, Tariq. The museum. Wait. Hold on. I got it. Tariq, this is your opportunity. Tariq, let's stop fighting over Twitter. Tariq, you 6'6" pimp. Tariq. Pan-Africanism strikes back. Okay, so what happened? Like, why is Tariq roasting you? He took a photo of my house, and there was a white boy outside while he took a photo, and then tried to say that my friend, the white boy who's a roommate of mine, is artistic, is goofy or whatever. He's autistic, and he's making fun of artistic people. Yeah. So that, and I want to know where the money is for the museum. Tariq. Well, Pan-Africanism strikes back. thank you for joining us today. You know, I mean, I thought you would have.
Hold on. You just want to wait. Let's wait for that bum to come here because I want to go one-on-one. He came to Long Beach, took a photo in front of a car lot, and then come to my house. He has my address. Tariq!
You know what? Pan-Africanism strike back. Can you hang tight? Let's hear, the rest of the video, what Tariq is saying about you.
Okay, I'm willing to wait. Okay. I'm a man. I'm a man.
Okay. You gonna man up about this?
I've been a man. What are you talking about, Dr. Davis? I've been a man.
Okay, thank you. Let me play it, sir. Let me play.
It has. What kind of bitch ass, soy milk, estrogen ass niggas are y'all raising out here?
I don't drink soy.
Wide ass damn.
Oh, you don't drink soy. Pan-Africans, you don't drink soy.
We all know that Tariq is a clown, so he's trying to clown me right now.
Do you eat soy burgers?
No. I eat fat burgers.
Oh,
yeah, I couldn't listen to anymore.
I know, man. That was horrible.
That was painful. That was terrible.
That was horrible.
And the Afro Dumbass was really like literally trying to put together a program to where he could just get some fame from all of this.
He thinks Tariq's gonna reach out to his dumbass, you know.
And he's using all the Tariq stuff and yeah, like woo-wee. But you know that's how it is in the world of YouTube, man. You know, folks just be out there sitting around us, they don't have nothing better to do than sit around us, spend all day editing a video, just making a video about you, thinking about you all day long, don't got no life.
No, what do you guys do for a living, man?
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering, like, I was like, yo, you must have spent like a few days working on this, and you must have just had literally nothing better to do,
nothing productive to do with their life.
Yeah, both of them deserve each other, but I don't think he's on his level to where he Tariq will accept them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's what these people do. These people, I played a clip earlier. They're talking about, people, Pan-Africanism and people hustling and everything. They're the ones that are hustling. It's like it seemed like the ones that are hustling our people always trying to make it seem like other people are hustling our people while they're pulling
right.
It's like last I remember, it's like every minute you turn around, these people are asking for money and donations to do this and do that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying not to hustle of how people make their money and things like that, but it's like, at the end of the day, what are they building for the generation of our people? Where's the land to build the institutions and build it, build
they
a future.
Think about that. All black people, all these people want to do is sit around, laugh, and crack jokes. That's all they want to do.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that video was unbelievable. So if anybody want to defend Afro Dumbass, I'll play those clips, and regardless if it was somebody else's voice and things like that, he's the one that's organizing that presentation, and it's basically mocking Pan-Africanism. So let me repeat myself again: Afro Dumbass, or Afro Dumbass, literally just mocking Pan-Africanism. So if anybody wondering, just like when we talk about that punk, Farrah said that, always talking all that stuff about Africa, but I've never made a conscious move to do anything. If people think Pan-Africanism is just going to work like that, like you sit where you are and then you just sit in your mama's basement and play on your keyboard and things like that. You got to make movements. So I demonstrate to people, whether people want to talk about the business we do, but part of that operation is bringing our people to the continent and us going back and forth, building bridge, building relationship, making that kind of movement. I'm not saying that it's perfect, but it's like it's a whole different experience of just being in a situation where you're participating versus being a spectator and being in your mother's basement and just being a keyboard warrior and just running your mouth off and just talking all kind of stuff, just like half of these trolls that's on these chats.
Yeah, all this sit around talking about, oh yeah, Pan-Africanism is dead. They don't even understand. Like I said, we laid out tonight they take one or two people of Pan-Africanism. Oh, they don't know what the hell Pan-Africanism really is. Ours is nation building, and we're succeeding at doing that because we're building it.
Yeah, like literally, like his jackass buddy had a coffin. I guess that represents Pan-Africanism is dead, and it shows a Ghana flag. You know, you know, these people are unbelievable.
Well, they're trying to mock
They're gonna always mock. You know, it's one of the movement that people are gonna mock, and you know, it's what it is. You know, but I'm telling people, don't just let people sit around and mock your movement or do anything. Remember in that punk, the unapologetic Negropean was on YouTube. He started, you know, running his mouth off about a bunch of people. And when he started talking mess about me,
and when he came at you, I know he was finished.
And I went on the show, and then people like, why do you stoop yourself down to that level? I was like, sometimes you have to just, you know, let them have it.
Yeah, you let them have it.
You know what I mean?
We did like
too much nice
5-hour shows. Go back and look at the show, Kala Genesis and Bomani.
Yeah, we did a few shows, and literally just, it's kind of like you're educating people because people are following these dumb asses and these Negropeans. They're literally they're literally on YouTube just to make some YouTube money. They have no skills, no talent, no nothing. So the only thing that they can do is just come after established people, because we're always on, you know, showing our business. You know, that's what we do. We travel to many countries in Africa, show our tours, our business, our energy, connecting people, doing a whole lot of networking. We're responsible for, you know, for a lot of, you know, nice connections. People who didn't know each other. We connect people doing business. We support, and the most important thing, we support a high percentage of Black-owned business through our entire movement and operation. That is the most important thing. Wherever we go, whether we're here in America or in Africa, the goal is to do business with Black people and build a strong energy. And that's what, when we're talking about Mike today, Mike, you know, and all this other stuff, I was like, Mike, we're not talking about all these other race and nations of people, as you know. And then as soon as we say that, we're just talking about Black people, they say, well, you hate these people. I was like, nobody ever said nobody hate anything. You know what I'm saying? All we're talking about is Black people organizing and doing more Black economics. It's that simple. Nothing difficult about it. Nothing, you know, people just want to add a little. Every minute we're talking with them. That's why it's like real frustrated to talk to him, because you don't take time to learn. And that's why once people don't take time to learn, you can't really deal with them. You know,
yeah, they have it in mind what we're trying to do.
I'm just a smart student, and I was just a gifted student in Nigeria, and the great kingdom of America was so desperate for engineers and desperate for smart people.
That's a lie.
And no smart people anywhere else in the world, so they had to go for Nigeria and recruit me so I can lead them into being the future engineer. And I was like, it's called these are the most sophisticated, trickiest people when it comes down to playing the system of just working from the brain drain to literally just establish themselves and, you know, using their leverage.
Bro, check this out. India doesn't have enough doctors. The Philippines don't have enough nurses. You know who the largest group of nurses in California? Philippines. But in the Philippines, doctors and nurses, people die of preventable diseases because they can't even get basic hospital nursing care. You know, but you don't see Filipinos brag, oh, look how many nursing. No, that's what the global is. Globalism is not just taking people's resources, it's taking human potential. You know, taking you away from what you building. There's more Nigerian doctors outside Nigeria than there are in Nigeria. How's that a flex? How's that something to brag about? You know,
it's not. It shows that the brain drain is effective. I mean, what we call ourselves stolen Africans. That means obviously we were stolen and brought into
and we made their wealth. We made their wealth for them. There'll be no England, France, all these people made their blood.
So basically, the best of our people have always been stolen for the last several hundred years or more through different level of slave trades or different level of just you know, now you're doing a brain drain system through this, recruiting people
and
to
not only that, bro,
academic.
I'm gonna tell you
other Black people. Go ahead.
Check this out. The Harlem Hellfighters, right? France, coward ass Francis wouldn't even fight Germany. They had Black soldiers from the Caribbean, from everywhere, from America. The Harlem Hellfighters, famous regiment, beat the Germans back. You know, so what do we get after we fought so heroically to save Europe from the Kaiser and then Hitler? Nothing. You know, at the bottom of the Black man, our military genius, our bravery and everything like that, always going to protect their shit. And not one African country could boast of a world-class military.
Cheers, brother. It's and that's why, and that's the importance of Pan-Africanism and the importance of us unifying our operation. You mentioned one point about the African Union, and you mentioned to people that the African Union is not a Pan-African operation
It's
because it
not a
just
Pan-African
basically
operation, you know.
and
The
explain
original
that's
OAU.
a good analysis, but explain in deeper analysis.
Check us out. We're going to talk about that on the next show. The original OAU, right? There's a Casablanca group and the Monrovia group, right? But the end game of the OAU was the Lagos Plan of Action, the Monroe River Union, the Lancaster Agreement. All these things basically was going to transfer Africa into a superpower under one government, military operations and everything like peacekeeping, and all the ties to the colonial. What was going to disappear was the Commonwealth, the French Union, all these other places were going to disappear. And Africa, OAU was going to be the permanent organization for the African continent. A one monetary zone, maybe like 3 monetary zones for the continent. All these things, a highway system, trade agreements and everything like that, industrialization. Liberia had iron ore. You know, Nigeria was experimenting building their own steel mills. You know, so therefore, right now, Africa doesn't produce its own steel. You know, I got a video I want to show you, right, where the Japanese built a steel mill in 1959. If they built it themselves. And the Japanese engineered every part of the steel mill from creating a new island, and they're putting the rock all the way deep into the earth, and they're building the furnace and everything like that. And I was like, man, the Japanese are amazing. And they built the steel mill. And then when the steel mill was done, they basically had the Japanese Shinto priest bless the steel mill before the first iron steel became rolling out. So they had the Shinto priests out there and everything to christen this new steel mill. I'm saying to myself, man, if Japanese could do it, right, why can't the black man do it? And the steel mill was going to run 24 hours a day. They're going to build like 10 of them. They're going to be the premier steel supplier for the whole Asia. You know, we don't have that in Africa. There's no one country that's industrialized.
Yes, brother, and that's what we're gonna be continuing to talk about, family, Afrikstan, and also literally just building our own Black African infrastructure and nationhood and all this Black power energy. And some people may not understand. Well, we tell them to do.
They will understand.
The chair and
they will understand.
Well, trying to tell people sit back in the chair and this and listen and learn. You may actually learn something, and then the goal of everything we talk about is it's an action plan, getting out there and getting involved in just doing business and building energy with your people and making it happen. Being mobile. Get out your mama basement and make some moves.
Yeah. Like I see, we got Kazori Empire in the chat. He's my quintessential Negropean.
Oh, this guy right here.
Yeah, that's my favorite Negro.
Mentally useless people that are emotionally broken, laughing out loud.
Yeah, we're not broken. We're both professional. Bomani's professional. I'm a professional. Top game in my industry.
I bet he won't say. How about this? You sound like a coward. Here's a link. I just posted a link. How about you join us and say and then explain how you came up with this theory. Or you can just be a coward and just keep on being a keyboard warrior.
All they do is sit around all day, run 10-hour friggin' shows all day.
So about nothing. I think he's like the example of one of these punks that live in their mama's basement. Yeah, it reminds me of holisticism talk, all this theory and science, and just literally just in his mama's basement, 60-year-old black man ain't building nothing, just a good talker.
We got everything.
Or like the Negropean, a good gossiper. That's all these people do. It's like men running their mouth like little,
Yeah, you can't talk to people's actually
like
doing
little girls, man. That's gossiping. Loose lips. Are they that desperate? Is that the only way you can make $1? Like you see Negropean, literally just ran out of content. He just have no content. He's embarrassed because he's like, all the things he predicted about myself, he was 100%
remember
wrong.
He said, "Oh God, he's
100% wrong." We still out there building what we building. It's like people, these wicked haters and devils just want to see you don't progress. It's like You should want to see us pull this thing off so our children can have something. But they're just jealous because they don't have the heart and the balls to do anything. And talking about, and then these two clowns right there. Pan-Africanism is dead, and using the brother as a poster child of Pan-Africanism. Like, you can't just sit around and choose who you think. Like this Afro dumbass talking about leader of this movement. You know what I'm saying? Tariq ain't no leader of no damn movement. Tariq is trying to get his money and trying to do his
So
business.
Tariq don't give a shit about none of
It's
this.
a
Man.
hustle for people. They calling people race hustlers. They calling people Pan-African hustlers. He's the biggest pimp and race hustler. And I'm saying it right there, family. I'm not into debating with people and things like that, but I'm literally saying it. And it's not like this is a factual situation. Look at how and what people are doing. At the end of the day, what are they doing to build anything for black people? What are they doing? They're just making their money. And then they're gonna go around and they're gonna spend all their money. Who are they gonna spend their money with? White people.
Check this out. Also, I don't know about.
He probably doesn't live in an era where there's no black people. I'm not trying to criticize judges, man. Get your money, do what you're doing, but you're not. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it seem like you're any kind of grassroots, leader of anything. You know what I'm saying? You're switching sides like you're playing for the damn NBA. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. These people don't have no dedication to you. You know what I'm saying? And then you have Afrodama, man. I think he's some kind of philosopher, thinking that Tariq is gonna have him join the squad. Somebody text something and said it's not gonna be an all-day Tariq show. No, I'm one of the people. I don't talk about people like that. I don't waste my time have any conversation. But when he's making videos talking about Pan-Africanism is dead,
yeah, we're gonna respond to it.
That's when I was like, everything else you've said for the most part, you don't even pay no mind. But that's when you got my attention, especially when Afro dumbasses put it into some kind of content.
Let me ask you a question.
Guys,
I didn't watch the stuff like I don't watch any of these clowns, right? Did he
I don't either.
Check this out. Did he actually say? Did Tariq say Pan-African dead, or did Afro dumbass say it?
No, Afro dumbass did the presentation, but Tariq did the physical action, and so the whole thing was like a full presentation. But Tariq got his own video.
What I'm talking about.
Well, literally, the coffin represent Pan-Africanism being buried.
Yeah.
I mean, being in a coffin,
who made that coffin? Who made that?
No, that was all Tariq video, and Afro dumbass used some of his clips. So what you're seeing is both what Tariq did and Afro dumbass did. So I'm trying to put into presentations of what these clowns are doing, mocking Pan-Africanism.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
People, if him and Brandon got personal beef, right? They don't like each other, whatever, like that. What you do is you leave the Pan-Africanism FBA shit out of it and say, look, I gotta deal with you.
You're trying to diss our movement.
Why put the movement and everything like that, slander everybody in the Pan-African movement, just like I won't slander everybody in the FBA movement, Because I'll say, okay, some good people that misguided. I don't agree with them and everything like that. And one thing I'm not gonna do is, we made clear tonight, right? We're gonna start basically reaching out to our Black African American people. Because it has this idea going on that to be Pan-Africans, you got to be anti-Black America, you got to be anti-achievements in America, anti-our success in America. And that's not the case. And then what happens is somebody like Tariq walks away with Black America. He claims with Black America. Then one point Brandon made was chill. We go against Tariq because when he's basically talking about Black America, like we're going against Belizeans and now Mexicans now, you're putting everybody on the thing. I don't subscribe to that. I'm not gonna friggin' say we got these people talking like they sound like rednecks. White people, you talk about Haitians like, oh, they're not your people. These are our people, and we don't agree with that shit. And also, don't tell me, oh, we're separating because we want a fucking reparations check. This is another thing the Pan-African movement it does. We're not basically asking the white man for it. We don't ask, we take. Anything in this world we take. We come with our best and everything like that. And our people on the African continent globally will see that we're building and everything, and they're going to join with us. So the bottom line, if your movement is based on white people giving you a check and that's going to be your salvation, you're lost. That's the difference between us and what you call. Also, I don't agree with that's climate change. You know something? Climate change argument was designed to keep Africa industrialized and population control. That's a hoax. Climate change is a hoax. It used to be global warming, the climate change. It's all about population, Agenda 21, population control, starting with Africa. We can industrialize and everything, but they're not going to. Europeans are not going to give up their factories. They're not going to give up their industries. but they don't want Africa to have anything. You know, so this idea, just a whole bunch of stuff we're going to talk about. This myth about climate change and all this stuff like this we're talking about. Climate change, climate change, climate change. You know, when was that climate change? When they were freaking carving up the world, taking all the resources and producing everything. You know, it's only when Africa decided, they tried it with Asia. Asia said, get the fuck out of here. You know, they see it with China. China's the #1 polluter. Do they slow China down? No. China said, we're going to keep doing what we're going to do. Damn with your fucking climate change shit. So with the Africa, they have Africa to the point where Africa has no friggin' ability to friggin' thing. Not only that, we don't even have the ability to transport goods internally in the continent. Railways are bad. They were going to do climate change. All this friggin' propaganda is to keep Africa poor and like it is. They keep all the kids in Africa, instead of having a future on their continent, they got to go to Europe. They got to go to Europe. They got to go to Asia. They got to be in Ukraine. This is embarrassing. They'll say, how about this? Why don't we industrialize Africa and let Europe collapse? That's an idea. That ain't going to happen. All these climate change alarmists and everything, you know? So like this, Kaizo, I don't know about Kaizo, but they say he's a PhD.
Yeah.
How you be a PhD?
He's taking it personal
7 days a week.
He's
How
really
you gonna be a
upset,
PhD?
brother.
You're in it 7 days a week, fucking 10 hours a day on fucking YouTube. How the hell is that going on? Shit, I bust my ass running my business here, man. You know, I live in my own house. Where's that house? You live in a hut, Kaizo? You know, how do you be Kaizo? How do you be on the fucking internet? Fucking
you gotta go to work in the morning.
I go to bed and I wake up, these motherfuckers are still on this shit. How the fuck you do that? Be there 7 days a week. I'm like, goddamn, nigga. Get a life.
Yeah, he don't want to join me. Kala, why is everybody? Kala, you like a bully, man. Everybody's scared to debate you.
Everybody's scared to debate me. I don't care, man. I'll be a bully. That's another virtue signaling. Kala,
the final round.
Don't bully people, Kala, man. You gotta be nice. Like, get the hell out of here.
You're live. Go ahead and speak your mind.
Nah, what do you mean? I'm living in my mom's basement. Nah,
wait a minute. You're Dr. K, right? I didn't know you was the same person. You're Kaizo?
Yeah.
So yeah, me and you had run in on Dynasty Show one time. You know, I didn't know you guys were the same person.
No. I troll sometimes. Obviously, but but so
I mean, you once in a while. Look, let me tell you something, man. You make some good points. You got some sense. You make some good points when I hear you sometime and everything. But you basically, I got to get a little education from the Kala Genesis tonight. When you say Pan-Africanism was dead, the way Pan was presented, were you listening to the beginning of the show?
No, I came in a bit later.
Okay, what you got to do is go back and listen to the show, and we laid out what's Pan-Africanism is and everything. It's nothing like when I hear your show, you guys be talking.
Right. Okay, so I came to Diana's show yesterday, and I was having a conversation with this backbroken ADOS guy, and I'm trying to talk about solutions. This guy keeps talking about, you don't know about the history. It's like, bro, we're not talking about the history, which I already know. We're talking about how can we move forward right now. This guy's just mentally ill. That's the issue. I keep finding most Pan-Africans.
But how is he a Pan-Africanist though? What I'm saying, why you keep giving us L's for all these people that's ADOS? I don't subscribe to ADOS FBA. You know that.
Right. Yeah. So, okay. Fair enough. But the issue is, right, then why don't you clean up house? Because the issue is a lot of us, especially on my channel, we don't want to be associated with Pan-Africans because from what we've seen around the internet, it tends to be mentally ill people that are stuck in some kind of emotional circle. They're not useful for anything. You can't work with these people, right? They have defeatist mentality. They think the white man's just the moment they step out of the house, the white man's gonna come and lock them up or something.
That don't mean they're Pan-African. That means they're mentally ill, and Pan-African is something they gravitate towards. That's understandable, you know. Some people, that don't mean they're Pan-Africans. And look, let me have if somebody believes racism, the white man's Thanos and shit, you know, they're gonna look to the one thing that be like this. And I say all the time, man, that look.
Kala, hold on for a second, Kala. Before you continue on, Greetings, Brian. Greetings, my brother. How you been? Welcome to the call. Let's unmute yourself and get right into your conversation, brother.
Hello.
B Hoop.
That don't sound like a Brian to me.
Well, excuse me. I thought this was a good friend of mine, but go ahead, sister. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and then Kala is ready to talk with you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Vanika. Greetings to you, brothers.
Greetings.
Greetings, sister.
I would like to ask Kaizo why he thinks Pan-Africanism is dead.
Right. Good question. Okay. I don't see any Pan-Africans, right, on any large scale doing anything useful in any Pan-African thing. Even Black nationalism, right? What's his name? That Black American who stole money, didn't build any school. You have Blackzits doing madness in Africa, calling for genocide against different kinds of people they don't agree with. I also have another guy called Darth Malgus, who's all these panels, MD24 something. He goes around, gets annoyed at one person, starts calling genocide and slavery, saying, "Oh, it's justified against Caribbeans and Black Americans." These people are all just
who's this?
Dysfunctional.
Who's this?
This guy is called MD24. He usually comes up on all these platforms, so calls himself Darth Magus or something. He's a Gambian.
Do you know this guy? Has he shown you his face?
No, he hasn't shown his face. No.
Have he talked to you on his panel? Have you heard his voice?
Many times. I've recorded it. I'm gonna do a show about it. Yeah. Many times.
Does he sound like a real Black man? Or...
yeah, he does. He has
is he Black from? I'm not trying to make a difference, but is he Black people from America, or does he sound like he's
from the UK or Ireland? One of those.
So let me say this, brother, real quick. See, the whole thing is this, man. There's a lot of people what we call Negropeans, right? Now I heard you a couple of times and whatnot. I don't think you're one. I used to think you were a Negropean, but I heard you talk very positively about Africa and stuff like that. So I'll give you your Negropean. I'll give you as a Negro. I'll give you a D-. You're a D-. I don't give you F yet because you're a D-, right? Now, Afro Dumbass is an A+ Negropean, I give him a A+ on his Negropean report card, So the bottom line is this. A lot of these people, right, they sit around and like I said, what do you think about the term I created, coin called what's the term? Ethnofascism.
Hmm.
Now, I heard a guy on your show, right? Talked about, I forgot what country, I think he's in Nigeria. He was talking about his women. He don't want nobody dating his tribe women. We're gonna protect our women. It's all about, excuse my language, sister, protecting the pussy.
That would be the Somalis, man.
Perfect. Also, B Hoop, did Dr. K answer your question?
Well, what you're basically saying is that you don't see any Pan-Africanists moving towards the betterment of Africa. You don't
even
think that
visiting Africa. Most of them
talk
about Africa all day long, never even take a single trip to Africa. Not even once.
Okay, Dr. K. So can I ask you, do you know what Pan-African means?
I think these days no one knows, but you can elaborate what you think it means.
Okay, so are you basically saying that you don't know what it means?
I'm saying I've spoken to many Pan-Africans. Each of them tell me something different.
What is your take? What do you believe a Pan-Africanist is? What's your understanding of it?
Okay, it's people who want the betterment of African people. Some people focus on economics, which I agree with. Some people want this whole kumbaya situation, which is not going to happen because Africans are not ready for that.
Okay, so with you saying that you don't see this happening and you don't see people visiting Africa, you're here speaking on a panel of a group of brothers, in particular, Bomani, who travels to Africa year after year, bringing people from America, like myself. I haven't been on the tour yet with Bomani, but I have I'm sorry.
Come to our Liberia tour this July.
I'm thinking of trying to gather my family to do that, but um basically what I'm trying to say is that if you're looking for this mass group of people to prove to you that Pan-Africanism is still alive, you first want to start with this channel that you're trolling, because Bomani and his friends and different ones that come here travel year after year to Africa. They even have developed and building communities. And this is the definition of a true Pan-Africanist, a person who has who is probably is a Pan-African is either an individual who is African living in America, who was born and raised in Africa, came here to America, but yet they still have the mindset to build their continent. A Pan-Africanist is an individual who is African American, born in America, brought here because they are descendants of an enslaved people who had ancestral roots to Africa. But yet, and still, while they're here in America, their focus is on bettering themselves so that they can honor their ancestors and the lands that they originally dwelled in. So I think that you believe that Pan-Africanism is dead, and many people like you, because you're looking for this mass group of people to come into Africa. But we first have to have some healing, especially the African American descendants of an enslaved people. I agree with you in a sense that there is some mental illness, but it is not a funny situation. It's a situation where we are a group of people who were enslaved. Our ancestors was enslaved, and they continue to modern day enslave us in different areas. Minds need to be healed. And so instead of pointing out the flaws, we as a people should be looking for the solution and how we can join. Because if in our hearts or in our mind and in our eyesight, or what we see is that Pan-Africanism is dead, then we should be trying to figure out ways to revive it.
Do you know Icon Fire? Okay, I've heard everything you said. Don't worry, I'm not dismissing anything. I'll try to respond to some of the points you've made. A lot of these Pan-Africans come to my channel, and I'm going to start doing short videos so that I can share some of the delusions that's going on. But there's a guy called Icon Fire. I think you guys may have seen him.
Funny is, let me just say this, Kevin, before you say something, right? I have a social network called the BAOs, Wide and Vast. I have people in my social network. I have an app, social network. There are people all over the continent, all over the world, UK, everything like that, join the BAO. We started with an ideal land infrastructure, nature, Pan-Africa. We had a lot of success, right, initially, right? But then we had this so-called ADOS FBA movement, right, that basically is trying to derail what we're talking about, right? And let me say this, brother. We never told every black person that you got to get on this thing, what we call bum rush the coast and get to Africa, right? But we are saying that we are going to connect our people, our best and brightest, and people who want to go with the African development. We want to be part of Africa, the African future, the African future. We have African Americans for the last 15 years been going to the continent for a long time, but you got them in South Africa, building communities, starting themselves over in Tanzania, all over the place. That's the spirit of Pan-Africanism, because these same African Americans could easily go to Europe if they want to. They can go to Dubai, they can go to Australia, which a lot of them do. They can go to Central America, South America, Asia. But they say there's a connection when you're basically building something in Africa and you're making a difference. You're like the sister was saying, you're honoring our ancestors, because that's where our ancestors came from. Now, I'll ask you a question. Why is it that when people that seems like it's so strange and so abstract to so many people, that an African American will say, I want to live in Africa, I want to build with Africa, I want to trade with Africa, We go there and we say, look, what can I import? They try their best to connect with Africa. I want to learn the language. I want to learn the culture. I want to do all this stuff like this. And we get mocked and ridiculed for that, you know? And then the black people who don't want to have anything to do with Africa, right? You know, oh, these people are sellouts. They don't like this. And then when somebody black who's curious, maybe listen to the show, say, you know something, I thought about Africa and everything. And then we have somebody like you in the chat talking about Pan-Africanism dead and everything like that. You know, they're like, oh man, you know, I got a person from Africa telling me Pan-Africanism dead and everything. And we're in the West are doing all the heavy lifting for this ideology, Pan-Africanism. And all we get is like pushback. Oh, Pan-Africanism dead. Why not basically say, look at somebody like Bomani and saying, you know, so let me study what he's doing. He's having success in Ghana and everything like that. He does these tours. He took over 500 people to the African continent, African Americans to the continent.
Okay,
had the time of their life and everything. Why not look at him and say, you know something, that's a successful model of Pan-Africanism. I don't know about these other people, but what you want to do is this. You want to take the few crazy people you see on your show and everything and basically mock and say that's Pan-Africanism.
You met
that's
Tunisia,
so
right?
freaking disrespectful and unfair.
You met Tunisia, right? Tunisia is a perfect example of a Pan-African loser, and I'll explain what I mean. He's actually a friend of mine, but you know that's why I'll say it to his face.
Tunisia's a nice guy, man. He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy,
He's
but
a
he's a
nice guy.
loser.
He's harmless, man. Let me say something.
No, he's not harmless because the issue to Niger is Niger would like to say all these things, right? For example, he came to my show and say, Kaizo, you're using our people to make money from YouTube. I'm like, okay, to Niger, how am I going to survive then, right? How am I going to build this channel? And it's like, have you ever donated even $1 to me, to Niger? The guy goes silent. He's just a guy who likes to talk, but he doesn't have any action. The guy lives in the UK, doesn't go to Nigeria. I don't think he's seen Nigeria for the last 20 years. I'm actually in Africa, right? Trying to do some things over here. But I think to answer your point there, that you made a few good comments, is Africans are not ready for development. Either you colonize Africans, but the issue is Black Americans won't be trusted to colonize Africa. So it has to be the Africans who went recently abroad to colonize Africans. Because think about Kala Genesis. The average African is not brought up to think at the same level as you. You have more experience, world experience. You know how economics works. You know, the brother here moving to Ghana, he knows how to put things together and understand logistics. Most Africans don't have that. And the ones who do have that are working for the white man. So Africa, if you're going to do like a Pan-African movement, you need to do something that's functional, not this remove the weird woo feeling stuff, because look, the Black Americans, many of them are mentally ill. The Africans are just retarded. That's the problem. So you got to fix those two things, the mentally Black Americans and then the retarded Africans. Bridge that gap, educate them in world economics and geopolitics. What I keep seeing, unfortunately, for Black Pan-Africans, again, on my side of the channel, the ones who are not crazy, they're begging the white man. It's like, they should help us. Or it's just, I just keep seeing madness. I'll look more into this brother over here and what he's doing. And obviously I've seen that you've actually been to Liberia a couple of times, etc. So you're already trying to put your foot down on the continent. But the issue is the Africans on the continent are not ready. Most of them are, unfortunately, what I call illiterate. I don't mean they can't literally read or write, but they don't know how to think. And then the Black Americans, unfortunately, from my channel and what I've seen around, they are mentally ill. So how do you fix those two things to make them work?
Let me ask you a question, brother. Do you know how China really got developed? You know what made China? The Chinese people, right? China said, look, Chinese people weren't smart, right? In the 1950s and 60s, they weren't smart. 10 million people starved on the Great Leap Forward in China, right?
Right.
China basically, in the 1960s, began looking to Chinese people who've been out of China for centuries. You know, they are in Germany, they're particularly the U.S. And they said, you know something, they're still Chinese, and they plugged into the Chinese diaspora, and brought Chinese over to do key jobs and key things and everything like that, and teach, bring their skills and knowledge and know-how back to China, back to China. What I'm saying is this, though, the African Americans, right? We in the 1950s, I was reading one brother the other day, solved, it was an engineer, I forgot his name, but his name was really popular. It just slipped my mind. Out of Ohio, right? This guy basically, they wouldn't let him in the library, but then he ended up getting into the college and everything like that and everything. We had a head start on the rest of the black race. You know, we had the engineers, the scientists, and everything. We have like African Americans have a catalog of patents that we helped build America with. You know, and that right there, right, when we say Pan-Africanism, right, if a young African kid says, you know something, Benjamin Banneker, he was a black man like me. You know, if he could do it, what can I do it? See, the idea of anti-Pan-Africanism is you don't see black people in America as one of your own. So you can't go to the young kid in the area and say, you know, and a lot of thing in Africa is I see a lot of Africans suffer from low self-esteem. That's what guy Mike on the line, low self-esteem, and say, look, you know something. Look at all these inventions that the black race committed. They don't see race. And so therefore, I'm saying is if we pull ourselves together, just like we look at Africa and say, wow, Mansa Musa, he was the richest man that ever lived. We take pride in that because that's part of that's what Pan-Africanism is.
Okay,
I don't look at Mansa Musa and say, oh, I'm not from Mali.
So
He's like this.
yeah, let me cut in there then for a second. I agree with you if that's let's say if those things happen, let's say as you mentioned, an African brother seeing a black American or someone from the other side of the pond or even continent as their brother, that would make things more feasible. But the issue is, and this is what I've mentioned before on my channel many times, is black Americans have they'll reach the point of development. I don't even know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? At the bottom, you have like just basic safety concerns, food, shelter, and then as you keep going higher, you start talking about keeping your food, your wealth safe, etc. Then you go high, self-esteem. Then the highest level is a person that's self-aware, you know, understanding, you know, almost like enlightenment kind of stuff. The problem with Africans, right? Most Africans are on the bottom scale, so meaning they don't even look in East Africa, right? You have different tribes that are fighting each other. Right now, we have a war in Ethiopia between Tigrayans and and the government of Ethiopia, right? You have in Somalia, literally a country with supposed to be ethnocentrically non-diverse, but people are fighting each other based on different clans for 30 years civil war. So the issue with the African is we're not at the level where we've started thinking about issues in a psychological level. I know I call Black Americans, some of them mentally ill, but that mental illness is a step where Africans haven't even reached to. African is still thinking of basic needs of survival. So there is no way a Pan-African is going to work if the Africans aren't even thinking about the same things.
But
you're
what
thinking about.
about
Just think about money.
Africans like you?
Well, we're not many.
Well,
Can I
perfect. Kala, can everybody hold on? We have somebody that came in the chat. I want to make sure that they're able to talk. Is that Dak, DAQ? Unmute yourself and talk. There you go. Perfect. We'll make sure that.
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Greens family. How are you?
Yeah, how's everyone doing? I was just listening to the conversation before I can join in.
Well, perfect. Well, perfect, man. Welcome to the call. I'm gonna mute myself, and you and Kala can coordinate as you ask him any question or to share anything you want to share.
Oh, okay, cool. Look, I myself, I'm an African, but one of the reasons I think Pan-Africanists keep running into a brick wall is, I think, similar to what the guy here, Dr. K, said. Look, you guys have to come to a realization that the average African is not at the required thinking level for a Pan work. So what I hear the average Pan-Africanist say is that, oh, look, it's the elites in Africa, or they try and blame it on someone else why tribalism is still a thing. Like the average African peasant, the average African person is to blame for why tribalism is still a thing in Africa. So how do we even get past that? Most Africans are self-destructive human beings.
Okay, I can answer that. Okay, I've always said, right, and I got a lot of pushback years ago, right, because I studied Africa, right? I said Pan-Africanism wasn't even popular among the masses of Black people in America, you know? It was among the Black, let me say, this is how it was. You had educated Black people in Paris, London, Boston, New York, and everything. And throughout free Blacks and everything like that, they would get together, right? They would get to Edward Wilmot Blyden, probably one of the most educated Black men in the world history. Spoke 6 languages and everything like that. but he was frustrated with the black people in America. You know, the idea of Pan-Africanism. He said he used to call it Pan-Negroism. You know, and there was a guy named Dr. McGill. He was one of the first black doctors in the world. He was in Liberia. He founded the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company in the Republic of Liberia, early Republic of Liberia, and McGill was Edward Wilmot Blyden's teacher. You know, Edward Wilmot Blyden said, "Oh, we're Pan-Africans." Here's the thing. Listen to this carefully. Edward Wilmot Blyden did not believe that black people, the black race, was ready for governance, right? He said that Pan-African has to be to the point where the black people in the West and the black people in Africa have to build a culture that's similar together. He thought Islam was a good thing because he studied Islam and everything. He wrote the book Christian Islam and the Negro Race. And basically, he said, look, he thought that we should forego this idea of governance, the rule of law, and all stuff like this in modern governance. And he was basically perfectly happy to have the British run everything in Sierra Leone. And so black people could concentrate on building this unity and this divide that's between the westernized black people and the African indigenous people. You know, he said, maybe it'll take a little time. But there was people that has contenders said, no, we're ready for governing ourselves. We're ready to governing ourselves and everything. But what about the native people and everything who don't know, like Dr. K was just saying, I didn't even know that. If I wish he could send me that thing about the different levels and everything, there was a lot of indigenous Liberians who were basically still at that lower level. They're not thinking about self-awareness and stuff like this. You know, they don't understand the world as black people and everything. Pan-African was the highest ideal, the highest level of thinking among black people. You know, unfortunately, when the Africa got its independence, right, the Europeans realized this, right, and they began empowering the tribalists. They did this in South Africa. The Zulu educated was alienated from the massive Zulu. You wear the white man's clothes, you speak and everything. The Europeans, all the Zulus, such great warriors and everything. Why do you think you still got that problem in South Africa right now, where you got people still talking about Zulu warfare and all stuff like this and everything? You got people still on that level, like Dr. K said. You know, they don't think in terms of the world, the government, everything. And this combined with the fact that they're consuming modern media, so there's conflict in everything. So while you have people living in the modern world, they're still in their old ways, and that's why you see these flare-ups in South Africa. It's like, how the hell does this happen? You know, where they're killing people, massively killing people in places like KwaZulu right now, foreign nationals and everything. How the hell is this happening? And Dr. K said it right. There's a large number of Africans. Now, what to do about this? Because the Europeans look at this and say, you know something, these people can't rule. There's always been this conflict, even in America, with the minstrel shows, right? Where white people will take the thugs, the dregs. I hate to say it like that, but and put them and elevate them. That's the real blackness, you know? And the person who's educated, right? We go through this in America too. You're an outcast, you know? What I tried to do in the BAL was make the educated STEM. I talked about STEM. We have a STEM group, you know, we have engineering group, right? Try to make education, science, modern finance, and everything Pan-Africanist, you know, friendly, you know, building, you know, working, you know, family structure, all that stuff like that is productive. We have never been able to do that. Too many people in the Pan-African movement are not productive, right? They're on that lower level, like Dr. K was saying. You know, and that's what people end up seeing online a lot of times. You know, the intelligentsia in Pan-Africanism is not on display. You know, the people say, you know something, if we look at the world right here, if the black race was united, right, if we educated our people massively, we could basically take over the world. But it has another thing. The last thing I'll say is this. How would that work? We have been 500 years, all black people, under oppression. I don't even think we even know, and this is what I think Dr. K is saying, a lot of we wouldn't even know what freedom looks like. Even if we did build this nation, there's some people who are like, no, something's not right. Something's not right. We're not like, we don't even know how to win. We don't even know what success looks like. We don't even want to know what success looks like because our identity is tied to suffering and poverty and hatred and everything like this. And this is what you see on display and social media.
Greetings, Kala. Appreciate you, brother. Let me see if
come up, Mike.
you can.
Mike Olawale and Dusty Philosopher and Pi, come up. Bring up all the Kaizorians up here, so we can set the Pan-Africans straight. But yeah, I've listened to everything you've said, Kala. I guess my main concern here is how do you elevate the thinking level of the average African to one that's required for unity? Because again, right now you can call me a pan-regionalist, right? I'm trying to fix the region of East Africa because I think that's more.
Do that. I'm look,
right.
Bro. Let me tell you something, bro. I saw that the Congo was joining the East Africa community and stuff like that. You know, they're building a rail line. I'm all for it. Look. If you guys are building a region, you guys can get along. If we could basically do something about the Congo right now, who's threatening Rwanda, Uganda, the instability and everything, you know, and we could do something about that and everything, I'm all for it. You guys, if you think Swahili and the East African could get together, I am all for it. You know, this idea that we all like this, just basically I say like this, the diaspora should have parts of Africa that we develop, you know, which all come together. You guys focus on that and everything like that, and then I'll see what you guys are doing. You guys want to be the leaders and everything. I'm not saying it's going to be a blanket. Well, you listen to what we're saying. You probably know more about what's going on in East Africa than I do.
Well, perfect, Kala. If you want to hold there, let's just hear from B Hoop and also Dak. B Hoop, go ahead. You're trying to. There you go.
Thank you, Bomani.
You're welcome.
So, in order for us to, first, we recognize that there is a lot of tribalism in Africa. And we also recognize that there's a lot of tribalism and division with African Americans. And in order for us to deal and address with those issues, we first have to deal and address with ourselves. How as African Americans do we come together? We deal with our own tribal ways. Okay? We're all trying to come together and be one nation and build a Black or an African nation. How do we do that? We have to first deal with our own tribalism and our own hangups and our own issues. Get our minds healthy. We've been oppressed. Our people have been oppressed for a very long time. We need healing. And how to do that is we come together. We come together. We Dr. K, Kala, Bomani, different ones set up. You're all from different places. You grew up maybe differently, from different families, from different states, different countries, whatever. But you all seem to want a solution. That's number one, to want a solution and not to focus so much on the issue. Recognize the issue, address the issue, and then come up with the solution. How do we come together? How do we be an example to our African nation and say, hey, look at us, we're coming together. We're putting our differences aside, whether we're from ADOS, we're from FBA, we call ourselves Pan-Africans, conscious people, or whatever it is. We put our differences aside and we deal with the common goal that we're all trying to get to a unified place. We're all seeking healing. If people can see that example and they can see brothers and sisters coming together with a solution, and we can join up with people, with leaders like Professor Patrice Lumumba or Kwame, different ones who are looking to unify. If we can connect with them and connect with people and show that we're trying to unify, we can be examples to those whose minds are mentally ill or who don't want to change, or people who are not ready. When you're not ready for something, if you're saying, you know, I hear Dr. K saying that the African nation is not really ready for unity. Well, they're never going to be ready until they see an example of it happening. And we can be the solution.
Right. I don't believe that.
No one can ever be ready. If you even take even the basic and simple education structure, when you're 5 or 6, when you're 5 or 6 years old and you're presenting yourself, or your parents are presenting you and preparing you for kindergarten to go into this classroom or this school full of people you don't know, you've never been around. They're not just going to say, okay, we're just not going to let you do it. Because the more you hold them back, they'll never be ready. You have to put them in an environment, put them in that environment and allow them to strive. That's the exact way we as a people need to do for each other. We need to get into an environment of solution and stop saying we're not ready.
The issue is, I don't think that's going to work for majority of us, because I've lived in here
But
for at
see,
least
that's
1 year.
I'm sorry, Dr. K. I'm sorry, Dr. K. I did try to respect you, my brother, and let you, respect you by being silent and listening. I'm asking you to do the same for me, and I won't be very much longer, if that's okay. Thank you. What I'm saying is that if we keep saying something isn't going to work, it's not going to work. If you believe in your heart and your mind that it's not possible, then it will not be possible. So if you don't believe that it's possible, then by all means step aside and allow those who do believe that it's possible and are making strides and efforts to get us there, so that we can see the reality of it happening. And then later on, come and join us when you see it's already happening. We'll be more than happy to accept you and your ideas. But step aside, anyone who does not believe, any of our brothers and sisters here who don't believe that it's possible, step aside for a little while and let those of us who do believe work hard at and make an effort to seeing this come to fruition. Blessings to you.
I appreciate you. And before the doctor, as a matter of fact, the person dropped off. Dr. K, go ahead.
Yeah. So to actually, I think.
Hey, Kaizo, did you get my question?
Yeah, I don't really have a definition, because every time I speak to Pan-Africans, it's a different.
So why are you talking then? Kala, you see the problem, Kala? And
Mike, hold on. I apologize,
Oh, no.
Mike. Dak, go ahead. Got you back in. I don't want these people to just take over. I just want other
Dak,
people.
let me go first, man. You're my underling, right? So you got to respect your leader.
Sure, go ahead, and then Dak, you go ahead, and then Mike, you can just go ahead after that.
Yeah, he's my second in command, general. But anyways, so to respond to the good sister's point, I don't think it's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen by the strategies that Pan-Africans are using right now. I've lived in Africa for a year right now. You cannot teach these people anything. No, again, it's not them. They're not special. A human being, once they're over 25 years old, and this is why even like let's say if you go to the NBA, they're not going to take someone over 23. It's very unlikely, right? Because they already have a certain set ways, muscle memory is already a certain way. They're not going to be teachable, right? For them to kind of fall into a new kind of system and playing style. In Europe, basketball is a lot more systematic. In America, it's a bit more of that chaotic, real time, swagger basically. So you're not going to be able to teach new people of a certain age how to think differently. So this issue I have with what the sister said is the strategy to actually enlighten the African mind is not going to work, and that's the issue. Look, the only way I see this moving forward, either you do what China did, which is mass extinction of all the corrupt leaders. When UK tried to make Chinese people addicted to opium, China just cut it off, meaning a lot of people had to go. Revolution, right? All I'm saying is Africa is not ready to be taught things. Now, my mom actually has a school in Kenya, and I actually do participate sometimes teaching them certain things, history, a level of critical thinking. That's the only way you're going to really impact change, is focusing on people that can actually be taught. The average African is a man or woman with a fully developed ego, a sense of self. There's no way you're going to start telling them how to do things differently. They're not going to listen to you unless they submit to you. So as in, you can't reason with them. They're either going to submit to you because you're offering them something. This is how, let's say, the white man was able to give them religion and all these other things. Is because they came in with candy, so-called food, and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to make the African become Pan-African, you need to give them something that they require, because they're still at the bottom ranks of the so-called hierarchy of needs, right? So what they're thinking about is food, money, shelter. So if you can give them this stuff, then you can give them your ideology at the same time. But if you just think you're gonna your ideology, which is a higher level, is gonna be somehow understandable to someone who's been dealing with the dusty Tigrayans, and he's a Mahara, how are you gonna convince him that the white man is the real enemy, preventing your country from developing, putting sanctions? It's not gonna work. They're gonna see that Amhara over there stole his goat last week, and that the Amhara has to die. That's the problem, man. You got to think of a different strategy if you're gonna make it work. You can't educate people with a fully developed ego, with hierarchy, with needs that are not on the same level as your needs.
Yeah, the other night we had a guy named, Amara. Has he been on your show? Sierra Leone guy.
Actually, that guy put a juju spell against me, man.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah. Also,
watch out.
before you continue, I know you're gonna. I want to see Dak just got connected back in. Just want to give that Dak a chance to just share. Or
yeah, you see, I just want to say this is the problem with a lot of Pan-Africanism. I asked a precise question: how are you going to be able to convince the peasant, who is almost Neanderthalic in his frame of thought? How are you going to convince him to be a part of a Pan-Africanist movement? And I still didn't get the answer from Kala Genesis. Kala Genesis took like 10 minutes teaching me the history of Pan-Africanism.
Let me see.
I did not get the answer.
I thought I was clear, but let me summarize what I was saying. Look, the bottom line is the key is education.
Do it in 30 seconds.
Hold up. The key is education and modernization. Can we agree the fact that if you look at around the world, right, when people, and I studied this all over the world, right, people who were tribal and everything all over the world, they have this dichotomy, whereas you were in a village and then you go to the city. And when you go to the city, right, you may see a tribe or someone for your tribesman, right? He's not going to embrace you like you would in a village. Oh, we're in the city now. We got to act a certain way. That happens all over the world. Can we agree on that? Right? You go to the city, right? Your person that was a village, you looked out for each other and everything. When you get to the city, things change. The girl that was your sister and everything, she got a new set of friends. She got a new set of ideology. She's in a modern world. When modernization happens, right? People tend to basically leave a lot of their comforts and stuff they know. Oh, Japan went through this, right? When they built these massive cities in Japan and everything, the people that were once peasants, right, said, we feel lonely, we feel isolated, the modern world sucks and whatnot. They rebelled against it. Africa has to go through that modernization. There's no turning back. Africa has to go through that modernization. And also it has to go through the modernization of thought and everything, because what happens is a lot of people, what I call ethno-fascists, right? They haven't basically transformed themselves. They'll bring them their same beefs into the modern world and understand that we have to build a future. And everything you knew in the village and everything, your tribal and everything, that has to be changed. Africa, for the most part, out of any other group in the world, right? They're the most proud of their tribal society. They don't understand tribes and cultures have to evolve. They evolve through marriage, through interaction. That's why Europe was once the same way. But now the Lombards, the Calvins and everything are now Frenchmen.
Europe is still the same way, know that, right?
Yeah, no, it's not the same. Mike, why didn't you go to bed, man? You're ruining the conversation.
Kala Genesis, look, you're telling me things that I agree with you. But let's just be honest. The reason tribalism exists in Africa is because it's the lowest common denominator for any politician to utilize to get into power. Yeah, it's the lowest common denominator for any politician with any ambition to squeeze themselves into power.
Let me ask you something, and I'm gonna say something, and I don't want anybody to judge me. I don't want to be kicked out of the Pan-African family and everything like this, right? I know Dr. Cave saying certain things a little more harsher, right? I personally do not believe for Black people in Africa, right? For right now, I do not believe in democratic voting. The scariest thing is a bunch of illiterates going to poll to vote. That's the scariest
Kala Genesis, you're saying the most mellow stuff and you think this is too far. This is my problem.
What I'm saying is
The fact
that's
that you
never been
think this
said
is
before.
radical.
I've never heard anybody come out and say it like that. No one's.
Look,
I said that's
Kala,
a scary
Kala,
thing.
this is exactly the answer that I wanted from you guys. Let's just admit it. For Pan-Africanism
I agree
to
with
work,
but we gotta say it in a way we don't offend people. People get
no,
offended.
screw them. No. Let them get offended. We need a brutal dictatorial regime that is also technocratic in character.
Yeah, I'm a
meaning
technocrat. I believe
they
in
are efficient.
technocracy. I believe in
Exactly. Thank you.
technocracy, bro.
But we need, if 100 million sub-Saharan Africans have to die, then they have to die for Pan-Africanism to succeed. Because look, when China finally unified under the Maoists, how many people had to die for that unification to happen?
Yeah, this is a conversation. I don't want to see people die, but that's a conversation people don't want to have.
You see, this is the thing. Like the Maoists went around with the same fairy tale story. Oh, we're being oppressed by the outsiders. They're selling us opium. They're doing this to us. Blah blah blah. That shit didn't work with the peasants, man. They had to brutalize the peasants at some level, and they also did some brutal stuff. Like they pillaged a few towns. They pillaged a few villages to sustain themselves. They did a lot of stuff that, in hindsight, you would look at and say, well, that's some cruel behavior against your own people. But they did it based on a higher ideal. Are we willing? Are Pan-Africanists willing to do that? Because look, your enemy is willing to do whatever it takes. But you guys are still here 50 years down the line after most African countries have gotten independence, still trying to preach to the same knuckleheads. You cannot convince these people, man. Tribalism has not decreased in Africa or since the end of colonization. It has probably either stagnated or remained the same.
In many ways, tribalism is getting worse because you could build power based on one's tribe. I've seen in Liberia. I've seen the friggin' idiot that got sanctioned, McGill, right? And I want Dr. K to do some more research on what's going on in Liberia with the sanctions on several key administration officials. Right. This guy was in the friggin' talking right before the U.S. ambassador hit those sanctions. He's sitting there talking to a rural constituency, telling why this project didn't give it. He's sitting there talking in gibberish. He literally was talking like this, talking. He talks intelligent, but in front of his constituency, he's talking in a Liberian gibberish. And I'm saying to myself, this is what passes for a politician. He just and I'm saying to myself, the next day, Andrew McCarthy, the ambassador of Liberia, U.S. ambassador, said, "I've had enough." And he hit them with sanctions. You guys are ripping the money off that we're supposed to help the people, and you're putting money in your pocket. This guy, McGill, built a friggin' a palace for his girlfriend, his side chick.
Oh, wow.
And one a poor country like Liberia, and Cyrus Gray, representative, had $100,000 wedding in France.
Wow.
And so, by how he gets elected, he goes to his local village, starts bringing the tribalism stuff, start talking in the tribal language, blah, 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 doing the tribal dance and everything. There's no way that we can let African governments fall to this nonsense. Like I said,
okay.
It's
Kala Genesis, look, you're saying stuff we agree with, but let's take that to the final conclusion, to its final destination. Screw the people. Just say it. Screw the average African. The average African is too low IQ to develop a country. We need to take the decision-making out of their hands. And let me just use an example. Look, when there's a tribal war within Africa, let's just use the Ethiopian example. So there's a small group which is trying to, secede, trying to cause let's just say those groups. You know what's going to happen when a tribal group decides to break away from, let's say, the ideals of Pan-Africanism as a whole? Well, all they have to do is just appeal to Europeans. No. All they have to do, like you've seen with the Ethiopian civil war, all they have to do is just appeal to Europeans and say, oh, look, we're being genocided by these other Africans. Yeah. Exactly. And then what's going to happen? You as the nation are going to get sanctioned. And whether you like it or not, for Africa to develop, it has to, at least in its initial stages, for it to at least attain sustainability and efficiency within it by itself, it has to start exporting to European markets and Asian markets. If they ban your goods, it's over for you.
Exactly. So
you see, you guys don't want to admit that you're on a catch-22. It's either the average African is too low IQ to adhere to ideals of Pan-Africanism, or to even be willing to sacrifice. Because all of these guys,
so let me give context
before you go, Dr. K, can we all agree tonight. So we all agree that Pan-Africanism is a high ideal that maybe Africa wasn't ready for, and maybe the message and everything didn't penetrate because it's on such a high level, that it's not bread and butter yet, and we have to basically create the messaging.
Kala, you can't ask Dr. K that question, man. He himself said he doesn't have a definition for it. So if he doesn't know definition of what you're talking, then how can he give you
the highest ideal? We see proof it tonight. It's a high ideal where a lot of people don't understand. That's what we're talking about, Mike.
Yes, it's a higher ideal.
That's a definition.
Can I just ask him one final question? And look, Kala, I agree. It's a higher ideal that people are not mentally ready for, and I don't think they'll be ready for in my lifetime, unfortunately. Hopefully they are. But why do we still call it Pan-Africanism? Why don't people just call it Pan-Sub-Saharan Africanism?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because let's be honest, North Africans have nothing to do with North Africa. Let's just
we don't want them.
Even I don't want
the group. Right.
And let's be honest, they're just going to hold the project.
Pan-Black Africanism. How about that?
Just Pan-Sub-Saharan Africanism. I think it would be the better word for now.
Sub-Saharan Africa, the black people.
What unity does Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, what do these countries have with the average sub-Saharan country?
Nothing.
But let me ask you a question though, Dak. What about the Haratin? The Haratin people are like a Fulani-like people in Mauritania who've been enslaved by these dusty North Africans for so long. Would we not, again, want to, take them onto Pan-Africanism as well? Like, you get what I mean, point there. And also, Kala, so let me give the context here, right?
Kezo, when I mean sub-Saharan Africa, the only countries, every country that's below the main countries on top, geographically, is part of sub-Sahara. So Mauritania is part of sub-Sahara. All we have to do is just chase the Arabs out, or reverse the power structure within that.
Right. Dak, can I just quickly jump in, man?
Dr. K wanted to ask me a question.
Hold on now. Let me. I'm glad you guys came up with a definition finally. Which if you guys actually did that, the
economic
definition
empowerment. So
because the definition of being an ideal, right? If that's the definition, cool. Then that makes perfect sense. That gives me a base to actually present something to talk
Mike,
about.
hang on, I'm not going to be long. 1 second. Your point. This is just adding to your point, Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
What I wanted to make sure I broke apart is from Kala and also Bomani is none of us here want to be part of this weird feeling. Okay, I know the good sister came in earlier, and I like her, right? But we don't want to be part of this feeling thing because it doesn't work. Because Mike, there's some Pan-Africans want to just have this massive kumbaya part.
Yeah, black race. Yeah,
that's not going to work. How if it's an economic empowerment of people, who look like us, who have some kind of similar history to us, because we understand that there's a world structure and power, so that we can make sure that we maintain our supremacy, and that our children can have the best existence as rulers of this planet. 100%, I can go with that. But the whole kumbaya stuff, it's like no, there's nothing. We don't just respect each other. We don't have to be like. I don't have to go around holding dusty.
Well, let me ask you something, Dr. K.
Kala, man.
Kala, Dr. K, and everybody else appreciate you. Dr. K, honestly, brother, appreciate your opinion. You and I gotta talk.
It takes let me ask
I'm just because I gotta add someone else in. I just want to make one point, and then you can just make your point. Now I'm saying, brother, appreciate your point, and one of the things is appreciate the fact that you're clear about that. We don't always have to agree on everything, and we do have certain things in common we have to work out, and we could just because we're definitely more beneficial to each other, especially if we can work certain things out. But yeah, all of us, there can't just be this one, and those things may take time to work. But if you have a show, I'm definitely open to coming on there and you and I can talk. I'm not one of those people that believe in all of this philosophy. I got
come in, man. Apparently, I'm a jobless Dusty that has a show every day for 11 hours.
I was just kidding with you. I'm just messing with you.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the thing about us. Me and Kala, we're cool. We'll talk stuff with you and everything. But at the end of the day, we'll sit and have a beer with you, shake hands, and we have a good time. And that's what I do. I travel around the world, and we just meet other Black people, and we just connect and just network. And then the goal for me personally is always to find the best people I can work with. Best brothers and sisters. We don't always have to work with, bro. Because a lot of brothers and sisters, I go to whatever country, I can't do anything with them. Just like here in America, just like here in my neighborhood where I live at. So that's why I appreciate the dialogue of this intellects and people who are this sharp. So maybe one of the days, I can just exchange information and just talk and maybe have a show or something.
Yeah.
But Kala, I want you to share what you have to share, and then we have someone anti-globalist.
Yeah, I was gonna make a point real quick, man. But then
let him actually come in. That's one of the people who are trying to come in live to talk. Go ahead, anti-globalist.
Yeah, Bomani, thanks for having me on. Should I define what I think Pan-African is, in my opinion, first?
Oh, absolutely. This is open. Go ahead and speak your mind, and then Kala will just reply and communicate back with you.
Yeah, no problem. Me personally, I think it's very simple. I think the definition is one of the original definitions is like the complete liberation, unification of Africa, which means that I think it would be rare to call someone a Pan-Africanist, because at least in my opinion, if you claim this term, meaning like let's say one country, they'll become like a first world nation, like they'll be one of the best nations on earth, but a few of your family members died, would you still want to be a Pan-Africanist? And that person says yes, and that's what I believe a Pan-Africanist is in my eyes. But one thing that I believe creates a disconnect is when there's no compromise. And number two, like people aren't thinking of the basic of needs that Africa needs. Like for example, like Ghana, there's flooding every year. They don't talk about, oh, let's help with the flooding issue, or let's make sure like the whole continent has food. Like in Africa, in the continent of Africa, there's a lot of farmlands everywhere. Like let's cultivate all the farmlands. Let's work on desalination projects so that we'd have enough water. Like people don't talk about these things. They talk about more like self-esteem issues of wanting to like go against the white race and who's African and who's not African. It's just confusion in my opinion. But I think if we focus on the basic amenities of life, that it would actually be a more helpful movement instead of trying to always divide people and trying to.
Pi, can I come in just for 10 seconds here? Because before
Kala go ahead.
I love what Pi is saying over here, because and this is what I say, like when I asked the sister strategy wise, right? When the white man came to Africa, he gave Africans the Bible and food and so-called development, right? He was able to give you things that he knows that you want. So if we're going to want to change the average African mind, you're not going to make him listen to you without giving him what he needs. Because again, people are on the bottom hierarchy of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They just need the basic stuff. So you give him a job, you create some kind of program that allows him to uplift himself. Then you also make sure that that program is tied to the Pan-African ideologism, right? So you have the knowledge, information being transferred with skills, goods, and services that he needs. Now, if you do that, you juxtapose those two things at the same time, I think that's way more likely to actually have an impact, because what will happen is, right, you have this Pan-African global government that has actually built a bank system that can actually give loans to people that have been selected and chosen to be people that are responsible for actually maintaining business structures and growth and development. Then those people take that money, right? They start building local businesses that can then uplift these people. If you do that and you attach the name, whatever your name, doesn't matter, it could be, I call it the Kaizoran Empire, but you guys can call it Pan-Africanism, right? You have that system of power, structure, and economic development. That's far more likely to change people's minds.
Yeah, we call that in the BAO land infrastructure nationhood. You have the land territory, you build the infrastructure. People don't understand what infrastructure is, right? Rome was an infrastructure. Everything Rome did was infrastructure. It connected cities from thousands of miles away under a common trading system, roads, it's all roads lead to Rome, canals, and everything like that under one system. Black people in the world do not have an infrastructure. We're not connected. People in Kenya are not connected to Nigeria. Kenya,
but
Nigeria,
they're both in the UN, though.
What?
Are you saying they're both in the UN? I mean, sorry, AU. Right?
That's another thing I'm talking about, right? Africa needs its own UN. It needs
AU is what I meant.
The AU is not
they meet, don't they?
No, the AU is not suffice, bro. The AU is nothing but
Kaizo here. Wait, I'm from Nigeria. Kaizo's from Kenya. We're meeting right here. So
the AU has no military.
Yeah,
it has no banking system. It can't bail anybody out. It doesn't. You can't send
Yeah,
peacekeepers
the thing
anyplace.
is, we are where we are right now, but it doesn't mean this is where we're going to be forever. I mean, you can if you look at
Mike, come
Africa,
on,
like
Mike, cut it out. You know, cut
Okay,
it out.
Mike.
no,
The
no,
AU is not
every listen,
the AU is not designed to be anything more than a dictator's club
no,
and do the same friggin' thing.
Do you know AU used to be called OAU, right? You know that,
No,
right?
no, the AU. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you about the history of the OAU. In the 1979 in Liberia, Liberia, they had the final phase of the OAU, right? That was all Idi Amin was there. You know, Hotel Africa, everybody on the African continent was there. That was the final agreement to put the Lagos Plan of Action. You know something? You probably don't know that because that whole thing, that watershed moment, was erased from history. A year later, we had a coup in Liberia, right? The Lancaster Agreement, the Liberia broker, and they were supposed to give the land back to Zimbabweans, black Zimbabweans, was basically reneged on. All the things that was supposed to be the OAU was supposed to, what's the proper term? It was supposed to be the preemptive organization in Africa before the Commonwealth, before the French Union, all that stuff. Maybe some people say they did it too fast, but look at.
So basically, we don't have power. That's what you're saying.
I just wanted to ask Kaiser before. Kaiser, Mike didn't know this, right? But you ever heard of the Bandung Conference of 1955?
Yeah.
Okay. The Bandung Conference set in motion, right? Like the young brother was just saying a minute ago, right? Infrastructure. They basically looked around all Asia, the ports, everything controlled by Europeans. In Indonesia, right? They erased Dutch influence out of Indonesia. They said they were going to basically, what are the key things they'll talk about? The drug trade, infrastructure, industry, everything. These countries were dirt poor. They had nothing. They were worse off than Africa at the time. But they said they were tired of colonization and they're going to do it. Now you have a corporation called the Pung Loy Group, right? The Pung Loy Group is one of the major infrastructure builders in the world. They're based in Singapore, Malaysia, and all these countries, and all Asians. They can build everything from tunnels to skyscrapers to anything, you know? Africa did not do that.
But are you saying we're not building anything? Is that what you're saying? Come on. Let me speak. You know what we need to do here? We need to at least just focus on our individual countries, because when we keep saying Africa, wait, let me just say one thing. Let's do this. Every African country is kind of unique. We can't keep just saying Africa. You know, like for example, all these things you've been saying that Africa is not in Nigeria. We are building things. Kala, in Nigeria, we build an entire city.
Let me give you an example. How come there's not a Pung Loy Group in developing West Africa? Why is West Africa got to rely on Chinese to build this?
No. You're asking me a question that's not relevant to my points. You know, I'm telling you that in Africa, you can't say we're not building anything. First of all, Nigeria will build Abuja within 10 years, a city from scratch.
Yeah, but who does
so
it?
We are developing. What do you mean contract? No, Nigerians built Abuja themselves. You want to tell me Chinese built Abuja? Is that what you want to tell me? Who built Abuja? In Nigeria, have you been to, that's what I keep asking. Have you been to Nigeria?
Yo, Lekki.
No, stop talking about the one you see on the internet. No. Don't ask me what don't talk about something I'm not talking about.
What corporation's building Echo Atlantic?
What do you mean? Who?
Who's building Echo Atlantic?
This Lagos State government, they may have investors, private investors and things, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's Echo Atlantic, the whole Nigeria.
The white guy is the head of it. It's
the who?
Dutch in the Netherlands, you know?
The the contractor, so he owns it. No, you're telling me the guy owns it?
He's building it.
It's not. You can't say he's building it. How do you know it's because you see?
Why isn't there a team of Nigerian, Ghanaian, and South African engineers building that? Why isn't that Europeans got to build that?
Kala. Okay, you put in at one project there, maybe one contractor that's from Europe is building. So does that? No. Don't run away.
Let's go to another.
There's no way someone can have conversation with you. Kala. Okay, let me ask you a question. 80% of infrastructure built in Nigeria, who built it?
Mike,
companies.
Nigerians, no, Nigerian.
Julius Berger Group.
Kala Genesis.
No, Kala, have you been to Nigeria? No, don't speak for my country. You haven't been there. That's why I keep telling you.
Julius Berger is a German company.
Kala, you know nothing about Nigeria, dude. Have you been to Nigeria, Kala?
Julius Berger is a German company.
They're one of the companies there, but they're not the one building everything. Kala Genesis. You see this on the internet and you
tell it to somebody else. Julius Berger.
Kala, are you telling me Nigeria
built the bridge to Victoria Island?
Okay, build a bridge. Okay, those are the only things built in Nigeria.
They building everything. They building
everything. Really? How do you? Okay, you've been to Nigeria. You saw them building everything.
Built the what you call the
Okay, you're coming off very insulting, right? Do you agree with me that you're coming off very insulting when you telling me that it's very insulting? That's why earlier when I said something about your people like that, you guys listen. You have to understand when you're talking about people's countries when you've never been there. You're only going based on maybe things you Google or something like that. You will come off very insulting.
Hold on,
because when you go to listen, do you know Kala, wait.
If I'm talking about Nigeria, I'm talking about
Kala, listen to me. Listen, do you know diners?
This is what I mean by tribalism and ethno-fascism.
Tribalism. Listen. Do you know I had this conversation? Can I get a chance, man? Can I get a chance? Can I get a chance? Please? Can I get a chance? Listen, before Daniels went to Nigeria, right? He was on his channel one time saying, because before he got to Nigeria, he first visited some other African countries, right? And from what he saw, he came on his channel, he made a show like, in Africa, the Lebanese owns all the businesses, the foreigners own all the businesses. And he, at one point, mentioned Nigeria, and some Nigerians told him that, dude, no, you're wrong. It's like, what do you mean? And he started Googling a couple of businesses owned by maybe Lebanese and things in Nigeria. And he actually thought he knew what he was talking about until he went to Nigeria and got on ground, traveled all around Nigeria and saw that most of the business, even more than 90% of it, are owned by Nigerians. And he later came back on the show and said, wow, in Nigeria, Nigerians own most of their companies and industries there. He came and changed his mind. So what I'm telling you is you need to visit Nigeria and go see most of the projects going on in Nigeria and find out that
there's awful lot of
Nigerian engineers are the one building most of the projects. If you're talking about something that's capital intense,
there's a lot of abandoned projects in Nigeria.
God. But you see, you're coming up very insulting because if you've never been to my country, you're telling me all about it, and you're especially arguing with me when I'm from there. You come up very insulting. You don't understand that.
Mike, can I try to elaborate on my thing? Yeah, go ahead. Abby.
We have, you know how many cities we have in Nigeria? The projects are going on a daily basis, and you come and tell me that he's the Julius Berger.
Worth mentioning in Nigeria, Abuja and Lagos, man. Let's stop acting like the other cities are worth anything. They're backwaters, bro.
Can you start back over?
No, Abuja. If you visit Abuja, you find it's more beautiful than most cities in America.
I think the only two cities worth mentioning in Nigeria are Lagos and Abuja.
All right, Dak, I apologize. Mike, you have to just please just mute yourself. Dak, just go ahead and start back from the beginning.
Yeah,
way we can
I was just going to say, I agree with most of what Kala Genesis said, but look, I'm just a bit perplexed by why Pan-Africanists will not take the ideal of Pan-Africanism to its final conclusion in terms of how you can implement it. Because they like to mention China, how China unified. Look, let's just use the Ethiopian case as an example. In that case, what would have been the Maoist approach to solving the Ethiopian problem in terms of how Pan-Africanists can learn from it? They would have pretty much encircled the Tigrays and told them, look, it's either you do as we say or we let you die.
Yeah.
No, I mean, even as a Pan-African, like Africa as a whole, right. If we're unified, how would we deal with that situation? You surround them and you tell them, look, either
get the power,
either surrender or die.
At their heads off.
Yeah. Either surrender or die. Look, Pan-Africanists should probably adhere to one principle, which was you guys know the PLA leader, the former PLA leader, the Palestinian Liberation leader back in the day. I think his name is something Arafat or something. But he had one of the speeches he had at the UN. He pretty much said, in one hand I hold an olive branch, and the other a machine gun, an AK-47. And I feel like Pan-Africanists hold olive branches in both their hands. That's why you guys don't get any respect from any African group ever. And just to answer what Mike said, look, Mike literally said 90% of the businesses in Nigeria are owned by Nigerians. Maybe the other 10% is owned by foreign companies. Bro, that's still an L, man. I don't know if 10% of the businesses in Nigeria were ever held by
10%. I didn't say 10%.
That means
way more. I say more than 90%.
No, you started.
Yeah, Abby, can I elaborate? I wanted to.
Okay, let's just say 98%. That's still a disproportionate amount. And when he also, because they're probably like 0.5% of the Nigerian population. If they own more than 0.5%, or even more than 1% of the Nigerian population, that means they hold a disproportionate amount of wealth. And just answering the final thing,
I doubt it. They
let's
even
not
go
be
up to
capped.
1%. To be honest, I don't even see most foreigners in Nigeria.
All labor and capital intensive projects that are being done in Africa. I don't mean building some dusty road for 2 kilometers, or building a shanty house, or just a few blocks of real estate. I mean all labor intensive, building dams, highly technical stuff that is both capital intensive and labor intensive, is being done by foreign companies, or foreign companies have a significant share in those
I have
projects.
a question for
Let's
you,
not
Dak
act
and
little.
Kalajan. I have a question for Kala and Dak. Are there Black American companies that are large enough to do skills transfer? I'll give you an example. So my company,
there's an
so
African American company
hang on.
building,
Just let me give you the context here before you
that's
answer.
building the new wing on the Sierra Leone airport. Matter of fact, there's this one lady, I forgot her name. She built a stadium in Pittsburgh. She's in South Africa, right? An African American lady. I forgot her. I think of McKinsey Group. I can't remember. But she builds infrastructure, and she got major contracts in South Africa and stuff like that. A lot of the times in Africa, the bidding process is really tough. The Chinese will come in, right, and they'll, with the suitcase. We're not playing on a different playing field with the Chinese. You got African Americans who had firms, infrastructure firms in America that do in cities like Detroit, Philadelphia. There was an African American firm that built the suspension bridge in Washington State. There's a lot.
So I have a question then. Do you think if, let's say, an African country, let's say Kenya as an example, do you think if Kenya was to give, like, let's say, a highly experienced African American led firm the contract, there will be a lot more skills transfer, so that, because obviously with the Chinese,
here's the one problem, right? The African American is not dealing with a government, right? We got to fight with white people and everything like that. It's very, when you see an African American that got a construction firm or something like that, you best assured he's top notch if he even considered.
No, that's it. Because like I said, obviously people actually want to figure out how I make money, right? Why I want 11-hour streams. I have a partnership with one of my business partners. We have a construction. Well, we don't construct anything, but we do more like the, let's say, drawings and calculations for constructing buildings and stuff, right? That's how I actually make my money. And now we moved into Africa, but it's difficult for us to get bids. Right now, what we've done so far is only employed Africans to work for us. But getting the actual contracts over here, there's so much tribalism.
It's not easy. It's not easy, brother.
It's not easy. Either you're the right tribe or you're Chinese or white or something like that.
Right.
That's the problem.
And the whole, like I said, imagine if we had a Pan-African mindset, but like you said, Pan-Africanism doesn't translate to money because, like I said in the show Saturday night, there's no power in blackness until we get to the point where Black people have power. We have power. Right now, Black America is handicapped because America, right? We got to do what the United States says. We got a hostile a government that's really traditionally been hostile to Pan-Africanism and everything. When you see Black people in America get contracts anywhere, they're not Pan-Africanists. You got a lot of Black people in America who go overseas, but they're with white colleagues and everything. The Pan-African, what Africa needs is, like you said, skills transfer and stuff like that.
Well, I think a lot of people have skills in the continent. In Nigeria, we have over many universities. I think I know it's in the hundreds, and we do have engineering schools. We have people have skills.
Let me ask you a question.
I go there, I see structures being built by people. We have all the skills we need. You can say yes, our economy, it's not as huge as maybe these Western countries that are more advanced. We're not as advanced as them, but it doesn't mean that we can't get there. Every nation, like I said before, wait. Every society advances at a different pace. 30 years ago,
hold up, Mike.
30 years ago, China was behind most European countries. Today, China is ahead of most European countries.
China
so because we are where we are right now, we are moving on our own pace. When I look at Nigeria, when I go to Nigeria and I see Nigerians and I see the way we're moving, I know that in the next 30 years we're going to be way far. We know we're going to be ahead of where we are right now. So I don't need you to be telling me where we are going, who we are, how done we are, when we haven't been to where I'm from. You've never been to Nigeria. I don't even think you have Nigerian friends, Kala. I don't even think you ever been around Nigerians at all. I doubt it.
Mike, man, I mean, I know you're gonna
If
be
you
fucking
spend time
tribal.
around Nigerians, you'll realize
Yeah,
you're not as smart. You're not even close to as intelligent as you think you are.
Mike, see, here we
Mike,
go with
I have a question.
the
Do you think
tribalism.
that's because Nigerians on average are like, I think, quite younger? Like actually the whole continent is quite younger compared to the rest of the world. Do you think when they start getting in these like late 20s years, like the median age, like they'll have more brain in that kind of sense? Do you think that will happen?
No, brain has never been our issue in Nigeria. At least most part of Nigeria, brain has never been our problem. It's not, the issue is not brain.
What about the
It's
housing?
it's just time. We can't. That's one thing we do. We look at one society that's maybe advanced, and automatically we believe that they have more brain than other societies that are less advanced. It's not always the case. Factors that lead to advancement
Right. But Mike, let me ask you a
are
question.
numerous. Hold on.
Go,
Listen,
finish.
if you study this country that have advanced and things like that, what you will learn is that it's not the entire population that got on the same page for them to start advancing. It was a group of men, group of people that came together
power
and draw their vision and figure a way to attain power within their society, right? And took over and then began to advance. You understand? Now, how do you know that we don't have people in Africa right now? Which I know for a fact that we have a lot. In fact, the Nigerian government are investing in groups of researchers, right? Research programs. But because we don't come in exposing and things like that, doesn't mean it's not going on. And Kala, we see here and say in Africa they don't do this, they don't do that. Well, you don't know. You can say you don't see it. We understand that.
But Mike, isn't Nigeria a special case though? Because a lot of these industries, most Pan-Africanists complain about Nigeria has though, compared to the rest of the continent. Like for example, construction.
I don't know. I've not been to every country in Africa, so I can't. That's why you never see me start talking about countries I've never been to. You understand?
Right.
And
Mike,
begin to.
so, yeah, I want to respond to Mike and also what Pi said. Like, there's some countries in Africa that have enough or rather a much larger skilled population. Kenya is an example. We have many construction companies, and some of them are actually able to do the same jobs as Chinese, minus the whole SGR.
Kenyans have their own power companies. I see the geothermal power company.
Exactly. That's actually why our electricity is expensive, because we're now paying back the investment that is in geothermal. In the next 5 years, our power is going to go down by half. Yeah, good. You actually done some research. So there's some countries that actually have.
Oh, I know what I'm talking about. I studied Africa, bro. I know the whole. There's nothing. Mike is in there telling a bunch of gibberish. I know the continent.
I'm talking gibberish. I can't say you know a place that you've never been there.
1 second. Yeah, there's some countries like Kenya, Nigeria, obviously.
I've never been to the moon
Africa,
either, Mike.
that have certain industries in check. Nigeria, like let's say Dangote company is already expanding his cement production all the way in East Africa, etc. So there's things which we can actually do. The issue is with us, unfortunately, is corruption. The reason why China gets the contracts in Africa, or rather in Kenya, in this example, is because the Kenyan government don't trust each other. Their own government.
No, not necessarily, Kaiser. Kaiser, you understand how contract works, right? The best bidders get the contracts.
But
you know
that's
that,
true.
right?
That's true. But let me give the context. The reason why China has been getting contracts in Kenya more than, let's say, the Kenyan companies is because Chinese companies finish their job. Unfortunately, when it comes to Kenya, the black contractors don't tend to finish the job, or something comes up, and maybe because they don't have enough money, so when issues come up, they can't solve it, and they, I don't know if it's corruption or they don't have as much money, so when problems come up, they're not able to complete the job in the right way. That's why then now the government prefers China. It's like,
and that's because the Chinese put their money up. So compared to the African companies, for example, an average African company doesn't. An average African guy that owns a company doesn't have $1 billion in pockets to do a project. So what happens in Africa is the government have to be paying them while they go, right? And that's how the corruption kicks in. Like they start to do, understand? Like start to steal the money and things like that. So when the Chinese come and they come to bid, right? They come, like let's say government wants to build a project, right? They say, okay, what are the bidders? They put it out, they put the bid out there. And you have companies, Nigerian companies, African companies, everybody come in trying to bid for that project. And the Chinese come in and say, okay, we're bidding, but hey, we're going to fund it 100%. And you pay us back in 10 years. Whereas an African company, the guy doesn't have the money. The government have to pay him. Now the government can easily do the best thing the best bid obviously is the guy that's ready to put the money down right now. He won't get the job done, and they don't have to pay you in 10 years. So that's why the Chinese win the project. It's not because Africans are stupid. They just allow the Chinese to come in. No African can do the work and things like that. That's what people like Kala Genesis and all these FBA people go on the internet talking all the time. And I just laugh.
Well, appreciate it, Mike. Your point is very clear. Let's let these new people came in the call. B Hoop and then anti-globalist.
Hey, but Mike, I think they got it for me. I'm gonna drop off, brother.
No, they're right here.
But good talking to you guys tonight. Bomani, Dr. K, Mike, anti-globalist, B Hoops, and everybody else who's on tonight. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta get up in the morning. I'm past my bedtime.
That's what's up. I want to make sure everybody get a chance to finish their point before they get off. So, Kala, I'll catch up with you, brother. All right, so B Hoop, go ahead.
Bomani, I have spoken before, so I would like to give the new panelist an opportunity.
Anti-globalist, go ahead, or Dr. K.
Yeah, Mike. Just to one thing I wanted to elaborate last time, but I had to leave early. It was on another panel. Yeah, Nigerians, they are building in their country, but one thing that I want eventually to happen is not necessarily that they're not building in Nigeria. That's not one thing I was elaborating to before on a prior conversation to have. I wanted like Nigeria, right? Like you see in like China, like they build a mega hospital in 10 days. Like I want Nigerians to have that kind of skill. Like I want there to be rapid, like I want the world to be like dependent on West Africa. Like that's the things that the diaspora should be talking about. Like what? Like it should be an organized effort. Like for example, like nuclear engineering, right? Like clean energy, like for example, what else? Like mechanical engineering, like automobile engineering, like that kind of. I want them to dominate those sectors, because what do you see, right? Is these countries that have minerals that don't necessarily have the capital, they can be able to make an exchange. Like, all right, you can give me your uranium, right? But instead of just taking it from them, like a lot of these foreign powers do, you can send them your own, like your own uranium engineers. So now they're giving you the uranium, you're giving them the skill for them to be able to develop themselves, and there's less cost, there's less debt by taking on debt from these foreign countries. But yeah, that was just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, the thing is, you have to understand these industries of all these things like nuclear industry where they use uranium for, and the scientists understand the component and the contents of all these minerals, the safety of it and things like that. Western people, they are Western scientists. So we African, we haven't got to the point where we've acquired the knowledge of these things and knowing what we need them for and things like that. But we are getting there. Like I said, everyone advanced at a different pace. There was a point where the Chinese themselves, like 30, 40 years ago, they didn't really know most of these things. It took time. They had to send their, invest in the brains of their people, send their peoples all over the place to learn things, or even do their own, put money into research program. If you can see, like there's no country going in the world where you don't find Nigerians attending a university there. Even Ukraine and things like places like, you go to China, you see a lot of Nigerians there going to school, going to study how the Chinese are able to, be so productive and do their engineering work in a fast pace. And
Mike,
I mean, we're studying these things. Like for example, Kala, the last time he was insulting me, like, why Nigerians always fleeing? Y'all go to UK, or y'all go to Ukraine. And I'm like, dude, you're not seeing the big picture. Because the Nigerians in Ukraine doesn't mean that they're just dumb people fleeing. We don't know what they're there to do. You go to Russia, you don't know that it's a brain game thing. It's a brain game thing that we got going on. So we are coming there. We're going to get there. It's a matter of time. We are doing So the way people talk sometimes, I just wonder, like, you don't know, you don't have the monopoly of wisdom, you don't have monopoly of knowledge. And that's the issue with Kala. You just come in, oh, you don't do this, you don't do that. How do you know we don't do it? Have you been to the country? Go there, go to Nigeria, interact. You will see what we got going on, the plans we have in place. Many organizations. I'm involved in so much on the organization in Nigeria that I know the future is very bright. Even secret things, secret research, even certain technologies that Nigerians have acquired, but they know how to make it now. But they're waiting for the right time to start making the production, because, of course, you got nations that may be against them, things like that. So, this is going on. Secretly, we have nuclear program, nuclear scientists in Nigeria. There's none of that shit we don't have. Trust me.
Yeah, very good point, Mike. Actually, yeah. The thing with like I said, with Africa, you made a really good point. Like, and I think it's a really good point that everyone, especially the Black Americans or diasporans who want to start companies, or even myself, right, with the work that I'm doing over here in Kenya, is that when you do like a let's just local level business things. Let's say, Mike, you have a you have a shop, right? You have a new art shop. You need someone to actually come and paint your shop and also put up some board signs, etc., up to your designs, etc., and graphics. Now in Kenya, or like just Africa in general, when I am a contractor, I come to you and I say, okay, I can do this job for you. The issue is the contractor expects you to pay him and also pay for the materials cost as you're doing it, as opposed to you doing everything and then you paying him at the end of the job. So I do think that's actually a really, really good point about the whole bidding process. Because I think when the government looks at this, they're like, okay, look, if I employ a local person, they're going to want me to pay them. I also invest in them before they could even do the job. And I'm not even sure if they're going to finish the job. So I think that is a very, very, very salient point that you made up there. And that's why, the competition level is different. And also that means the governments are going to just expect, if it's a local company, they won't even have those things in check. So yeah, very, very good salient point, Mike.
Cool, brothers. Great point. B Hoop, you want to add to the points that they're making, or you want to share something else with Mike? I got your comment right here. That's you right there.
Yes, I do want to talk to Mike. Firstly, greetings to you, Mike.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I would just like to say that this is my third time being a part of this show, or catching one of Bomani's lives. And this is the second, well, I've been on here 3 times, and 2 of the times I've come, you've been here. And I noticed that you and Kala argue most of the show. And I'm not being disrespectful. I just want to say that. But I want to be an example. I want to be a living example on what I think most of us here want to get to, the common goal, the objective of why we're really here. But I want to start, and I want to share something with you, Mike, in love. I want to let you know that I see you and I hear you. And we are not dismissing you. I want to be a representative of an African American who was born and raised in America, that we don't dismiss you as a Nigerian. We don't dismiss your accomplishments. We don't dismiss that you guys have a brilliant brain. We acknowledge you, and we want to thank you and recognize you as a Nigerian, as a representative of your people, that we honor you. I also want to take the time to apologize to you as a representative of my people, that if you felt some kind of, if you felt like we've dismissed who you were, or you felt mistreated by people here in America, we apologize to you. We're sorry that you were mistreated. And I hope that one day, I hope that you could accept this apology. And I hope that one day that you would realize that we're just a people who want to reconnect with our family in Africa. We didn't have the luxury to grow up in our homeland, in our mother's land, in the motherland where our ancestors come from. We didn't have that luxury. And we came here, I hope that you remember that the same people here born in America who are Africans or descendants of Africans are just as brilliant as you are, but have been oppressed, just like the colonizers have oppressed people in Nigeria. Our common goal is that we just want to be united and reconnect and learn each other and teach each other what we know and what you know and build our continent. So I hope that one day, I hope that you could accept this apology as a representative of of a people who you feel that has mistreated you in some way. And then I hope in turn, you will begin to pay homage and recognize your brothers and sisters who were stolen from Africa and brought to America, and that you would be able to pay homage to them, and not so that they can take credit for your hard work and your brilliant mind and the hard work and the brilliant mind of your fellow Nigerians, but just the fact that you would recognize that there was a group of people in that stolen group that was probably of your family, and that you would even pay homage to them and thank them for their hard work and their labor that they did in America, not to take credit for yours, just to pay homage, so that one day, not to be kumbaya with all, but just so that we can build unity and reconnect and be examples to one another. I just wanted to share that with you in love.
I appreciate you sharing, sister. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, the way you just spoke, to be really honest, if I say that didn't really touch my heart, I'll be definitely be lying. And I I mean, the way I'll put it, first I will apologize because I believe that I definitely might have said something that might have came up in a very, I mean, in the wrong manner. And um what you said really touched me, to be really honest. It touched me. Like when someone speaks to me in a, I mean, in a very loving manner, it always hit me in a way that, and, I mean, the way you spoke, I really can't find a word to express it. And I would tell you that there's never been a time that I've really put myself in a position to like just have hatred or some or feeling against an entire group of people. It's never been a time. Yes, my years in America, yes, I've had a lot of terrible experiences and things like that, but I've never at a point where running to a decent human being as a Black American or even any race that I just automatically hold whatever it is against them. I've never got it. I've never, ever. And what you also have to understand is, when you come to Africa, people are going to love you. They're going to welcome you. It's just what it is. They're going to welcome you. And Danny Stemia is an example. In fact, I share my when I first met Danny, I told him, I said, listen, man, wow, for a long time, like, I mean, I've never really met an African American like you that's just so into my culture and so respectful and things like that. And in fact, the tribe where I'm from, when Danny's went there, present himself in a very positive manner, and to the point where they made him he was adopted as a prince. They crowned him a prince, literally. So the point I'm trying to make ultimately is that in life, you have to understand that actions, law of physics say actions equals opposite reaction. It's all about attitude. It's the way people present themselves, the way you present yourself towards somebody that we influence the way the person will respond. So there's never been a time where an African American person speaks to me respectfully or in a positive manner that I responded in a negative manner. It's never happened. It's just usually when someone comes in a very negative or condescending manner that I have to sometimes just find myself where I lose my emotional intelligence, where I have to just force myself to respond in a negative manner. So I've never been someone that hold any kind of negative feeling towards all Black Americans. I've never been that kind of person. Sometimes I always regret when I respond, when someone is just speaking towards my people, just generalizing. And sometimes I always feel like, maybe if I give it the same response, maybe just to give you a taste of your medicine, maybe you can understand how I feel about you talking to me in that manner, you know. So if I spoke to Kala Genesis in a way where it looks like I'm talking to all Black Americans, it wasn't because I meant to. I just felt like, okay, you're talking to my people in a general tone that, okay, we're all these dumb people, without saying, okay, maybe some people or some of you, and acknowledge that some of us are brilliant, some of us are smart, some of us are actually great. But you're talking that, okay, all of you, you're Nigerians. And I felt, okay, maybe if I give you a taste of your own medicine and say, okay, Black Americans, how would you feel about it? You know, which it's still not an excuse to do that, but I would say I always regret when I do things and I end up hurting someone that doesn't deserve to be hurt. And what makes the way you spoke to me tonight will make me feel so bad is the fact that, I mean, you spoke to me in that manner, which really touched me. And when I look back and think about what I said, that really, you know, was kind of mean if I think about it deep enough. It makes me feel really sad. And I will apologize to you and every African American that was watching this show that felt offended by what I said, you know. And I hope you'll accept my apology, you know, sincerely, you know.
Sincerely, I do, Mike. And that's why I started it out as I see you and I hear you, is because that's all that we're trying to, that's what we want as African people, is to be seen and heard and recognized for our contributions to the American country, Ukrainian, and all different countries of the world. We just want to be seen and heard and recognized. And then we want to have the opportunity to build our continent and put us in the so that we can have a voice, we can have a seat at the table, we can be an infrastructure, a union that has something to offer, that they will come to us, not steal from us, but come to us. So yes, I accept your apology. And I want to say good night and blessings to all of you.
Thank you very much. And I will say one last thing before you go. Okay, anyway.
The floor is yours.
Okay. What I was going to advise her is that in life, no matter where you go among all people, you're not going to find 100% positive. You're going to find positive, you're going to find negative. So now, the best way to do this unity that she wants is to focus on linking up with positive people and good people, whether on the continent or anywhere in the world, and you will experience positivity. So to form this global unity that she, talked about, is for her to focus on linking up with good people, whether it's Africans or even Black Americans, to focus on linking with the good people rather than focusing on just linking with everybody that's just, Black. But the best thing is to just focus on good people, positive people, and it's the way to get to the point. All right, thanks, man. Thanks, Bomani. Yeah.
Yes, Mike. I appreciate your energy, brother, and you take care. And good night. And family, we are continuing on the night shift with Bomani and Kala now. Bomani alone since Kala is done for the night. But yes, family, appreciate everyone tuning in on this incredible topic and letting people know that world of Pan-Africanism and us just literally just being real about it and connecting, networking, doing business with each other and just figuring things out. We can progress as a people. So that's what that's what we have to do first, is just talk, dialogue, and connect with people in different places where we can connect with them on. So family, the journey continues. Appreciate everyone staying up with us late this night on the late night shift. All right, so greetings and good night, everyone. Take care. And my good brother Kala Genesis. I guess Kala got a stalker. So that's why I was posing the text. All right, so family, one love, one nation strong.